bit. It's not swung a huge amount this game, which has been frustrating, but second new ball swung a little bit, which helped. But I thought we bowled pretty well as a group. You know, it's not an easy pitch to bowl on. It's quite slow, hard to score, but it's kind of one of those pitches where you just got to be quite boring and bowl dots, bowl maidens in good areas and try and frustrate the batsman.
To be fair, that's what South Africa did also, lacking a bowler. They stuck at it well when they bowled.
Yeah, they did. I thought they bowled really well tonight. You know, it was a really tough couple of hours for us, and we did well to come through that one down, and that now sets us up brilliantly for tomorrow. If we can get through that first hour, I'm sure they're going to bowl well in the morning. If we can build a partnership in the morning, then hopefully we can get on top of them.
Do you think it's going to turn much in the last couple of days?
Well, we've seen some turn, yeah, some turn out of the footholds. I think as the game goes on, we'll see it turning more and more off the straight. I thought our two spinners bowled brilliantly. You know, without much luck as well. So I think if as the pitch wears even more, it will turn more and bring our spinners into the game even more.
Given all that, how many overs do you reckon you would need to win the game?
Well, it depends how the pitch deteriorates. I think if it continues to deteriorate at the pace it has done through the game, then you know, I'd hope we could bowl them out in a day. But obviously in the position we're in, if we bat well tomorrow, then we should be able to make a decision around tea.
The equation of runs and time is always the issue, but you'd want to be bowling at them after tea, wouldn't you?
Yeah, well, like I said, if we can, I think the morning session is key for us. If we can get off to a good start, get a decent partnership going, then that'll set us up for the rest of the day, and then hopefully by, you know, whether it's an hour before tea, an hour after tea, that'll give us a chance of making a decision then.
Well, Pat also spoke to the South African batsman, Temba Bavuma.
That was a hard couple of sessions for South Africa, wasn't it, towards the end there?
Yeah, obviously starting today, we knew we were up for it. We needed to bat quite big with the bat. Unfortunately, we weren't able to do that. But I think we can take a lot of confidence from our bowling effort there in the second innings, considering that we only had two seamers with one guy who wasn't able to contribute, being Vernon Philander. And I think if we can carry on with the same intensity we managed with the ball tomorrow, things could really get interesting in the game.
Can Vernon Philander bowl, do you think, tomorrow?
Yeah, definitely. I spoke to him right now, so he's got a smile. He's got a smile on his face again, and yeah, he's quite eager and ready to go.
It was gripping the ball that was the trouble, I believe.
Yeah, that's how I understand it as well. I'm not exactly 100% sure, but I do know he was gonna have an issue with gripping and releasing the ball.
And how about you yourself? We were all impressed by your innings. How did you feel about getting a 50 in the Lord's Test match?
Yeah, it's always nice to get runs next to your name on the scoreboard. Considering the position that I got to myself in, there's a lot of disappointment. As one of the guys who got in, I should have really made it into a big one to get the team into a very strong position. In saying that, you know, there's another opportunity in the second innings, and hopefully I can make something much more there.
And you've already got the 100 against England in the Test match, haven't you?
Yeah, it's quite a while back. You know, we're here at the moment, so the focus is here.
We're back on air at 10 o'clock on 5 Live Sports Extra for our highlights half hour, and then at 10:30 on Radio 4 Longwave.
Barder in. Cook now lovely extra cover drive. Controlled shot. Runs towards the boundary now. The dive is a decent one. It means Cook comes back for his third run, and you can tell from the warm applause around this ground that this cricketer is so admired. He's getting the ovation he deserves. Back in the ranks, no change though in terms of run accumulation. 50 for Cook.
And that a very good morning to you from Lords. Another glorious day, I must say. Blue sky all around, the sun's shining, a bit more of a breeze maybe. I'm looking down from the commentary box here at both teams warming up below me, one playing football, one playing cricket. But you take what you like, I guess, at these things. England lead by 216, they're 119 for one with Alistair Cook, as you heard there, on 59 not out. I suspect that the Alistair Cook Appreciation Society will have plenty of time today to enjoy him some more, because England were batting on, of course, to build on that lead of 216. Gary Gary Balance has a great opportunity too, of course, to cement his place at number 3. He's on 22 not out. So we'll have plenty of build-up from here, including actually a very interesting interview with Alistair Cook that I did with him a few moments ago. But what we're going to do first is head to Bristol, because there's a very important match today in the Women's World Cup, with England taking on the holders, Australia. Now, there's full commentary all day via the BBC Sport app and the cricket section of the BBC Sport website. But we'll have lots of coverage here too, and we thought we'd drop in for now, at least for the early stages. So England have won the toss, they're batting, and we can join our commentary team now with the World Cup winner Ebony Rainford-Brent and Natalie Germanis.
And she plays it straight back towards the bowler. And welcome, of course, to our Test Match special listeners as well, joining us. England have won the toss and chosen to bat first. They've had to make a change. Unfortunately for them, Fran Wilson has an ankle injury, so Jenny Gunn is in. Australia have made a couple of changes. We'll go through that in a moment as Jonathan's around the wicket, in now to Winfield, who's defending, with Tammy Beaumont at the other end. They've had to make a couple of changes as well, Australia, but Meg Lanning you would have expected to come back into the side, with Rachel Haynes then sitting out, and Jess Jonathan back in the side as well. Fielders now walk in with the bowler as it's down the leg side, and it's called a wide. So England are away.
Yeah, well, good move. I think interesting move from Australia, and I like their tactics. They always like to be aggressive or a little bit different. Both of these batters early on like to kind of go hard at the ball. I think a spinner helps.
Well, she's got a high back lift and she drives and misses, and it's through to the keeper. Clearing away the front leg, takes a big swing, and it goes through to the keeper. Oh, I wonder if she's maybe caught a little off guard with a spinner coming on straight away.
Yeah, possibly. Like I said, they both like to go hard at it, but Jess Jonathan has got some good kick there as well. That bounce could be a little bit dangerous. There is a slip in play.
We've got 2 balls remaining in the over, and she's playing it straight towards mid-on. Still playing from her crease. Of course, you've got the keeper up to the stumps. You have a slip. You've got a left armer coming around the wicket at you. Maybe a little unexpected. And you might just be caught a little off guard. It's a good move by Australia. Captain it slips still as Wilson plays this into the turf and out towards mid-off. And it'll end the over. So we've got 1 run from the first over. It's a wide. Winfield 0 from 6, and now Beaumont will be facing at the other end. We'll be opening the bowling with Jess Jonathan.
Well, I hope that they made plans for it, just because we've seen Jess Jonathan come in very early quite often. But the challenge is, it doesn't matter, how much you practice. I think there's something different with a spinner, because your natural instinct wants to use your feet or kind of get into the game and dominate. They're tossing it up, and it just throws more questions. Whereas with pace, you can just stand and react. So they've taken the pace off the ball. We know England loved it the other day. They said they loved pace when we were here just a couple of games ago. So they've made that decision that Australia have decided they're not going to give England that pace that they're looking for to get into the game. They want to force them to come at them.
So it will be Megan Shute to open the bowling then from the pavilion end. Meg Lanning just having a little chat with her bowler, who's going through her warm-ups again. She's got a very interesting start to her run-up. She has a little squat that she does and then runs off into her run-up. It's maybe her trigger movement in a way, I suppose, for a bowler. Something a little different. And it'll be Beaumont to face her first delivery. She runs away from us, passes the umpire now, and Beaumont taps it away towards the point region. Well, she'll have fond memories of this ground, Beaumont. And from South Africa's point of view, when they played here, they played on a really good wicket against England. And in the end, we saw a massive 373 coming from England. We've got a short mid-wicket in place. Third man is up as well. Shoot, balls to Beaumont. And a little inside half for the bat, and a little nervy Ebony Rainford-Brent sitting next to me.
God, I tell you what, Megan Shute gets the balls to just nibble and wobble. Because of the pace she bowls, there's enough time for it to move in the air, but she does actually get late movement as well, so it just kind of tails in. I just got a bit nervous there when you saw her shaping in, and there was a mini hole between the bat.
Nervous, you jumped about a foot high. Beaumont gets one down the leg side, she tucks it away. She'll get away with a single towards square leg, and England 2 without loss.
Good move from Tammy Beaumont there. She just walked down the crease a couple of strides just to nudge it into the leg side. I think it's a really good tactic. I think Australia being a bit silly here, though, not having the keeper up. If this was Sarah Taylor, she would make sure she cramps them for room. And I just think this is going to allow the batters to find a solution to play against Megan Shute.
Winfield just asking for her guard. Of 2 umpires today. Chris Brown from New Zealand and Adrian Holdstock from South Africa. Winfield on strike, and she's defending it away. Good tight line from Megan Shute, forcing the batsman to play out to the offside.
I just don't understand why Healy's not stood up. I know I'm being a bit pedantic here, but it gives the batsman just that little opportunity to shuffle around the crease.
A little bit cloudy over Bristol at the moment, and a little bit humid as well. Winfield on strike, tapping away straight back to the bowler, still looking to get off the mark. So England have won the toss and chosen to bat first. We were talking about this off air, the last time that England beat Australia in a World Cup.
1993, eh? It's crazy.
It does feel a bit crazy, that actually. It's a long time ago. We've got 1 ball remaining in the second over. Shute, squats and starts to run up. Gathers and bowls outside the off stump, and Winfield plays this away towards the offside, and there won't be a run on this occasion. So 2 without loss, England, after 2 overs, and we've got a lovely crowd in at the Bristol County Ground. I'm enjoying the atmosphere today. We had a couple of kangaroos bouncing around. Now, I'm not over-exaggerating. They were actually kangaroos bouncing around on some kind of stilt spring things, and 2 guys dressed in full gear with pads and a bat and ball, but on stilts as well.
They were they did quite well. I was watching the guy play a few shots, mostly about 4 meters off the ground.
You gonna get them into the nets?
We should try. It'll be fun knocking them over, I'll tell you that.
So Johnston's going to continue from the Ashley Down Road end, and she'll be bowling to Beaumont now. Winfield had faced all her first deliveries. Fielders walk in with the bowler as Beaumont is onto the front foot. Very assured in her defence, back towards the bowler.
Yeah, Beaumont's using her feet nicely today, actually. I think that's something when sometimes she comes in and she takes a few balls to warm up, but she's definitely moving well at the moment.
This is played away on the leg side now as she goes down on one knee and just paddles it away towards the fine leg boundary. It will get cut off by Shute, and they'll end up with a couple of runs added to the total. So England are 4 without loss, Beaumont 3 from 5. So having a look at how things stand at the moment with regards to the table, it's very interesting, really, because we're at such a fascinating stage. I saw all your maths and calculations on Twitter. I was quite impressed by the scribbles and everything. It looks a lot better than my calculations, and it's readable. Beaumont waits for Jonathan, and she plays it straight towards extra cover. Nice fielding done by Blackwell. So Australia on top of the table at the moment, 8 points they have. Their net run rate is plus 1.35. India have 8 points. They lost yesterday against South Africa, and their net run rate is plus 0.26. That might be crucial from India's point of view. Around the wicket again, Beaumont sweeps, and it goes down towards backwards square leg. Yet again, some work for Shute to do. And they'll get 1 run added to the total, so 5 now without loss, and Beaumont's on 4. So New Zealand are in 3rd place on 7 points with plus 2.30. That's an incredible net run rate that they have. South Africa is in 4th place, and they have 7 points, plus 1.46 net run rate. Winfield, yet to get off the mark, defends out into the offside. England have 6 points, plus 1.51. So Australia, New Zealand, South Africa and England all have very good net run rates. But it's that points column, isn't it, for England that might be a worry. She's looking for the sweep shot now, and there's a polite appeal from Healy as it goes down towards fine leg. It's trickling very, very slowly. We await the umpire. Maybe it's got a little inside edge on it. Must do, because she's found herself off the mark. 3 overs gone, 6 without loss. Winfield 1, Beaumont 4.
Yeah, no, this table's interesting. For me, that I kind of went along and looked at all the games that everybody's going to play and my own prediction based on history, just normal what you'd expect. And that's where I got a little bit nervous that I thought if England struggle, say, don't beat Australia or New Zealand, one of the big ones, they could finish on sort of 8 points if they don't make that breakthrough in the next 2, which then kind of leaves them alongside India, who, expect them. They've got 2 big games. I don't think they'll pick up any more, but I think they could end up on 8. What the biggest issue is that rained out game between New Zealand and South Africa gave them both that 1 point that just pips them a little bit ahead.
Shute continues towards Winfield, who is on 1 from 11. She plays it in the end. It's straight towards short mid-wicket. Breakthrough already for Australia after they were asked to bowl first. And Nicole Bolton takes the catch. England 6 for 1.
They knew that plan was there, and I thought about it because of the fact that the pace of shoot, and Winfield likes to get her hands through a bit, and the natural angle is to just chip it into that leg side. But if you do it, you have to go with conviction and get it up and over. And there she just chipped it in. It was the plan well set. They didn't have the slip. They put the catching person right in front on that leg side. They know that danger zone, and Winfield just fell into the trap there, really. She needed to stay strong on that ball.
Full details of her innings, please.
Good morning. Yeah, that was just one.
Oh, sorry. Good morning.
Good morning.
It's very rude.
No, it's all right. Good morning. Yeah, well, one from 12 balls there for Lauren Winfield. Yeah, the opening partnership worth 6.
So disappointment then for Winfield as well.
The new badge.
Well, she's been in fantastic form. There'll be a little bit of pressure on her shoulders as well. She has a little fist pump with Tammy Beaumont. And England in a little bit of trouble at 6 for 1 in the 4th over. Beaumont on 4 from 7. Work for Taylor to do. So yeah, it's a very interesting stage at the moment, this World Cup. South Africa will still have to play Sri Lanka.
I noticed you got a bit excited about that.
Yeah,
I saw you pumping it up. They could squeeze in.
That's a bankable game, you would think, from their point of view. They've got to play Sri Lanka
and then Australia.
So India have got a little bit of a tough task ahead of them. They have to play New Zealand and Australia.
Yeah.
And if they lose both those games, they remain on 8. And if South Africa win the game against Sri Lanka, then they have 9. And with India's net run rate, they could find themselves out of it, despite the amazing run in this World Cup.
Crazy.
Shoot. Right arm over the wicket now, and it's played away on the leg side by Taylor. She'll get off the mark straight away towards square leg, and she'll settle for just the 1. Though, even though there's a slight misfield, they're happy just to keep it to the 1. 7 for 1.
I do like this format, I have to say. Everyone playing each other once. I think it gives you a true representation, and you have to fight quite deep. Often you can have a group where you know you win 2 or 3 bankers and you're all right. This is fighting till the very, very bitter end.
Absolutely. Fielders walk in with the bowler, shoots outside. The off stump, it's cut away. There's a thick edge. There's no slip, and it runs down to third man for 4. A bit of luck for Beaumont in England. She's on 8, 11 for 1 in the 4th over.
She's going to take that. That would have gone right into Slip's hands as well. That would have been a nice catchable height. I wonder if they'll think about it or they'll just leave it as is. But, well, Beaumont, she's going to take him right now because England will want as many on the board as possible. A vulnerable area for her, though. When it's wide outside the off stump, she can just get a little bit loose at times.
Shoot. Halfway through her over now, and Beaumont is defending away to the offside. It won't be a run on this occasion. It's a little bit humid, isn't it? I just thought maybe it might help with a bit of swing. We might get a little bit of movement, possibly. It's not really moving too much, and they've opened with a spinner as well, which is interesting. But it's quite humid. It's a bit sticky and warm. Clouds about. Shoot, right arm over the wicket, and Beaumont with the tight defence plays it out to the offside towards Blackwell. And he won't be a run on that occasion. That's nicely bowled by Shoot.
She just probes, doesn't she? She's got one ball with width. But other than that, everything's just probing that kind of off a middle and off line. And she gets very late movement. I think that's what's really good about her. You can't track it all the way. It's very late.
Right arm over the wicket again, and Beaumont is defending much straighter this time. Back past the bowler and eventually fielded by Mooney at mid-on. 4 overs gone, 11 for 1 is the score, and Taylor's on 1 from 1. Beaumont is on 8 from 11. And at this stage, Phil, it might be a time to revisit that partnership between Sarah Taylor and Tammy Beaumont that was against South Africa.
That's right, yeah, that partnership on Thursday, wasn't it, of 275 between Beaumont and Taylor. You said earlier about how much Tammy Beaumont enjoyed batting here. She came into that game last week with scores of 14, 14 and 12. She then went on and made 148 from 145 balls. And Sarah Taylor from...
You over, Jess Jonathan is going to continue. And Taylor will face her first delivery now from Jonathan. It's bowled 2 overs for 5. And Taylor's moving across the stump, so she comes around the wicket. She threads this through the gap towards extra cover. Excellent stroke by Sarah Taylor. Lovely timing on the drive. And she gets her first boundary. She moves to 5, 15 for 1. She could very well pick up where she left off.
She's in great touch, isn't she, off the back of a big bit of run. But look at that. She just got given... It was a bit full. It was in the zone, but she just times it, doesn't she? She doesn't try and do too much. She caresses it through that gap.
Keeper crouches behind the stumps now as Taylor moves across the stumps and plays it straight towards short mid-wicket. Interesting field they've got for Taylor. No slip for her, but a ring of fielders on the offside, in close. And they've got 2 catches on the leg side. Moving across her stumps again and plays to the offside, and she's got it through yet again as a slight unkind bounce goes through Blackwell and down towards the extra cover boundary for 4. Well, maybe the just Jonathan experiment might be over soon. 19 for 1 in the 5th over.
Well, she's not bowling to her plans here, just in the sense that she's got those 2 mid-wickets for the reason, because Sarah Taylor has had a habit in the past of just chipping up around that leg side. It's well known. So they, in that sense, she's just bowling full deliveries out the off stump at the moment to her. So just going to have to straighten that line up.
Taylor, away it's Johnson. It's down the leg side and a bit short. Fired in on this occasion. Maybe a bit of aggression and frustration shown by her, but it's a wide. So 20 for 1, second extra. Second run of wides, I should say, today. Taylor 9 from 4. Beaumont 8 from 11. Jonathan continues around the wicket. Taylor defending. Actually, that's something I spoke about with Charlotte Edwards with regards to Sarah Taylor, and she was saying that when she plays straight, then you know she's in good form, and also she'll get the most out of her innings, but she does tend to sometimes play square at times when it's probably not the best choice. 2 balls remain in the over, and she's on the front foot, and you couldn't be more technically correct as she goes forward, kills it into the turf.
I think she has improved her game. You know, maybe a year ago, just when she last played, but she did have a really bad habit of falling over on that leg side and just chipping it up.
Last ball of the over, it's down the leg side, and she nudges it down towards backward square leg. Shoot will field, and it'll end the over. 5 overs gone. England are 21 for 1, having lost the wicket of Winfield. Taylor's on 10, Bowman's on 8, and Jonathan's bowled 3 overs now for 15. England winning the toss, choosing to bat first. It should be a very interesting counter with a lovely crowd. I'll leave it with you now, Ebony, and then you're going to be joined by Ellie Mitchell.
Yeah, just following on there about Sarah Taylor, she's definitely changed her setup, just slightly tightened it up. She's always had this trigger where just before the bowler bowls, her right foot goes across, followed by her left one to get her in line. But it used to be a little bit loose. Now she's much more methodical with it, a little bit tighter, and I think it's helped to tighten up her game. Hey, Ali.
Good morning, Ebbs. This is a real exciting atmosphere here around Bristol. Lots and lots of anticipation. And Schutt comes in now, bowls to Taylor down the leg side, and wide is signalled. Wondered if for a moment as if she might have got a little tickle on it. There were some hands-on heads because they've got a short straight mid-wicket right in the batsman's eye line there on the edge of the cut strip. But a wide to put England's score on to 22 for 1 then in this 6th over. It's a hot day out there, but you feel there is a stack of runs in that pitch if England can avoid making mistakes. Schutt stands, pauses, comes up to the wicket now, bowls again into Taylor outside the off stump, and she's punching it down towards mid-off. Picked up by Lanning, no run taken.
Yeah, it is a good wicket. It's a really good wicket. Actually, the Australian bowlers have just lost a little bit of their consistency in the last couple of overs. You just felt that Jonathan struggled against Taylor. Now Megan Schutt's just bowling one down the leg. They've just got to refine their line, or England could start to get into this game.
Doesn't come in off a long run up, Schutt. Fuller, and Taylor is coming forward again, driving, but only as far as Lanning at mid-off. Going to keep a close eye on Meg Lanning and to see how she moves in the field, whether she ends up in the deep at any point during the match, or whether that shoulder's put under the test. But you'd imagine she's going to stay within the circle. I mean, she's often next to the bowlers and marshalling her field and issuing the instructions, but the shoulder chronic injury that kept her out of the last game. On middle stump, knocked into the onside behind square by Taylor, neatly for a single, picked up, and the one taken. 23 for 1 in the 6th over then. So Taylor moves on to 11 and Beaumont's on to 8.
I bet they've had Meg Lanning in some sort of flotation tank over the last 3 or 4 days, just wrapped her in a bit of cotton wool.
She was never going to miss this one, was she?
No chance. I said that her and the likes of Charlotte Edwards, they'll wheel out any game. They're 2 people who could always score runs no matter what form they're in.
Here's Beaumont on strike to Schutt. Clips it towards short mid-wicket, straight to Nicole Bolton, who now that Beaumont's on strike has gone back to a rather more conventional short mid-wicket catching position rather than being right on the edge of the strip, edge of the pitch, as she was to Sarah Taylor. So what are they spotting in Taylor that they want her standing close to the edge of the pitch? I'll let you answer that after this delivery from Schutt. She sets off up to the wicket, bowls Beaumont outside the off stump, and she chops it into the ground out to point. No runs, Australia tight in the field.
Are you talking about the mid-wicket?
Yes.
Yeah, and you're saying it's deeper for Taylor?
No, it was deeper for Beaumont. So when Taylor was on strike, they brought in a short, straight mid-on.
Yeah, because she's known, I don't know if you saw against a spinner, they had 2 mid-wickets in, because she's known, and I don't think I've seen her do it since she's come back, but she used to quite often get out playing a very loose shot, because her trigger movement used to go across and she'd chip it in the air.
Shoot to Beaumont, whipped outside the off stump. Again, she can't get it away, looking to drive only as far as Blackwell at extra cover, and no run to end the over. 23 for 1 then after 6. We'll come back to that pointer in a second, Ebony. But Taylor's on 11, Beaumont is on 8 in this World Cup match between 2 big giants of the game who've had so many close encounters over the years. England winning the toss, batting first. We're going to hand our Test Match special listeners back to Lords then for England, South Africa, and Jonathan Agnew.
Yes, thanks, Alison, very much. Commentary from Bristol continues via the BBC Sport app, of course, and the cricket section of the BBC Sport website, and we will keep in touch with that match all day from here as well. Obviously, a very important match in the Women's World Cup, which is brewing up towards its climax. Lovely day here at Lords. If you're just joining us for the first time, sun shining again. We have been very lucky with the weather. It's just possible that we might get a shower or two tomorrow afternoon, but it really has been wonderful here. The players coming out, but they're coming out prematurely because it looks as if it's the South Africans who are going to have a team photo, actually, because there is a lone bench that's been placed between the pitch and the pavilion. I think they're going to line up, and that'll be a nice keepsake for all of them, especially those who are playing here in a Test match for the first time, to show their kids, their grandchildren in years to come. So that's lovely. Shame the pavilion isn't absolutely jam-packed. It will be when the first ball is bowled, but so a really lovely day. England resuming on 119 for 1, so a lead of 216, and resuming on 59 this morning will be Alistair Cook. He's back in the ranks these days, of course, with Joe Root, the new captain, which means that he doesn't have the responsibility of worrying about declarations and that sort of thing today. Well, I caught up with Alistair Cook earlier to try and find out from him what England's plans are today.
Well, you just summed up in your first sentence there, Aggers. I can sit right on the fence and say I haven't spoken to Joe. I'm sure he's spent a lot of time thinking about it, like he would have done last night. In an ideal world, we'd like to be in 30, 40 more runs on the board than last night, but sometimes you have to give credit to the opposition. I thought the way South Africa bowled last night, I'm not just saying it because I was out there batting, but I thought it was really hard work. Quite easy with the bowler down and being 100 runs behind. After the initial spell, you feel as if you can get on top of them, but they were relentless in their areas. With the slope and obviously a bit of the rough there for the left arm, it made it quite hard for the left-handers. So, we had to fight hard, and we're in a position now where, as you'd always want to be coming to day 4, where you can dictate it, but hopefully we can get a few more runs on the ball.
Yeah. Is it the sort of pitch too where actually you do want to bat a bit longer on it, because the longer you're on it, the more balls are bowled on it, the more footprints go down it? Actually, it's in your interest to let it wear a bit more.
Yeah, I don't think you think like that. Obviously, if we'd have been 300 for 1 at the end of last, it'd be better, but it doesn't happen like that, and they bowled very well, and you have to earn the right to get the runs. And I think also in modern day cricket you can have that blitz, can't you, of 6 or 7 overs where you can get 60, 70 runs and catch up very quickly. But I think on this wicket it will be quite hard to do that. Yeah. The pace for the seamers has certainly gone out of the wicket. They're not too many. I know it's never going to be me batting, but too many free-flowing drives and punches down the ground, certainly when the ball gets old. So it was really hard graft, and we'll see what Joe says in the meeting at 10:15, and I went home, watched the 2020 game and didn't have to worry about it.
See, I love this, and I watched you at slip, and there was one moment I thought I saw you putting your fingers on your biceps and pretending there were stripes or something that had gone, but I mean, it was
the moment when Ben Stokes told me where to stand to the spinner, and I thought life has turned around quite quickly. Absolutely. And I'm merely a foot soldier, so we did make us chuckle.
Yeah.
But it's been brilliant, and Joe's been very good to me, and I'm sure it's he probably knows there's always that relationship to find, but I think we're both quite laid back, and I think he's done a really good job so far.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, you don't strike me as being someone who actually necessarily will sit in a corner and mutter and grumble and be an awkward old captain sitting there and chuntering away.
I hope not. I really hope not. I feel as if my job's to offer an opinion. If asked, it's sometimes just to put an idea at certain times, whether it's on or off field. If it's listened to, it's listened to. If it's not, it's no bother really. No, I've had my stint. I was incredibly proud to be England captain. but I've had my go, and it's time to move on and decide to move on, and the next generation to take England cricket forward, and hopefully I can be part of it.
Yeah. Just last thought, I was talking to, I think, Jeffrey the other day up there. I said, come on, Alistair Cook is 32, he's not playing one-day cricket anymore, just playing tests. You could go on forever. I mean, seriously, you've got it just about cracked, haven't you, now?
No, I think it's very easy to think like that. You know, I actually found the step back from county cricket to international cricket this first 3 days really hard work. You know, like it's a big difference, and you know that does take its toll on you as an individual. And yeah, it took me a couple of days to toughen up to it, which is surprising after being around so long. Jesus, I sound old, but yeah, look, who knows what the future holds? You know, as I say, I'm hungry to score runs. You know, it's hard work. You don't just get given runs. All these numbers and figures are just thrown at you. It's you know, the amount of hard work it gets to get you even to a test match level is hard work. So, you know, I'm going to keep my nose clean, try and work as hard as I can, and see what happens. Really, I'd love to be still playing for as long as I can, because you're a long time retired. But we'll see.
Just to pick up that point, so someone like Keaton Jennings, for instance, then is actually playing second division county cricket. Presumably you really sympathise, not sympathise, but you understand perhaps actually he has got to battle pretty hard to get up here.
Yeah, I think that was probably the first time I've experienced it, and maybe a bit more sympathetic to the guys. The step and you know, county cricket is hard work in a different way. You know, you're playing against very, very good bowlers, experienced bowlers, just in a slightly different environment. And so yeah, it has been a bit of an eye opener this week, and hopefully I'm in a good stead for the next 6 or 7 games.
Well, there you are. There's a man with a weight off his shoulders, I reckon. Compare that interview to the one that he gave at the end of the Chennai Test match just before Christmas. But great to catch up with Alistair Cook again. Very relaxed and eager and refreshed and everything else. And he's in good touch at the moment. It was a bit of a battle for him yesterday, to be honest. But he and Gary Ballance are walking out into the middle now. They'll have some sort of idea, I suppose, what they want to try and score at. 4 and over, I guess, these two, let's be realistic, not much more than that, but to set up a platform for some stroke play this afternoon ahead of a declaration. Victor's alongside me. To hear Alistair Cook talking in terms of actually finding these 3 days hard work after county cricket, which has scored a lot of runs too. I mean, it shouldn't have been too difficult for him, really, but it just shows, doesn't it, that step up again. And you compare that with Jennings, as I said, he's got two steps up to make.
Yeah, well, I got the feeling that he was talking as much about the environment, which he knows extremely well, as the standard of the bowling. The standard of the bowling is obviously a bit higher, but the whole buzz of a test match, the pressure, the scrutiny of a test match, that's massively different as well. And I mean, I think he'll handle not being captain extremely well, and if I was Joe Root, I'd be absolutely thrilled to have him in my dressing room. He's not going to cause any trouble. He's going to be a very positive influence, I'm sure, and he's mature enough, Alistair Cook, to just sit back and let Joe Root get on with it. I remember, although I wasn't actually there, I think I was following it, his first test match in charge in Bangladesh, Alistair Cook, and he was swamped by players at every opportunity, giving him some more advice, and he didn't really need that.
No. Here's the first ball of the day, and it's Philander. And the first ball's on the off stump, tucked away by Ballance, out towards deep square leg. They take a single. So, well, this is a good sign for South Africa, at least, that Philander came back on the field yesterday, having been struck on the thumb, which was a rather awkward place for a bowler, but he's able to bowl again, so that should rule out any question marks about Trent Bridge. They're ready without Rabada, of course, but good to see him bowling. He's strapped up. And it's not a white strapping, they've got a disguise thing so that it doesn't distract the batsman, but so he's obviously a little bit sore still. 120 for 1. And now Cook is looking around the field with a slip and backward gully, really fine. Point extra cover mid-off. 120 for 1. And in goes Philander, bowls on off stump, and this is pushed away out towards point. And there's no run. There's a bit of development here overnight. Somebody's planted an herbaceous border in our commentary box. Pinks and purples and extraordinary. And I'm not sure where it came from. I mean, one of those sort of ready-made flower beds. Delphiniums, peonies, foxgloves.
It's Henry, right?
It doesn't smell quite as a herbaceous border, mind. But that's what we have just behind me at the moment. Bright, vivid, very colourful. 120 for 1. Cook on 59. Philander runs in, bowls outside the off stump. There's a dribbler. kept very low. De Kock took that on one knee, but always landed in a bit of rough out there and shot along the ground. And there's no run. So England today, I mean, you're looking at sort of tea time, realistically, are you, Victor? In terms of
Yeah, I mean, usually it always seems to be four sessions and a bit. I think in the ideal world, but they may not get to this, they'd quite like that sort of 50-minute session before tea and have a bit more time. But it does look as if it's hard to score quickly. Certainly Cook thinks so.
Philander bowls. That's nudged away by Cook off his pads, out to deep backward square leg. Scurry the first one. Maharaj tosses the ball back again. And, they take a single, so 121 for one, and the lead goes up to 218 with all of today and all of tomorrow, of course. Possible of a shower or two tomorrow, but that's kind of off the radar at the moment. And looking at a replay here of that last ball, it did just ruffle the surface again, and
it's
one
well,
that kept
wide.
low.
If that had been straight, that would have taken some playing, and that actually didn't hit a footmark either.
No.
But we'll see. And what Alistair said, and what is true, is that in this day and age, acceleration, no matter what the wicket, can come very quickly if you've got 300-odd lead on the board.
And goes Philander outside the off stump. There's no stroke from Balance now on 23.
And you've got the likes of, say, Ben Stokes and Johnny Bairstow at the crease. You can suddenly accelerate, perhaps more quickly than we're used to in the dim and distant past.
Must explain, we're without Andrew Sampson today.
Yes, I've just noticed he's not there.
No, he's got this very nasty head cold, and he's taken to his bed, which is very unlike Andrew.
Must be struggling.
I know. So Andy Saltzman's going to come. I think he's actually pulled out of a game of cricket to come and join us and keep us company, so that'll be fun. So anyway, at the moment, we are without a scorer or a statistician, so if it just sounds a little bit bare from that sort of side of things, none of the Victor I necessarily would put that down as being our strong points, I don't think.
No. Well, how am I going to write my piece?
Well, when was the last time a left-handed batsman opened with a single at Lords? Yeah, I mean, you can imagine all this stuff we're struggling without it. Oh, that's a brute of a ball from Philander. Let's face it, only bowling at 80 miles an hour. From round the wicket, that flew at Balance. And, well, we'll have to see where it hit him precisely. He's got a smile on his face, but, wow, I don't think many South Africans have a smile on their face having seen that. I mean, it absolutely reared from, well, just fractionally short of a good length and hit him on the chest. And that's from someone trundling in at 80 miles an hour without doing him down. I'm not talking about Michael Holding here. That was a nasty ball.
Well, that'll cheer the England dressing room up.
Yes.
It will. I mean, it's just what they want to see. They've got a lead of 220. They've got 9 wickets in hand. And, the South Africans will have spotted one that scuttled a bit outside, long outside that off stump, and then another one that has reared. Now,
bang on cue. We were just giving Andy Saltzman a big build-up.
Well,
here he is.
I might be able to cobble a piece together after all, come to know.
I know. Well, thank goodness for that, because Andy, you've spared both Victor and I having to try and score, which I haven't done since the very old score books with where you drew the M for Maiden and that sort of thing. So well done for riding to the rescue.
And I mean, there's a disconsolate cricket captain somewhere in London who's suddenly scrambling for a player.
Here's Morkel bowling on leg stump, tucked away by Cook out to mid-wicket. And there's no run. How on earth can this team possibly replace you? What have they done?
Well, it's very hard to replace. We're going to have to find someone else who can score a solid 10 in 25 overs at the top of the innings.
They don't come cheap.
They don't. Not these days.
Which team have you let down?
The Authors 11.
No.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
So not only that,
they'll write chapters about it.
Not only someone who can score 10 in 20 overs, but actually and can write novels at the same time.
Well, I've never written a novel, but other than that, yes. Yeah.
Wow.
I'll get my pencils out.
Morkel bowls outside the off stump, and Cook lets it go by. 121 for one. All I will say is that Joe Root's got a cold. He's scored 190.
Yeah.
Where is Andrew Sampson? I mean, this is ridiculous.
Well, the other thing that occurs to me that it's quite. I mean, you must get used to a whole load of excuses of why you can't play. You know, my mother-in-law's gone in the back, and I've got to take it, or something like this. But sorry, I've got to go over to Lord's to score the Test match special. Well, you wouldn't make it up, would you?
Well, at least they'll know that you are here. 121 for one. Cook on 60 and Morkel pirouettes and is on his way again, knees up, and he's over the wicket bowling, and Cook allows that to go through outside the off stump.
What league are the Authors 11 in then?
It's largely friendly.
I thought it might be.
But like Test cricket, it lacks a global context.
Yes.
But what about those who are just looking forward to seeing you play, or those people who are queuing up at the gate to come in?
That was just me, Aggers. I was looking forward to seeing me play.
It's more fun watching him score, I think.
But how are you going to let the spectators down gently? He's not here. It's like W.G. Grace, all these people pouring up and paying their shilling. I mean, for goodness sake. 121 for 1. In comes Morkel. Pavilion behind him. Bowls to Cook. It's forward again, kept a little bit low at the bottom of the bat. And Morkel kicks it away. Picked up there in the offside. And there's no one. It is a lovely day, I must say. Just a little bit more of a breeze today. Felt it as soon as I walked out onto the ground this morning. Well, I've had a good chat with John Stevenson, of course, in charge of cricket in these parts, but also to do with laws and things. And he imparted something to me that I hadn't heard. You are much more up on these newsy things, Victor, than I am. In fact, you've probably written a piece about it in today's Observer.
Carry on.
About the question of umpire's call and the ball pitching outside leg stump. In comes Morkel, bowls, and that's pushed by Cook, firmly down to mid-off, and there's no run, which is being considered to being introduced. At the moment, it's either pitched outside leg stump or it doesn't pitch outside leg stump, but that's it, don't you? So they're talking about another...
Oh, I see, an orange...
Another flag.
Where the ball is just cutting that strip.
Yeah, another flag for umpire's call, which is getting
and of
more
course
and more.
later, I think in October, there's going to get to a situation where you don't lose review.
Correct.
On two reds and an orange, let's say.
And you could have a situation. You explained to me a scenario, which has sort of gone in one ear and out the other, because I was focusing obviously on Alistair Cook, who's cutting for 4. Morkel dropping too short. He leant back, and I tell you what, he leathered that. He hit it very hard indeed. Good follow through, and England moved to 125 for 1. So they lead now by 222, and Cook on to 64. He explained a scenario in which you, as a batsman, I'll get this right, could review an out. It could be confirmed as out, but you don't lose a review from having been given out, which seems just incredibly complicated. It must be to do with umpires' calls and stuff again. So in other words, if you get 2 flags, I guess, yellow ones, I'm trying to think this through off the top of my head here, so the umpire's call still gives you out, although you reviewed it, because you've notched up the required number of umpire's calls. You don't lose a review, but you're on your way back. It just seems a bit bonkers now.
Well, yeah, and then I was asking, I don't know whether you were there, whether as a fielding captain, no, as a batsman, you could ask for a review for the no ball.
Oh,
do you see what I mean?
The fielding captain.
Or no, as a batting. As a batsman. You've been bowled. I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Well, that's been kicking around before, isn't it? Philander bowls round the wicket, and that's brushed away by Balance. Nice little neat deflection to long leg. The fielder down there under pressure, dives full length. It's probably Morkel looking at the length of that dive. It is, up he gets. And it's gone for 4. So 129 for 1. Nicely played by Balance, getting a little bit of bat on that as that one drifted down the leg side. But I don't know, do you like umpire's call for pitching outside leg stump? I don't know. It seems getting a little bit more complicated than more straightforward as the technology advances. At the Women's World Cup, Sarah Taylor, excuse me, is going very well. She's on 33, England 48 for 1 after 10. Lauren Winfield's out, so commentary if you want that elsewhere. I'll let you know in a minute, as that one's outside the off stump, and Balance, the little twitch allows the bat to go through. So if you want to listen to the Women's World Cup, it's from Bristol, of course, England, Australia, you'll find that via the BBC Sport app and the cricket section of the BBC Sport website. And there's in-play video clips both from here and also from Bristol too. That's on the website, so you can take your pick as to how you listen to it and how you watch it too. 129 for 1, the lead 226. Philander waits for the ball to be returned to him from Rabada at mid-off, with a big sun hat on. And Philander, stockily built, runs in now, bowls outside the off stump, and another dribbler. It was too wide to bother the batsman, but again, just a sign of deterioration, whether that's out of the rough or whether it's off the pitch again. Well, I think it was just in front of that rough patch.
Yeah, it went very, very low.
You get a straight one of those, you've had it.
Well, even if you were trying to drive that ball, if you went for that ball, the chances of you getting an inside edge, bottom edge onto the stumps are quite high. But I quite like this, you see. I think the downfall of Lord's pitches in recent times, that they haven't deteriorated quick enough for a really good cricket pitch.
Philander bowls, and it's pushed by Balance. Out to point, so a great chance here, Balance, to get some runs, get in, feel comfortable in this position again. He's on 27 at the moment.
He's played pretty well.
Yeah,
he played quite well last night, I thought.
Yeah.
And he looks like a man who's been in form. He certainly looks more confident than when we last saw him playing for him.
He'll be so cross about the way he got out in the first innings. It was just a bit of a rewind, really. But he's got to get those feet moving. He's back in the crease at the moment. Bat raised now, slip in a gully. Philander runs in, he goes back into his stumps again, then comes forward and turns the ball to mid-on in the leg side. Not everybody here yet, by the look of it. But there's some problem with the tubes, apparently. It's the Jubilee line, isn't it? Is there some problems? Is it restored, do we know? It is, it's okay again. But that explains some of the issues, I think. The Jubilee line serves St John's Wood. And it was closed in both directions. That's all he wants on a test match day at Lord's. But I think it's back operating again. 129 for 1. Philander round the wicket, bowls on off stump, and Balance guides the ball off the back foot to point. And there's no run. 129 for 1. Balance has 27. And Cook has 64. And it was lovely out and about in London last night, because it doesn't matter where you are, when the sun's shining and it's warm, but to see people out in the streets and eating outside and so on, it has been a wonderful weekend. I'll say, I hope the sun continues to shine wherever you are. You're enjoying your Sunday. You're taking your, I was going to say your radio with you, but you haven't got to do that anymore. You can take your phone with you, or all sorts of things to keep in touch with the cricket. We're not expecting fireworks yet here, if we're honest. There's more of a consolidation and a building up, and just set up England's bid for victory, which we guess will be around tea time. And the game will suddenly kick into life, and Broad and Anderson, Wood and Co will be coming in, and of course Moeen and Dawson too will be bowling plenty of overs. So in the meantime, it's just a case really of England getting to that point. Here's Morkel bowling, and Cook drives him, push drive out towards cover, finds Pavuma, and of course South Africa trying to take wickets and try and take as much time out of this as they possibly can. I think we'll see a lightning fast over rate from them for a start. This is rather where this system fails, because of course they can slow things down. There's the possibility of them being fined, of course, as a result, but they can actually take overs out of a day which do not get bowled, and that's a weakness of this system. 129 for 1. Morkel round the wicket, bowls, Cook comes forward and plays up to cover, because it suits them now if they do have a slow over rate. They don't have the full 90 bowled in the day, and of course that will include, or particularly their innings, so they might be saved batting for 3, 4, 5 overs, and that's not right, Victor, in my view. I suggested quietly to Rob Bailey and Jeff Crow, Matthew Fleming's revolutionary thought yesterday about sorting out the over rates.
What sort of response?
Well, here's Morkel, and Cook plays back up the pitch. I should explain to those who weren't with us, of course, that Matthew Fleming, who's always been slightly left field with his views on a lot of things, including cricket, but is currently the president of MCC, suggested that the best way to speed up the game, make sure the overs are bowled, is not to fine the fielding team, the batting team, but actually to fine the umpires. And there was a bit of a stunned silence when I revealed this to Jeff Crow. He was taking it in. And he said, I think I might wait until the end of the match before I pass that on to people.
Well, he could siphon it. You could go straight to the match referee.
Could do. Here's Morkel, round the wicket, bowls, and Cook leans back, chops into the offside, doesn't really time that. And Pavuma chases it.
I thought you could refine this system by incentivising the umpires, so you give them a bonus.
Well, I forgot.
And then they might appreciate it a bit more. If you make it a sort of substantial little bonus, if you get the overs bowled in time every day, who gets the bonus? Well, the umpires.
Yes,
do.
well, I'll run that past them tomorrow.
They just might give them a little bit more enthusiasm for it.
Should mention Sarah Taylor's now out. We can't do a long-range commentator's curse from here, surely.
No.
From Lord's to Bristol, but she was going very well a moment ago, I was told, on 33, and now she's out for 35. 52 for 2 in the 12th. Very important game, that one. Andy?
That single brought up the 50 partnership in 19.5 overs.
Must ask you, what's it like scoring a game that you haven't got any previous for? I mean, you're starting with a virgin sheet over there. There's nothing on it. You've only got to pick a match up halfway through.
Can I let you know in a couple of hours?
Yeah, okay.
Right.
It must be a little bit strange. 1:30 for 1. All the detailed information will be in the Observer. I mean, there'll be so much information in there. You'll catch up in no time.
I'll just use Vic Stats.
1:30 for 1. Balance on 27. And up comes Morkel, bowls wide of the off stump. I should mention, of course, lots of other Sunday newspapers are available, but just not contributed to by Vic Marks.
We've got a very odd field here, actually. We've got a 7-2 offside field, and he's got a third man at deep point, but no long leg. Just only men on the leg side are the square leg by the umpire and mid-on. Just thought that.
That's fine. 1:30 for 1. If there are any snuffles in the box today, and there are one or two doing the rounds, aren't there? In comes Morkel again, bowls out and Balance makes a late decision there to let it go by. It could well be some sort of hay fever created by this herbaceous border behind us. But, I think we're just getting over the greens of yesterday, and it's full purples and lilacs and so on today. Fortunately, Victor hasn't let us down. He's come in grey, which
Herbaceous Border was Alan Border's elder brother, I believe.
Oh, Herbie.
I've really missed this, Andy.
It's the kind of insight and expertise.
Would this, Andy, would this be Balance's top score for some considerable time? Perhaps you'd like to address that.
Give him something to do. 1:30 for 1. Cook on 65 with a slip, gully, point, extra cover and mid-off. And again, I mean, this is slowing down to such an extent now. Long conversation between Rabada, who's got something to offer about where fine leg should be standing, who's taking a long time even to get into that position. And now another fielder moves out from gully. It's going to be a very, very slow business, this. 1:30 for 1. Philander round the wicket, moves in bowls, and Cook comes forward, plays out towards mid-wicket, and the umpires have got to be on this. They've got to make sure that the game doesn't slow down to a crawl. It's what any team would do. I'm not blaming South Africa. Any team would do it because they have got this incentive in a way to do it.
This is a genuinely difficult question for Andy, but you might know the answer. Is how many overs have we lost in this match? It's not that many, I think. About 4 or 5, isn't it?
I thought it was 3. We've lost 3 on the first day.
Three on the first day.
I think that's all.
Yeah. Oh, so we've. Oh, right, we only lost 3.
But there's been quite a lot of spin, though.
Yeah. 1:30 for 1. In goes Philander, bowls, and Cook again plays across the pad down to mid-on. But of course, that's the extra half hour having been bowled on that first day, and still 3 down. So you've got to be wary, haven't they? I mean, the captains and so on. But
the ultimate sanction, as I was talking with someone yesterday, is that what happens is they get banned. Yeah. And of course, that doesn't always work well. We had that ridiculous Test match in Mohali where Ricky Ponting, by his own admission, refused to bowl Brett Lee because he didn't want to get banned for the next match, ruin the match.
Yeah. 1:30 for 1. And Philander bowls, and Cook covers up, plays back into his left hand. Good news, by the way, about Luke Fletcher. If you were listening to TMS T20 last night, and I saw a replay today, he was struck on the forehead while he was bowling. I mean, it was a horrible blow. It really was, and it held things up there for some time as they treated him, and it was a really nasty looking injury. Well, he's being released from hospital this morning, so that's really good news. And, does just show how hard the ball gets hit these days. And we talk about Bruce Oxenford's protector on his arm as umpiring. Well, there's increasing evidence of why it's a sensible thing to do. Then goes Philander, bowls, and Cook drives out. It beats the bowler, and mid-on there, tumbles full length and fields, does well. Actually deflects the ball up to mid-off. It was Elgar there.
So I missed this. This was a ferocious straight drive.
Yeah, he was following through from boof straight into his forehead, really. It's really nasty. It's hard to tell from the angle I saw whether he actually managed to have time to get any hands up at all. But so Charlie Dagnall was on air for quite some time, he had to fill for 45 minutes before the game started, because we did finish on time here, and then he was doing a wonderful solo job from there Well, this is all going on. Here's Philander, bowls, and it's pushed by Balance, out to cover. And there's no run. But anyway, that's really good news, because we had umpire Rifle here hit on the foot. A fierce drive. So you're a bit in the firing line these days as the umpire. Hence that big plastic protector that Bruce Oxenford has designed and has strapped onto his arm, like a shield.
It would be.
Philander, the last ball of the over, turned away out towards mid-wicket. And there we go. It's 131 for 1. And now Heather Knight is out. So this is not a good start for England at all. 56 for 3 in the 14th over at Bristol. Here, 131 for 1. So the lead is 228. More thoughts from Vic Marks. And then it will indeed be our peony-coloured commentator, Henry Blofeld.
I was just thinking, with that protector, it would be a little bit humiliating if, for example, Alistair Cook got out and then the umpire called for the protector, which was unnecessary whilst he was batting, but they might like it when the likes of Joe Root or, more obviously, Ben Stokes comes in. Anyway, morning, Henry.
Good morning, Victor. Are you in? Well, I've heard you were in spanking form this morning. It's splendid. Dressed extravagantly as usual, and it's going to be Morkel again now. He's bowling round the wicket, coming into Alistair Cook. There he is, he bowls outside the off-stump. Alistair Cook cuts, and a little bit close to him, and it goes trickling down there into the gully, and Duminy it is who fields, so no run there. It's cloudy, the sun isn't shining, there's more of a breeze, and at least the flag on top of the grandstand there is billowing out like nobody's business. So is one on the manstand away to our left, although the two flag on the above the dressing rooms, the England and the South African flags, are rather limp at the far end of the ground, so a fitful breeze, you might say. Lovely crowd, full house again. I think it's sold out today, and one or two empty seats, late arrivals perhaps. Morkel in, bowls, and that's driven nicely by Cook. And it's a chase round the boundary there for Maharaj under the scoreboard on the Tapham side of the ground. A nice throw back into the Cox gloves. And isn't throwing, Victor, such a lovely visual part of the game? I mean, one thinks back, obviously, it's the greatest thrower of all time, perhaps Colin Bland. But when you see people really zipping it in, thumping into the gloves, it's lovely to see.
Yeah, well, he's got a good arm, hasn't he? And it was very flat on the bounce to the keeper and sort of quite aesthetically pleasing. I know, Colin Bland's a long time ago, and I always remember reading about him at Canterbury where after a rain delay doing a display and hitting the stumps time and time again.
I saw that.
You did?
Yes, I was there. Here comes Morkel again round the wicket. Now balances forward. Morkel, very, very clever stuff. He flips out his right foot, put it up, but then doesn't catch the rebound. So Bavuma from mid-wicket goes and picks it up.
So it was a sort of exhibition. He thought there was a bit of a break in play and where people were waiting around, so he went out and showed them what he could do, was it?
It was extraordinary how accurate he was, the single stump. But here in the Test match here, it was 65, wasn't it? He ran out with direct hits. I think it was Jim Parks and Ken Barrington.
Right.
And amazing stuff. I always think he was actually a better fielder, really, than Jonty Rhodes. For that reason, his accuracy of throw. Morkel in, bowls, and forward there comes Balance. Is beaten outside the off-stump, and Morkel's hands go up behind the back of his head, which is what he normally does when he thinks he's in with a chance or has had a bit of bad luck. The spider cam, which stopped play actually once yesterday by zooming in at the wrong time, very low, and disturbing the batsman's concentration, is...
it's quite active at the moment.
It is, isn't it? My goodness me, it's like a busy bee. And the aeroplanes coming in today, the wind allowing them to come in over London, right behind the pavilion there. Here comes Morkel in, bowls, and Balance forward. That goes out to Bavuma in the covers. Bavuma in that little, when I say that little sun hat, it's quite a big sun hat, really, brimmed, but he's a small man. And it gives him a slight air of cheeky mystery, doesn't it? He's a little cheeky chap. That's partly his size, but he's such fun to watch, and everything that he's done in this game, he's been highly entertaining. Even bowled a bit, didn't he?
Yeah.
But his fielding is terrific. His batting, his forward defensive stroke was as good as anything you'll ever see, I thought. Marvellous, everything together. Beautiful. So Coach book really come to life. And here is Morkel again in bows. That's a cut. Well, it was a tentative cut. It goes back for the flat bat to the bowler. And it didn't really have the room then, balance to play that stroke. It's the end of the over. It's 132 for 1, and it's a very good morning to Andy, who I haven't had the pleasure of working with before. My dear old thing.
Delighted to be on air with you.
Wonderful. I think it's terrific. What I love, all scorers have not hair problems. Well, you have a problem and an asset in that all scorers either have beards, but you haven't got a beard. You've got lovely long hair at the back. But I'm happy to say you keep up the tradition in that you're fairly bald as well. So, anyway, it's very, very good to be working with you.
There is a direct statistical correlation between cricket stats and male pattern baldness.
On a bad day. Right.
That 1965 test you mentioned, Barrington run out for 91 and Parks for 32.
Oh, I got them both right, did I?
He's very good in the 60s. You're very good in the 60s, and you know that.
Villander to shut up, round the wicket in bowls, and Cooks comes forward. It's picked up in the covers, and there is no run there. De Bruyne, the fielder. 132 for 1. And poor old Andrew Sampson, who's lying in bed. Do you think he's scoring in bed?
Well, I would have thought he's not well enough to do that.
He might be.
But, you know, he is a scorer.
Well, I know. He wouldn't be wasting his time, I'm sure. Anyhow, if you're listening, Andrew, our very best wishes to you. Get better, don't cough too much, and you probably need something sustaining to with your thirst and your cold, and I'm sure you've got that to hand. Meanwhile, it's Philander. He's in. He bowls. That's going down the leg side, hitting him on the pad there, Cook, as he went to play it round to leg, and it's picked up by Duminy by the square leg umpire, just running in. And Lord's looking as very neat. It's the one thing that's never changed, is the state of the playing area. Mick Hunt has been here nearly 50 years as groundsman, 48 years, I think, he told me the other day. Took over from Jim Fairbrother, who did it so successfully for many years before Mick Hunt came. And the tradition of tidiness continues. Here comes Philander. Cook is forward, and that's picked up very quickly there on the leg side by Kun coming in from mid-wicket. Do you remember Jim Fairbrother?
Yeah, just about. Yeah.
He was a lovely man, and I remember my last meeting with him in the back door of the pavilion. He was there, and he looked rather grey, poor chap. He retired, and he was not very well at the time. And Jim went, and then, of course, Mick took over. And Villander again, this rather delicate start to his run. He's in now, bustling up, he bowls, Cooks forward, and Villander himself fields. He stops the ball, doesn't pick it up, then flicks it away towards Rabada at mid-off. Nasty one for Rabada, it was the half volley. Anyway, Villander was hit on the hand, wasn't he, yesterday? Batting. He had a bruise. He didn't field last night, but all is well today. I think it's just a nasty bruise.
Well, they had the X-ray, didn't they? And yes, confirmed there was no break. But I think the thumb was so swollen yesterday that he couldn't possibly bowl.
It was his left hand, wasn't it?
No.
Right.
Right hand.
Right hand, was it? Here he is again, round the wicket, in. Bowls to Cook on the back foot, plays into the covers, and it's Kun now who fields, and there is no run.
I think you can bowl right-handed with a bruised left thumb.
Big time, yes.
Without wanting to,
Logically, I'm sure you can, yes.
Well, you've got to be quite precious not to be able to bowl.
Who was it who bowled with a didn't he
Malcolm
bowl?
Marshall.
Yes, Malcolm.
Famously, Headingley, with a plaster on his...
That was right,
yeah.
Yes. And he took a lot of wickets, didn't he?
He did.
Yes. Didn't slow him down, goodness me.
I mean, you can imagine the England dressing room sort of quietly sighing with relief. At least Marshall won't be able to bowl.
I want to ask...
And there he was.
Amazing, I know. I want to ask you something after this ball. Here comes Villander again, round the wicket, bowls, Cook defends, plays that away on the onside, and it's picked up that mid-on by Elgar, and there is no run. Aggers was explaining to you about the possibility of this sort of umpire's review, this new thing, and it makes the umpire's review as complicated as that with Lewis. I really didn't quite understand what was happening. I'm sure many listeners may not have done either. It's the end of the over, by the way. It's 132 for 1.
Do we want to try it again? Well, what Aggers was talking about was, when there's a lot of, particularly when there's a left-hander batting, there's did the ball pitch in line or not? And they put that strip down the middle of the pitch to establish whether the ball pitched outside leg stump or within the stumps. And what he was saying, that one thing that might change is, up until now, it's either been deemed to be pitching outside or pitching in that line between the stumps. Now there's going to be umpire's call, an orange, whether it's very close to pitching in line, there's half the ball.
Morkel bowls and Balance plays forward, and more about the line.
So there's another orange element to it. Does that help? Not really. You're good on colours, Henry.
Well, on colours, but in that way, it's going to be... Yes,
So it's another complicated, another option. Is that ball pitching in line? Yes and no. It's an umpire's call. So if the umpire had given it out, it is deemed to be pitched in line when it comes up orange on the screen. Does that help?
Yes, it does. Good. Indeed. Here comes Morkel again in. Bowls to Balance, who drives nicely through the covers.
Graham might know better.
It's a chase there for Maharaj round the cover boundary. And yes, he does. He whips it back. A good diving stop out there in front of the tavern, and they've run 3 runs. It was a good stroke, a push drive, and a very good piece of fielding by Maharaj, who really is an entertainment. We were talking about entertaining fielders a few moments ago, and Maharaj got that back, dived and stopped it, and got it back very well. And that is 3 runs to Balance, takes him to 27, and it's 135 for 1. And Andy.
Vic asked about Balance's recent scores. That's his first score of 30 in 9 innings in Test cricket, and only his 4th in his last 23 innings.
Morkel bowls and Cook drives now, and this time Maharaj has to go the other way. He goes fine, they get 1, and that's all they're going to get. Back comes the throw, this time a little away from the crease. And yes, Balance, I gave him 27. He's moved on to 30 because I got to the scoreboard before it got to the runs. Cook has got 68 with that single, and it's 136 now. For 1, and it's a very good morning to the former South African captain, Graham Smith, who's grinning fit to bust and looking in very good form.
Oh, thank you, sir. It's wonderful to be back again today.
You're looking splendid. You gave your razor a bit of a holiday today, I see. But then are you growing a beard? I mean, or is it just sort of...
No, I have the kids with me. It's no time to shave.
Oh, yes, goodness. How many of them are there?
There's 3.
3 little Smiths, my goodness me. Here comes Morkel round. Oh, my goodness, that was a bit of a wave outside the off stump there by Balance. He saw it was short. He didn't really, there wasn't much footwork. He just flashed at it and missed. Not a good stroke. If you get out to that, you walk back hanging your head, don't you? I mean, it really wasn't a very clever one, but nonetheless, he got away with it.
You know, I was wondering when the point would come when England would show a little bit of intensity. I know South Africa have bowled reasonably well, a lead of 230. England ahead of the game. Need to make the play. South Africa will sit and want to drag it out as long as possible. And the longer England bat, the less South Africa have to.
Well, that's it, isn't it? And we've seen 1 or 2 behave a bit awkward this morning, which won't be good for South African eyes. Morkel in again outside the off stump, and Balance this time, shoulders, arms, through it goes to the cock.
Yeah, I mean, I think South Africa this morning would have, when you try and understand what needs to be done, probably thought they're going to have to bat 4 sessions to effectively save the game, and Root would be looking at it and saying, well, probably a score around 400, give myself 4.5 sessions to bowl South Africa out.
Well, it's one thing it is, it's a really good game of Test cricket, this, and my goodness me, the crowds have been absolutely marvellous. We've had a tremendous plethora of one-day cricket this year, but it's good to see Test cricket holding its own too. Here's Morkel in, bowls, and Balance edges that. And did that fall just short of Elgar there at second slip? He's lying on the ground. I don't think it carried, did it, Graham?
No, I think it rolled. It caught him on the bottom of his toe. I think that's why he's lying on the ground.
Well, it's a nasty. It can be very painful when you get it on the bottom of your big toe. It goes
you can imagine people walking around their living rooms kicking their toe on the coffee table. Cricket ball at 140 k's an hour. It stings a little.
Well, that's 68 to Cook, it's 30 to Balance, and it's 136 for 1 at the end there. But I tell you when I find toes awful, in the middle of the night you get up, go to the bathroom, and you suddenly kick a chair or the foot with your toe, and there's a delayed action. You walk another 3 paces before it starts to hurt.
What comes out of your mouth then?
Oh, yeah. What do I say? Oh, I never swear during the night, I promise you. Oh, goodness. It's very annoying, actually. It's a sort of delayed action pain. I'm sure lots of listeners have done that. You kick your bed, the thing that holds the bed up, the bedpost or the chair, leg, and you go. It's a long time before it starts to hurt. Wilander in, round the wicket, bowls that to Cook, and Cook turns it round the corner. He's going to get a single down there to fine leg. Morkel there unwinds a long throw, and Cook goes along to 69 now, and it's 137 for 1.
Well, if England are going to declare by tea, say we're guessing 400 is the total that Joe Root would want, they'd have to score around 100 runs a session, plus minus 10 or so, say 90, 100. So they're going to have to put the hammer down at some stage. Let's say South Africa's overrate is good. 25, 26 overs a session. They've got some work to do on what is a difficult pitch to score freely on.
And it's Wilander around the wicket in, bowls to Balance, balances forward, and it's Wilander 6 out long left hand, takes the pace off the ball, doesn't pick it up, and it's Rabada who comes in from mid-on and completes the fielding.
It's going to be interesting to watch Joe Root. I mean, first opportunity, captaincies, England have done well to get themselves into a positive position, but sometimes that next step is a captain learning how to win games and make things happen, and it's going to be interesting to watch how he approaches that in the next day or two.
I suppose it's easy to be too diffident, isn't it, when you're the first time? We've got 2 new captains here, and perhaps that's why the game at times has been a little bit slow, because they're not absolutely sure of what they're going to do next. Here comes Wilander in, bowls, and Cook is forward, playing it back down the pitch. And the score stays on 137 for 1. That means the lead is 234. A pigeon, rather a flighty pigeon, goes across. Good-looking pigeon, too. It's going across to the tavern stand. It may be thirsty. And I can see an aeroplane coming in there between the floodlight pylon and the block of flats at the far end. It's coming into Heathrow. It's about the point now. I was going to say the captain had said sometime before this, you must all fasten your seatbelts. They'll have had their seatbelt fastened for quite a while. The stewardesses will be just about, will the crew take their places for landing, won't it? Do you know what I mean?
Yes, I do. You've flown too many times.
I know. And it's Wilander in, up to the wicket, bowls, and Balance plays forward, runs that to Bavuma at square with the wicket there at more or less point, cover. And the Cranes are in mid-season form over there. I don't suppose they're working on a Sunday, but there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Lots of Cranes. And there's one big one in the far distance at the back of the pavilion.
You've been to Lords many more times than me, but ran into some people coming out today, some South Africans, their first time at the ground, and the excitement was really wonderful to see.
Good.
Just to be able to experience this wonderful place. South Africa-England test match. It was just made me realise how special it is.
And Wilander again, it's in now, Balance comes forward, pushing into the offside, and there is no run. It's De Bruyn from extra cover who fields. And 30 to Balance. And I've had a message here from someone. Someone asked me to send a message to his wife Phyllis. This was Eric, who was in hospital in the nearby St John's Hospice. This was a while ago, and I did send the message, and she was delighted. And I'm very, very nice. Eric Dawson it was, St Paul's, and how splendid. I'm very glad it gave her some comfort. And here is Wilander again in, and Balance goes a little bit across his stump, swoops it away to deep square leg. Maharaj fields, sauntering in from in front of the scorebox over there, returns beautifully to De Kock. It's the end of the over. Balance now has got 31. It's 138 for 1. Cook is 69, and it's still, I have to say, rather slow motion cricket. Now my time is up, and so after another word from you, Graham, it's going to be Ed Smith at Ed. I don't know if it's at Ed Smith right or at Ed Smith weather forecaster today, but anyway, it's Ed Smith. We know that.
Morkel to continue. South Africans have bowled well this morning. Morkel and Wilander have attacked the stumps, trying to engage in the surface, up and down bounce that we've seen quite a lot this morning, actually. I think it's done it more this morning than it did yesterday afternoon. It's almost spin, maybe. We haven't seen spin today, but a bite from the spinners yesterday afternoon.
Morning, Graham. Morning, everyone.
Morning.
South Africa bowled very tidily. Morkel round the wicket in now, bowls to Balance, who squirts it down to third man for a single. Goes to 32, 139 for one. It's a situation you've been in many times as the opening batsman who's got a bat in a situation where you're behind in the game. Probably not the keenest on the idea of the ball misbehaving. South Africa's batsman at the moment, knowing they've got a...
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, very different mindsets. I mean, England have been fairly conservative. I know South Africa have bowled well. What's the lead? 240, am I right? Somewhere around there. We're still playing for safety in many ways, trying to get a total before they maybe do attack. But I feel that on this surface, you can't leave yourself too much to do in a session. I think it's a difficult wicket to just go and try and score 7 runs and over on.
Morkel in, Cook is caught, extra cover. Most un-Cook-like. He punched a check drive straight to Bavuma, who took a smart catch, a little bit like Stokes' catch yesterday, crucial moment to dismiss de Kock. This time it's Cook who goes, 69, very well-crafted innings by the former captain. An excellent catch and a good ploy from Morkel bowling around the wicket to bring that about.
Yeah, just the slowness of the wicket. He hit it very, very well. Bavuma actually took a very good catch. Had to take 2 steps to his right. And it's so important to keep your head and eyes balanced when you're moving. And it ended up being a wonderful catch from the little man.
You're right. Cook actually hit that a bit better than I thought. He hit it really crisply. And Bavuma moved swiftly with his footwork and then, like a keeper, flung himself and balanced it just right. A nice applause from the Lord's crowd here for Alistair Cook.
It's a lot of deliveries for 69, 192. Just shows that how England have struggled to progress the run rate. You see the England captain, Joe Root, fresh off 190. Interesting to see how he goes about things. Busy player.
Just trying to think of an example. I find it very hard to remember Joe Root struggling to tick the scoreboard. Obviously, as you say, he's so busy and just naturally the scoreboard tends to move when he's at the crease.
Well, you've got
Andy.
the left-hander, right-hander combination. Oh, sorry, Andy.
No, I was just going to give you Cook's innings, 69 off 192 balls with 10 fours. The partnership with Balance, 59 in 25.3 overs.
Yeah, and in a way, England got a little bit stuck, probably with 2 left-handers who are quite gritty by nature. And that just, as you said, the left-hand, right-hand combination now.
Yeah, well, it just makes the bowlers have to change their lines and lengths. Can't really just settle into that 2 left-handers, you know, that same channel that you're constantly attacking. You know, the fielders have to move about. Dean Elgar's going to have to think a little bit now. South Africa found a good pattern this morning, a pattern of play. Yes, they're not, you know, they got the wicket of Cook. For them, it's more about controlling the pace of the game, try and restrict the amount of, let's say, sessions that they'll have to bat out to save the test match.
Joe Root just scratching his guard now, looking around. It's going to be an interesting field. I thought for a minute we were going to have a short leg, but he's going to go to catching mid-wicket. Just one slip, which is intriguing. Third man. 2 men back on the pull. I don't know, I'm surprised by that. Just one catcher in play, 5 men saving 1. Morkel at top of his mark. Root's first ball awaits. And Root shimmies towards Morkel. Didn't exactly charge, but just busily advanced towards the bowler and then left alone outside off stump.
Does that tell you that he hasn't been happy with the play this morning?
Yeah, it's interesting. What's going on out here?
Guys are a bit conservative. Come on.
That was the 9th time Morkel has dismissed Cook in Test cricket. Cook averages 27 against Morkel. Root, by contrast, over his the 8 innings he's batted against Morkel, 143 runs off 200 balls now and only out once.
Interesting. Morkel again, and Root, it sounds so soft, that ball hit the toe of the bat and dribbled to shortish mid-wicket where Elgar skipped across and fielded. Yeah, some batsmen find that the taller sort of straight lines of a bowler like Morkel easier. Other people find that trajectory difficult. Obviously Root slots into the first category.
Morkel in particular, a really good bowler at left-handers. You know, see with the bounce, the angles, his natural angles across the left hand. Also from around the wicket, can get it to
Morkel in. Root plays a smart push to extra cover
to hold its shape. Mind seeing Maharaj come in here while Root is early on. Just was a bit of bite.
Which bowler did you find hardest, Graham, in your long career as an opener?
I had my struggles against. I went through a phase. Zaire Khan got me a few times. I struggled almost with his style where he had that really big jump, and I struggled to sort of set myself. I often found that I was on the move playing him. Never really made strong positions. So
Morkel in. Root defends on the offside.
Good skill. You know, he had the ability to go both ways. Maybe in swinging to the right hander, maybe wasn't as effective as it was to the left hander. Bowler, good bowler, good skill.
End of the over, 139 for 2. But going back to that sort of dichotomy, did you generally find tall bounce bowlers harder or skiddy sort of swing bowlers? Never thought about it.
Never thought about it. I mean, just trying to adapt to both. I think I found the short ball more difficult of skiddy bowlers because, you know, being a tall guy, you know, it doesn't really bounce, you know, sort of shoots at you rather than sort of, you know, tougher for me to get underneath. I'd probably look to stand up and play against skiddier bowlers, maybe use the pull shot a little bit more, you know, get up on my toes and defend. Maybe with tall guys, you know, you often look to drop the hands a little bit, or, you know, you're more conscious of making sure you cover your off stump really well, because that's what, you know, bounce is generally what induces the edge, so your tactics will shift and change. Where skiddier guys, you might, you know, LBW may be more of a factor, you know, so you sort of set yourself up differently.
Interesting. Well, you're mic'd up well today with the South African captain Elgar, because Maharaj, the slow left armour, is coming into play. So
I think it's a good move.
So that psychic link is definitely in play. I know it caused you a few problems on day one.
You know, I was headbutting this window on day one.
we fell just short of signs being held up by Graham.
Yeah, I saw Faf this morning. I told him.
Dot ball as balances forward.
He had a good chuckle. Yeah, I think it's nice because Balance has got started. He needs to press a little bit. And it's going to be difficult for him to press. If Maharaj bowls like he bowled yesterday afternoon, it'll be difficult for him to take him on.
Maharaj in and Balance. Oh, it just popped up short of short leg. I think there was a little bit of bat in that.
And Joe Root has come out with intent. Intent we didn't see from Balance and Cook. And also, if there is that bite in the surface, you know, there's an opportunity against him. If he's got hard hands, wants to play, I think it's a good move.
Maharaj again, and Balance does well there. He just got his bat out in front of his pad and smothered the spin. Ladies from Bristol in an important Women's World Cup match. England 81 for 3 in the 20th over against Australia, and they're recovering well. Winfield, Taylor and Knight are all out. As Maharaj is in and Balance defends. And of course there's commentary on that game via the BBC Sport app and cricket section of the website. An absorbing morning here. England, as Graham was saying, just struggling to accelerate. Some accurate bowling by South Africa's seamers, and now Maharaj, and Balance down the track, swats it in the air towards the Tavern and Mound stand. Hashim Amla trots round, didn't get much of it. It was a running slog sweep, not the easiest shot. He was playing with the spin and he managed to control it enough so it landed short of Amla.
Yeah, South Africa have got an interesting field. No mid-off. You've got Morné Morkel at a sort of extra cover and a backward point. Then they've got the short leg and catching mid-wicket and slip. Those are the three aggressive options. And they're just dropping deep mid-wicket out now. So
it's probably his shot, the slog sweep. So
you know, as a left-hander out of the rough, your options, you know, offside play tough unless he offers you length to be able to.
Maharaj in and outside off stump defence.
Really full, you can maybe punch it through the covers, or, you know, drops it down. Square cut, always a dangerous shot when it's turning out of that rough. So your options are either to come down, use your feet, work mid-wicket for one, or mid-on, but then the sweep, and they got 45 in, so out of the rough, you know, inconsistent bounce, top edge, always. So not easy as a left-hander out of that rough. It's a right-hander's game, Ed. I've been telling you this for a long time.
It's not the left-hander, it was the grip. You had the grip right around that way. That's what was making it hard on the offside. Now, you mentioned Faf du Plessis, so he'll be fine for Trent Bridge Test. Where's he at?
Yeah, he's fine. Yeah, he's arrived this morning. And, yeah, we'll be here for the rest of the series, thank goodness. I think he's captained the side very well over the last period of time. I think tactically Also, I think he offers a degree of leadership that I think has been missing. Maybe leadership strength. I think he directs the players well. That they seem to respect him. And also, his batting will be crucial at that number 5 position. Interesting to see how South Africa shape up for the next Test match without Rabada.
Now, Morkel starts a new over. Oh, and Joe Root pulled out very late there, and I'm not quite sure why. The only thing I saw behind the bowler's arm was someone flashing his broadsheet newspaper around, one of the members, but perhaps it wasn't that. Anyway, Morkel was actually in his delivery stride. I can think of a few bowlers who might find an extra yard of pace after a late pull-out.
I think that Morkel tried to sneak up on Joe Root.
Did he? Okay.
Good tactic. Good way to knock him over early on.
It's hard for Mornay to sneak up on anyone at 6'8". You certainly can't hide behind the umpire like some bowlers do. Morkel in now, and Root is driving, although it catches the inside half of the bat, and there'll be no run. Yeah, there are some sort of skiddy bowlers who, particularly when they bowl round the wicket, kind of try and hide in the umpire's shadow and then appear. But
and I never used to enjoy that, actually, because I used to like to watch the hand, watch the ball, and it took me a while to find out, oh, there he is. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't enjoy that.
I was interesting to see how South Africa go tactically in that next game. Without Rabada, do they go 4 seamers in the spinner, drop a batter to cock up to 6?
Morkel in, and Root is beaten. I don't know if there was a slight inside edge. He didn't carry to de Kock anyway. Morkel's got his hands on his head as though he thought it was a lucky escape for Root. It was a slightly airy drive, the ball coming down the slope from Morkel. Root still yet to get off the mark, and South Africa bowled really well. They bowled very tidily. They bowled well, of course, at the start of England's first innings before letting it slip. Yeah, so what do you anticipate on that South African side for the next Test? Who will...
I think they like Morris. I just think they don't feel like he's consistent enough.
Morkel in now. Root whips it to square leg.
He's got a bit of X factor, but maybe control-wise in Test cricket, I think they have worries about him. It's Dwayne Olivia. I think they see him as the next seamer in the lineup.
Pretty good cricketer, Morris, to leave out, isn't he? If he as a total package.
He's got X factor, and maybe with his all-round option, him and Vernon, they might look to drop a batter and go with the 5 bowlers. I was always a fan. I guess it depends on the quality that you have, but I was always a guy that liked specialists in Test cricket. Your bowlers to do their job, unless you're blessed with a Callis style cricketer who's outstanding with bat and ball in the field.
Morkel in, balance mistimes and off drive.
And a Ben Stokes. It was always like, your spinner must do his job, your bowlers must do theirs, and your batters must get the runs, But South Africa find themselves with a lot of thinking to do, really.
You mentioned how good Morné Morkel is against left-handers, against English left-handers in particular. 31 wickets average, 23.9 in Tests. He averages 35 against English left-handers. Slightly oddly against all other teams combined, better against right-handers.
Morkel in now, and balance edges goes. Another left-hander in the book for Morné Morkel. Very good ball, right on the line in length, and a little bit of movement down the hill. Balance didn't chase it, he just held the bat nice and straight, but just a feather edge through to de Kock. Excellent bit of bowling. I think he's deserved that. Morné Morkel 3 for 37, and that doesn't flatter him. I think he's been really hard work today.
Yeah, it's been excellent. He was good yesterday afternoon. It just, really just sums up that on day one why he didn't bowl from this end at all. With the slope and natural angle, get one to hold its line, but he's been excellent since he's been there. So his rhythms look good. Balance goes 34. I think he would have loved to have pushed on, third attempt at Test cricket. When you get to 30, you want to try and get something for it.
Sort of muted applause for Gary Bland. I don't think he did a lot wrong there, Graham. I was looking at, I don't know if he could have left it maybe down the hill. It was pretty tight to off stump, wasn't it?
Yeah, tactically he could have maybe got onto off stump to someone like Morkel. I know it's difficult on a wicket like this where bowlers are generally targeting the stumps, but I saw a stat there that South Africa, you think that they are touched straighter, but they've only hit the stumps 13% of the time in this innings. When it was on the television.
Would have hit the stumps.
Would have hit the stumps. Yeah. So, you know, as a left-hander, when I used to face someone like Flintoff or Morkel coming around the wicket trying to angle it towards slip, you almost felt that you needed to get into that channel a bit more, almost try and hit the ball back at the bowler. You know, if you're defending with half a bat to cover, you're almost allowing more of an opportunity to bring the edge into play.
142 for 3 England, and 2 new batsmen at the crease, both brisk scoring players. Johnny Bairstow in at 5, comes to join his Yorkshire teammate Joe Root. I think the scoreboard will move without much tactical input from England. I think it's the way these two play, if they can get going. It's been noticeable how well South Africa bowled with the old ball as well. I thought they bowled well with the new ball. Philander in the first innings bowled well with the new ball, but with the old ball they looked a little bit toothless. Today, they bowled really well.
South Africa not over-attacking.
No.
I know the ball hasn't really carried to the slip cordon easily. Not flying through with good bounce. No, I mean, maybe if you're going to bowl that off-stump line, maybe Dean at mid-wicket can come into a catching position, maybe bring cover into a catching position just to start. But, you know, they want to take time out of the game, really. That's... Okay, well, now someone's moving.
Going to mid-wicket. So hang on, South Africa tried this once in the World Cup with Bob Woolman. Right? Can we just check? Is there a walkie-talkie on Graham Smith? I just want to, you know, I don't know. Graham, particularly after your comments about the banning of Rabada, this would be an ill moment to, you know, risk an ICC investigation.
No, I had Jeff Crow trying to justify it to me this morning. I
brushed it away.
No, I still couldn't. Hear it.
Bairstow waits, Morkel in, and left outside the off stump by Johnny Bairstow. End of the over, a probing one from Morkel. He's been excellent, 142 for 3. Let's get a quick update from the women's game. Isabel Westbury.
Yes, 97 for 3 here after 23 overs. Sarah Taylor and captain Heather Knight were both out reasonably cheaply, but Natalie Siver is in alongside Tammy Beaumont. Siver in particular is timing the ball nicely. A period of consolidation. They may need to up the run rate in a minute, but 97 for 3. Natalie Siver going nicely, 23 overs gone.
Thanks, Isabel. Good game there. Good one here as well, thanks to South Africa's comeback this morning. Last night, I felt that the game was taking a slightly inevitable shape with England just batting on and on, but suddenly the balance between bat and ball is restored. Andy.
23 runs for 2 wickets in 12 overs today. Balance after scoring relatively freely yesterday, 22 off 42. Only 12 off 36 balls today, so a squeeze well applied.
Yeah. Maharaj has played his part in that as well. Very tidy figures. 20 overs, 8 maidens, none for 36, but Morkel's done the damage, 3 for 37. Maharaj comes round the wicket to Root, who leaves a ball that spins directly to first slip. So that shows you there is turn there, and a couple of England spinners, Dawson and Moeen Ali, will be very cheered by that. That has gone, it's gone from wide, hit the footholds well outside off stump, but it's turned sharply. Maharaj again, slog sweep is good. That's an excellent shot from Joe Root. Played on line, the ball's outside the line of off stump. There's no protection square on the leg side boundary.
I was just thinking, because that was Root's go-to shot. I don't like him taking short leg out. I think the better option would be to move mid-wicket to the man on the sweep there.
In outfield.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult shot to come down and work it to mid-wicket against the spin. You know, brings the leading edge into play to cover it back to the bowler. I think keep the pressure on with the short leg and the slip, but move mid-wicket to your square sweep man. That would be the option I would go to.
It was a good shot. It was like a Graham Gooch hard sweep. And played exactly square of the wicket.
Or you could go that square leg man into 45 and bring your deep square.
And have, yeah.
More, you know, those are the options that you have.
Okay, 2 men going back now. Maharaj in again, and Root pushes to extra cover. It certainly doesn't feel right, as you're saying, Graham, that someone who's on 5 would have no one around the bat.
Yeah, I mean, you want to just keep him under pressure a little bit. If something does happen, there is spin. You know, you want someone like Joe Root out because he can score.
Maharaj again. Root leaves outside the off stump.
Andy, how many runs have been scored this morning?
So it's now 27 off 12.4 overs.
Just coming up to the hour mark, Maharaji en route, sort of back drive or cut. Goes straight to Rabada, behind square on the offside.
Had a look at the rough. The rough runs quite tight to that leg stump. So another option could also be to come over and target that leg stump. Give you a bit more control. Someone like Ruud could set a really tight field.
Maharaji in, beats him, gone! Gone! Misjudgment by Root. He went back to a ball he might have gone forward to. I think it just trimmed the bails.
It almost looked a bit premeditated, like he wanted to just knock it into the offside and a bit of drift in it. We saw a lot of South Africans get caught on the back foot in the first innings.
And it came straight on off the inside edge onto the bails. That was why I was slightly disconcerted. It seemed wide of off stump, and it was, but it's a very good bit of bowling because he's been getting extravagant turn from wide, and then that one went on with the arm, caught the inside edge of Joe Root's bat, and England's captain gone for 5, and England in a bit of trouble at 146 for 4. Commentary continues on 5 Live Sports Extra, digital radio, online and via the BBC Sport app, but Radio 4 long-wave listeners are leaving us briefly for the shipping forecast. Yeah, we spoke about it on air yesterday, Graham, but I think one of the hardest challenges in batting, and sometimes it happens more with the new ball, is when some turn sharply and others don't, and whether that's just it didn't turn because it hit a different part of the ball when it landed, or whether he bowled for it a bit, but it was very skillful.
Joe Root came out with intent. You know, his intent was to score. Maybe he got... You know, you sometimes feel like that with de Villiers in one-day cricket when he bats and he comes in later. It almost feels like he's got too much to do, and it was almost like Root's frustration over watching Balance and Cook this morning. You know, I reckon if he was just building an innings, he would have maybe just rocked forward and left that. But, you know, trying to get back, knock it into the gap for one square sweep, you know, he's always probably playing the game a little bit ahead of himself, which can cause you to make mistakes like that.
Ben Stokes in at 6 for England. Graham's going to tell us how Stokes is going to approach his innings, and I'm going to make way for Simon Mann.
No, for me, Ben Stokes is a boundary hitter. I think, you know, if you can control boundaries, then, you know, he will get himself out. He'll offer you an opportunity. So I think South Africa have shown that it's a difficult pitch to score boundaries on. If they bowl well, set their fields right, I feel like Stokes will offer a chance to South Africa.
Just one question before you go, Graham. Good morning or good afternoon to you. How many do you think South Africa could chase in the 4th innings?
Well, I mean, how many teams have chased 340, 350? Not many. On a surface like this, I think it's difficult to score. I don't think South Africa will be able to maintain a run rate of 3.5.
But say if they were set 290 to win, say if England fell in the heap here.
Oh, I think it'd be great for the game. I mean, 290, if South Africa get off to a good start, will give us an exciting afternoon. I think anything over 320 is going to be tough for South Africa.
Great, thanks very much, Graham.
I think 300 is going to be tough, but you know, I think South Africa's mindset at the moment would be to save the game, salvage something.
OK, well, Graham's going. Geoffrey Boycott's coming in. England's women, their 100 is up in Bristol. 100 for 3 in the 24th. Nat Sivers 27 not out. Tammy Beaumont's on 30. Commentary via the cricket section of the BBC Sport website and app with in-play video highlights. 146 for 4 here. England have lost 3 wickets for 7 runs in. Andy Zaltzman. That's the trickier one for you.
3.5 overs.
3.5 overs.
The real key is not only the wickets, they've scored about 27 runs in an hour, haven't they?
Yeah, precisely. 27 for 3 in 13 overs.
So, wonderful morning for South Africa. I know that they're not winning the game.
Welcome back to our Radio 4 long wave listeners. It's 146 for 4 here. We have 2 batsmen on naught, Stokes and Bairstow. England have lost 3 wickets for 7 runs, and they're going nowhere this morning in that first hour. Here is Morkel bowling. It's driven by Bairstow. Positive start from him, but it goes straight to mid-off, and there is no run. Picked up by Rabada. England lost a 4th wicket down in Bristol in that women's match. 103 for 4. Nat Siver out for 29.
The other thing, you were talking to Graham Smith before I left about declarations and all that.
No, it wasn't
a declaration.
No, it wasn't about a declaration.
And about how many they could chase. We'll come to the second bit. Is if England get bowled out, not too many, they might start to think they can get these South Africa, which is better for England to win.
Here's Morkel bowling. Oh, Bairstow seems late on that one. A ball just outside the off stump. Bairstow immediately coming down the pitch to have a look. And this pitch is not a straightforward Lord's pitch, not the sort of pitches we've seen in the last 15 years here. Not easy for...
It's a great result pitch. Yeah. It's a cricket pitch, you know, where you you can make runs on it. It's a good pitch, but you have to play well.
And my point to Graham was, how many do you think South Africa could get if they bowled England out? If they fell in a heap in the next hour or hour and a half.
We used to see teams like that in county cricket where they get sucked into thinking, oh, we were going to just try for a draw, but now we could go for a win.
Morkel bowls to Bairstow again. That seems to hit low on the bat there as he comes forward and plays that to extra cover, and there's no run.
And actually, quite a lot of times that plays into the hands of the bowling side, because with it turning a bit, balls keeping low from time to time, they start thinking of doing things and they get out. Where if they're just blocking for a number of hours, we saw yesterday when somebody got in, it's actually hard to get them out when the ball gets soft and old. So I still think England to win. And I know they've had a poor morning, and South Africa was a brilliant morning.
Here's Morkel running into bowl to Bairstow with a slip in. Bairstow lets that go, and that was close to off stump. Good judgment from Bairstow, taken by de Kock.
I have put my house on England before and lost it, if I remember, in the Middle East, at Dubai.
I don't think that was the only time, was it?
Well, that one, my wife keeps telling me, put your half of our house on, not mine, she says.
Well, she's quite right as well. Very sensible. Well, not that sensible, because she married you, but there we go.
Oh, are you listening, Rach?
146 for 4. Morkel spins round at the far end. Goes in past umpire Rifle and bowls to Bairstow. Bairstow's back and across there defending. And it goes up to mid-off. And Rabado, wearing a sun hat, bends down to pick up. The sun's gone in for now. Plenty of cloud above Lords. The forecast for today, the latest one I saw was pretty good today. Just possibility of some showers tomorrow. It was a bit iffy, wasn't it, the forecast for tomorrow? We're not quite sure what we're going to get, but it looks okay-ish.
I thought Morning Morkel's bowled well this morning, do you? Well, good line. Sometimes he bowls good balls, but he gives you a few too many hittable balls, what you'd ideally, but I thought he's bowled really well. Good line, good length, good pace.
Here's Morkel bowling and defended by Bairstow into the onside, up towards mid-on. Let's have a look at his figures. Where are they, Andy?
He's got 16.5 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 37. Oh, 17 overs now.
Yeah, that was the last ball of the over. Yeah, 17 overs, 3 for 37. Well, those are excellent figures. They really are. 146 for 4. I don't know if South Africa are right back in this game.
Not yet.
No.
But they haven't let England get away, have they? They've put a real damper on proceedings. Everybody thinking, well, hang on, first 30, 40 minutes, get yourself in, and then start to plunder runs maybe. And when's the declaration? It doesn't always happen like that at cricket, how you think it's going to pan out.
Only 15 scoring shots in 14 overs, so they've not been able to get singles away.
We've just switched on for the first time this morning. That's not Andrew Sampson doing the impression of an English statistician. Andrew's not very well today. He's not been very well all Test match, actually. So
he's seen South Africa batting and bowling, hasn't he?
He's taken the day off. We wish you well, Andrew. I'm sure you're listening, lying in your sick bed in Rickmansworth. Is it Rickmansworth? Somewhere like that, anyway. And Andy Zaltzman's with us today. Well, I hope not tomorrow, but I don't mean that badly, Andy.
It's not going to be an easy pitch to get going on and to get runs cracking. Once you get in and are going.
Here's Maharaj bowling to Stokes, goes back and nudges this through forward square leg for a single. What will be interesting now to see whether Stokes and Bairstow can raise the tempo.
Yeah, they might get themselves out. I was saying, I don't think it's one of those pitches. It gives the bowlers a chance. Seamers and spin when you first come in and you're trying to find your way and what to play. I think once you get in, you can get 30-odd runs and you've got some momentum and confidence a bit, then I think you play the ball around pretty decently. That's why it's a good cricket pitch. But it gives the bowlers opportunities. Seamers with a bit of low ball, the odd ball, just to do it a little bit. And then there's spin there, isn't there? And so when you're starting and you've no runs behind your name, anybody who's played cricket knows it's not necessarily easy.
147 for 4, then Stokes off the mark. Bairstow having a look around the field, which has been reconstituted for the right-hander. What have we got here? It's sort of a one-day field, almost. Right. 4 men inside the circle and a slip, and then 4 men outside the circle. Bairstow leans forward to a ball that turns away from him. It started quite wide, so there's no real threat to the batsman.
And it's going to be interesting, Johnny, left-arm spinner, Bolton, he likes to work the ball on side, a lot of bottom hand. He's got to be careful here, because if it turns...
Here is Maharaj bowling to Bairstow, leans forward and plays that towards extra cover, and there's no run. Just slight correction on the field. 3 men outside the notional circle. As Stewart comes on, I think, to pick up a champagne cork. It often happens here at Lord's that the corks are popping out the champagne bottles and land on the outfield. Maharaj bowls, back goes Bairstow and gets his first run down towards Amla on the deep cover boundary. What do you think about this field, Jeffrey?
Odd,
man has just come in.
They've just got 3 wickets. They've had a brilliant morning. The bowlers are bowling well, must feel, you know, on top of the world. And here you've got 2 expressive batsmen who like to biff it, wallop it. So go on then, challenge him. The ball's turning. If you're a spinner, say, go on, I'm keeping the men in. I might have 1 man out for the slog on the leg side, but I'm going to keep them in. I want you to hit me over the top.
Maharaj bowls to Stokes, who's playing from the crease there, and the ball turns and bounces, strikes him on the thigh pad, I think. There's no appeal, no interest in an appeal there from the bowler. Just turning down the leg side, bouncing down the leg side as well. Here's Maharaj bowling to Stokes, and gets one that turns back in, possibly out of the rough, hits him high on the body, on the thigh pad, and dropped to his feet, and that's the end of the over. Not easy for the left-hander with the ball turning out of the rough here at Lord's, and also perhaps turning off the more solid
dry
part of the pitch as well.
Yeah, and the ordinary pitch, it's just getting so dry, which is good. I think it's been a wonderful cricket pitch. What the scores? What have people chased to win at Lord's? Many scores. I mean, I suppose occasionally we've had these pretty good pitches, haven't we? Not been too difficult.
We've had some absolute belters, and you think somewhere on the line someone might break the world record chasing a score here on the really flat pitches we've had. If you were set 440 to win or something, 420 to win in the 4th innings.
I tell you what, 350 would be a lot to make on here.
West Indies, of course,
300.
West Indies made that 340 against David Gower's team.
Yeah. Yes, people, captain. Look, we all talk about declaration. It's all right if we don't have to make the decision, but no captain wants to make a decision where the opposition then gets it, and you're embarrassed and you'll feel, oh, everybody says, oh, you did it wrong after the event, not before. So it is, but I think you could get too many runs on here. Even if they could, I don't think they will actually. I think they'll get out.
I mean, perhaps in a perfect scenario for England would be to be bowled out with a lead of about 350.
I think it'll be wonderful, because I think they'll look at that, South Africa, and change the mindset a bit. They were all thinking, was it Bavuma yesterday said, oh, we're thinking of drawing the match in an interview? Then they'll start thinking of winning.
Here's Rabada bowling to Bairstow. Bairstow comes forward and plays that firmly, but with no great timing, up towards straight mid-on, and there is no run. 148 for 4 out today. Cook for 69, Balance for 34, and Root for 5. 2 for Morkel today, and 1 for Maharaj. Root playing on the inside edge.
It's not just the spinners of England. I think Anderson and Broad will bowl well on it. They're very experienced. They're very good bowlers. Got lots of test wickets. We saw Anderson bowl some beauties, didn't he? And got nothing for him. They were cracker, the deliveries.
Rabada to Bairstow. Bairstow can only defend that into the onside towards mid-wicket. And there is no run. Both batsmen on 1. So England's lead is 245.
Another 100, all out. Middle of the afternoon, game on.
Yeah, South Africa still have to play extremely well to win from there. Mind you, if they got a base, got going, De Kock got in. But it's not easy scoring, and England have got the options. The ball is turning and keeping low, and there's that 4th innings pressure as well. Bairstow on 1, Rabada goes into Bolton, and Bairstow opens the face and runs this down to 3rd man for a single. JP Duminy is down there. Another very good crowd here at Lord's today. There was some disruption this morning with the Jubilee line not working. Lots of people walking up from Baker Street. It's amazing what sometimes just little conversations, snatches of conversations you overhear when you're, well, anywhere really, out and about in London, but walking to the ground this morning. I heard someone say, oh, we're going to have a lot of people around this morning. We're going to struggle to get in. We've got all security as well. He said, I got my bag of clothes from yesterday. Excuse me. I got my bag of clothes from yesterday. He said, and I've got a woman's dress in there as well, and some women's underwear. What's that going to be like at the...
When he's searching, the security man searching his bag.
Just those little snippets of conversation you overhear. Anyway, it is the 21st century.
I'd have been saying, have you got your lipstick and powder as well?
I think he felt a bit embarrassed about what he had in his bag. But
should do.
I'm sure they're used to all sorts on the gates. 149 for 4. Stokes on 1, Bairstow on 2. It's Stokes to take strike with a slip, and well, eventually a 4th slip gully in. That's Elgar, the captain. Amla's in at 1st slip, and here is Rabada Going into bowl to Stokes. Stokes is struck on the pad choke for LBW out. And Stokes marches off as if he's fairly sure that's out. Well, he's going to have a chat with his non-striking partner, Bairstow. No, he doesn't even say a word to Bairstow at the non-strikers, and he walks off, and that's another one gone. 149 for 5. South Africa having an excellent morning here. Stokes out for 1.
This kept low. Played back, you play back. I was saying yesterday, you've got to be looking to play forward. See, that's hit him under the kneecap, under the knee roll. I think I was on with Jonathan at the time yesterday. I said, this pitch, you get pitches like this, had them in the past. You don't play forward automatic, but you look to play forward to full balls, you look to play forward to balls that are in the no man's land. They're not forward or back. And it depends on the state of the pitch, the bounce of the pitch, whether you play forward. If you're in Perth and Brisbane maybe, you stay back a bit more. But on these, with the low balls liable to get you out, not so much a high ball. Because even if a ball just bounces a little, there's no great pace in the pitch. You have a bit more time to keep it down. But the low ball, you've no time. You know, you've got to be looking to get forward and trap it almost, you know, with your bat and pad, anything, get an edge on it, and you can't be out. And that was just absolutely plumb through playing back and it keeping low.
4 for 10 England have lost. You can see the highlights of England's batting morning, or really the highlights of South Africa's bowling morning, really, via the BBC Sport website, and the women's match as well. England 121 for 4 after 28 down at Bristol. Tammy Beaumont, who made that 100 against South Africa the other day, is on 36. That game is live online. Moeen Ali is on his way to the middle. He's met Bairstow. It's not often you see a batsman these days, though, not even say a word to the non-striker after an LBW decision with the DRS in, but he just knew that. It was absolutely plumb.
Knocking middle out halfway up is just one of those, but you know, you can't tell what goes into the dressing room from here, but you wonder if people have had a chat yesterday when they were feeling, say, listen, when we're back, we've got to try and get forward a bit more. That's what you should be doing as a team, and saying, we must get forward. Anything that's, unless it's really short of a length, we've got to get forward. We're going to get done, LBW. See, Joe Root got an inside edge onto, which then cannon onto his stumps, but he actually played back when really he could and maybe should have played forward. And it's when it don't bounce, you're in trouble.
Well, Moeen is in. Rabada bowls a short ball to him first up, and it ducks underneath it, and it goes through to de Kock. What have we got here in terms of the field? We've only got 2 slips, and there are 3 men on the boundary for Moeen, including a deep point. We've got an orthodox fine leg and third man. You'd expect that, but deep point in. South Africa perhaps conscious that Moeen might try to play a few shots here, and suddenly the lead of 240 odd goes quickly to 280, 290, and then it does become a problem for them. But 5 out, 149 for 5. Here's Rabada going into bowl to Moeen. Oh, that's a lovely ball. Moeen plays at it, goes past the outside edge, and it's through to de Kock. The end of the over. He's 149 for 5. Bairstow has 2, and Moeen yet to score.
I have a stat for you. England lost their 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th wickets for just 10 runs. That's the fewest they've ever added for the fall of those wickets against South Africa, breaking a record that was set in Cape Town in April 1899 when they lost those 4 wickets for just 11 runs.
I didn't see that match, did you?
You're not playing in it, Jeffrey?
No.
149 for 5. It's time for blowers.
Oh, just fabulous cricket. I mean, there are so many people, commentary, TV and radio, have played cricket, and they always say, we tell everybody that the lowest scoring matches are the most exciting. Not the highest scoring, not too low, but lowest scoring. The same when I played. The best cricket matches were not too big a scores, either team.
And it's Maharaj in, left arm round the wicket, bowls to Bairstow. Bairstow is forward, and it's picked up there by Maharaj on the offside. We got a slip, silly point, backward point, deep cover, extra cover, mid-off back on the boundary, a deepish mid-on, shortish mid-wicket, saving the 1, and a deep backward square. And here comes Maharaj again, in, bowls to Bairstow. Bairstow comes forward, plays no stroke, turns just a little bit down the hill and goes through there to de Kock. There's a bit of tension here now, and England, of course, 246 ahead. It's quite a lot of runs on this pitch, but they'll want a few more. And Maharaj is in. Bairstow sweeps and hits that well, but it's only going to get one. Rabada is there underneath the grandstand, away to our right, sends a lovely throw back into de Kock's gloves. And so Bairstow goes along to 3, and it's 150. 150 for 5, not a very clappable moment, really, is it?
Well, my colleague here, Jonathan, just said England get out quickly like they've done this morning. Could be all over today.
But it could, couldn't it?
Oh.
There you are, day off tomorrow, Geoffrey.
Well, I'm not worried. I just like the cricket. I like these tense, lower scoring matches. It's the ebb and flow. You're not quite sure. England was way on top this morning. Now they're on top, but they're not quite as much by a long way.
And it is Maharaj in now to Moeen Ali. Moeen sweeps, and he's got a run there. Amla is behind it, picks it up at second attempt out there at deep square leg underneath the scoreboard on the Tavern side, and so Moeen's off the mark. He's got a single. It's 151 for 5.
This whole morning will have lifted the South African team. You know, when Bavuma yesterday was talking about drawing the match.
And it's Maharaj round the wicket now to Bairstow. Bairstow's forward, plays no stroke. And let's go through to de Kock, outside the off stump, turning a little bit down the hill. Of course, the pitch has come very much into play. We saw that one that kept a bit low, getting rid of Stokes. And South Africa are going to have a lot to do if they're going to win this match. Here comes Maharaj again. That's driven away by Bairstow to the right of Morkel there at mid-on. And they go for the single, 152 for 5. And Bairstow's now got 4. And Andy.
Took England 25 overs and 3 balls to get from 100 to 150, and they lost 4 wickets while doing so.
Just by having a morning like this, South Africa stifled the run rate, got wickets, confidence has gone up, and where it was purely just going to try and save the game, now they're just beginning to entertain thought, could we place well enough to get these runs? It's still very much England, but it was never in their mind that they were going to win the game until things have happened this morning, and now there'll be batsmen out there just entertaining the thought that, well, it's not going to be too big a total to get.
But they're not going to be very happy about the way the ball's bouncing, are they?
Oh, no, I still think it's England. But it just changes your thought a little bit when you have such a great morning like they've had.
And it's Rabada now to Bairstow. He's in from the pavilion and outside the off stump. Bairstow leaves it alone and through that to de Kock. We've got just the one slip. Hashim Amla, bearded, sun-hatted. He bowls the ball to Bavuma at backward point, who polishes it. Then we got an extra cover and a mid-off. We also got a third man. And on the leg side, a mid-on, short mid-wicket, a deep backward square, and a fine leg. So 2 men out on the boundary, waiting for the top-edged hook. This situation, it seems a little strange, doesn't it? Wickets having fallen as they have. If you've got 2 men back for the hook, but there we are. It seems to happen these days. Here's Rabada in, bowls, and that's turned nicely around the corner by Bairstow. Down there below us, and it's Philander who does the fielding, gets it back very quickly indeed. And there is just a single. So every run now, a precious bit of gold, so to speak, for England. 153 for 5, the lead 250. Bairstow's got 5. And umpire Ravi walks slowly across from square leg on the Tavern side of the ground for the right-handed Bairstow to square leg on the grandstand side of the ground for the left-handed Moeen Ali.
I hope we get more pitches like this, Henry, in the series.
Good fun, isn't it?
Yeah, get spinners and great cricket.
And here he comes again, Rabada. Oh, my goodness me, Moeen did everything except give the slips actual catching practice. He tried to. He was like, you see these coaches, the ball being thrown at them, and they try and glide it into the slips, and Moeen was doing just the same there, wasn't he?
He had a little nibble, Henry, there. He did a little nibble. That was a nothing shot. That was here. Take the catch.
The only thing I disagree with, it was a bloody great nibble, wasn't it?
It was poor. But that's tension. That's pressure, isn't it? People starting an innings. Wickets have gone down. England not getting away to the start they wanted.
Rabada it is, arms and legs going. He's up to the wicket, he bowls to Moeen. Moeen plays that one, but middle leg stumps, pushing it down to mid-on. And there's no run there. Morkel is the fielder.
It's great entertainment for the public, though, for the game of Test match cricket.
Wonderful.
When you get wickets, you get runs, you've had good batting, good bowling. They're going to get a result. It's not you know, nobody's having to declare they're going to get bowled out, England, definitely.
Oh, yes. And this great thing, we've had at masses of one-day cricket, which has been greatly exciting and terrific fun. But Test cricket is showing now, first time of asking this summer, it's holding its own, holding its head really high. Rabada is in, bowls, and Moeen is forward. That's Bavuma quickly to his left at extra cover. Fields, and then immediately into the polish, bending over, tautening the back of his trousers, polishing the balls if his life depends upon it. It's 153 for 5, and people have been joining in all morning, I'm sure. Cook caught Bavuma, bowled Morkel 69. Jennings caught de Kock, bowled Morkel 33. Balance caught de Kock, bowled Morkel 34. Root bowled Maharaj 5. And here's Rabada again. He's in now. He bowls, and that's driven by Moeen, sliding off the face of the bat. Maharaj at deep backward point. Fields throws back to de Kock. One more to Moeen, who rehearses the stroke extravagantly in the non-striker's end. Stokes LBW bowled Rabada 1. That completes the scoreboard. It's now at the end of the over 154 for 4. Bairstow has 5, and Moeen added 2.
Oh, look. I think England now, because they're in this position, they've got to just bat sensibly. You've got to go out the window about scoring quickly, crash bang wallop, you know. They're trying to manoeuvre another 50 runs if they can with the tail and these two, and they're in no situation to play freely. They're going to have to play carefully to lunch.
Well, I must congratulate Andy Saltzman. He outdoes Andrew on one thing in spades, and that's the quality of his handwriting. I can read Andy's scorecard easily, whereas I've always said I've had to go and do a quick correspondence course with Bletchley Park in order to sort of try and make sense of Andrew's writing. There, Andrew, he's in bed. You can do some writing lessons when you finish scoring, Andrew. And I'm only pulling his leg.
Look at this. This is not good. The umpires should step in now. Look, captain, bowler, mucking about. You know, like discussing where they're going to go for dinner, aren't they? It takes forever. Umpires should say, hey, we're ready. The batsman's ready. Get on with the game. That's what the old pros as umpires used to say. We're ready. There's the spectators here, paid a lot of money. Get on with the game.
It is extraordinary. The umpires never say anything.
Nothing.
Do they? And one day someone will perhaps make them responsible and really rub their noses in it if they don't.
Henry's got one man fielding on the offside. He's got a slip and one man. Everything's leg side then.
Yes, 7 men on the leg side indeed. Maharaj now over the wicket, in bowls to Moeen, and Moeen takes pace down the wicket, pushes back defensively. It really is fascinating cricket, this. It's Maharaj that picks it up. And runs may not be coming, but wickets are falling. And honestly, if you're not on the edge of your seat, why not? You should be. Because it really is, it's really tense stuff, interesting stuff. Maharaj again in, and Moeen sweeps and is going to get runs. He's going to get one down to Amla, coming in from deep backward square leg. And Moeen, a good sweeper. He's got 3. It's 155 for 5 now. And the scoreboard operating a little bit slowly this morning, but accurately, always accurate, the Lord's board. And we got the addition this year with the new manual operated scoreboard underneath the scorer's box, underneath Father Time, away to our left on the tavern side of the ground. It's now Maharaj over the wicket to Bairstow. Slipton got to go down. Bairstow sweeps, and that one goes away on the offside. Whether it went off, I think it was just pad, and it was picked up in the end by Bavuma there at backward point. Both the slips went sprawling forward for it, but it went away to Bavuma. Maharaj again around the wicket from the nursery end. He bowls outside the off stump. Bairstow has none of it. That one turned sharp quite sharply, and de Kock took it absolutely in front of first slip Elgar there. And Maharaj, sleeves as always buttoned to his wrists. Sense of mystery. In he comes. Bairstow plays no stroke. Through it goes outside the off stump, turning away from the right-hander. We haven't seen, I don't think Maharaj has an arm ball. Does he? Have you seen it?
No, I don't think many modern-day spinners have what we call the old arm ball. They have straight-on balls. But the Titmus and the Illingworth and people swung it, didn't they, with their action.
Here he is again, Maharaj in bowls. Bassett's forward, pushing out on the onside. De Kock goes off in pursuit, square leg and picks up. No chance of a run. It's the end of the over. It's 155 for 5. Bairstow has got 5. Ali has got 3. It may be slow, but my goodness me, I can promise you it's gripping.
If you're a lover of Test match cricket, and it's a test match special of cricket. At the test match level, you've got to enjoy this test match. If we could have more pitches like this that start drier, teams would play 2 spinners and the ball would start to turn a little bit. It would be fascinating and better for the game.
And we say hallelujah to that, don't we?
Absolutely.
I mean, it would be lovely to see more spinners in the game. It really would. And if we saw more spinners, we'd see a better quality of spin too. Now it is going to be Rabada again from the pavilion end. He's bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Moeen Ali, and here he comes up to the wicket now. He bowls. Moeen comes forward, playing it down there to mid-off, and there is no run. Elgar, the captain, is the fielder, and Geoffrey Boycott has given way to Michael Vaughan. Vaughanie, good morning.
Good afternoon, my dear Arthur. Yeah, you've got your jackets off. You're a bit warm.
Well, I have, yes. I always think morning is after lunch. I mean, afternoon is after lunch. Oh, okay, that's why I get it wrong. Yes. Yes, I thought I was a little bit warm. Also, I didn't want to spill things on my on a clean coat. And I had a piece of cake a few moments ago, and it was a bit crumbly. Here comes Rabada. He's in, he bowls, and Moeen squirts that one away on the offside. Rabada closes in, tries the stumps, misses, but in any case, Bairstow would have been there. This again is the tension and the excitement. The batsman stealing singles. That was a good run, perfectly safe. But little Bavuma is so quick that it makes you just wonder. Moeen Ali 4 now, and it's 156 for 5. And this is really thrilling cricket.
Yeah, it's good cricket. The pitch is helping. It's been a good test match wicket. There's always been something there for the bowlers. Plenty of spin now. We've seen the odd ball scoot low. It's certainly not going to be whatever South Africa are chasing an easy one. I feel that potentially England have probably got enough now. I'd like a few more though, Henry. But you look at the England scorecard of 156 for 5 off 70 overs.
253 ahead, and Andy looks predatory.
There's only been 3 chases, successful chases over 200 on this ground in all Test cricket.
And it's Rabada now in, bowls to Bairstow. Bairstow gets into line, plays that down to mid-on, or short mid-on, and there's no run.
There was the famous 344 for 1 by West Indies in 1984, which they scored in just 66 overs on the final day. England 282 for 3 against New Zealand at Lord's in Nasser Hussein's last Test in May 2004, and they also got 218 for 3 against New Zealand in 1965. But there's only been 1 score over 300 in the last 22 fourth innings at Lord's.
So that makes it sound, doesn't it, Andy? So the odds very much in favour of England. Indeed, it's a good statistic. Well done. And here's Rabada up to the wicket now to Bairstow. He's in, he bowled. Bairstow drives, nice swinging stroke. He's getting runs, 2 of them certainly behind square on the offside. Fielded there down at third man running to his right. Dooman is the fielder there. Nice throw back to the cock, and 2 more to Bairstow. Like hen's teeth runs this morning. 2, you think of 2. 2 is a tremendous performance. So Bairstow goes to 7, and it's now 158 for 5.
There's a few clouds arriving, Henry. No forecast of rain, is it today? I don't think.
Well, it's a sort of, there may be 1 or 2 about sort of thing, isn't it? I don't know. It looks to me as though the wind's coming a bit more from the east. Here's Rabada in, bowls, and that's driven by Bairstow into the covers, but nicely fielded at a shortish extra cover by De Bruyn. Threw himself down to his right. And it'd be an awful pity if this match had been such a great game of cricket. It'd be a great pity if it was ruined by rain. It really would. But not English summers are never pluperfect, or seldom pluperfect anyway. And another biggish outliner comes in, fast medium one into Heathrow. And I can see a light on one of my cranes over there. Maybe it's working on Sunday. Here's Rabada in, bowl. Oh my goodness, that crept along the ground. And Bairstow bent at the knees. It missed his off stump, but not by that much. But it was not actually a one that took the paint off it, or the varnish off it. Nonetheless, that is an indication of what lies ahead for South Africa in the 4th innings of this match. The score at the end of the over, 158 there for 5, 7 to Bairstow and 4 to Moeen Ali.
Yeah, you just hope that your name's not on a delivery like that. Ben Stokes' name was on that one from Rabada. Scooted along the floor.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing you can do about it when that happens as well.
You just hope that you kind of, if you get a ball like that, it's like that one from Johnny Bairstow, wide of the off stump. Did you get up to anything last night, Henry?
No, I went back. I was absolutely tired. I really was. The campanology, all the ringing of bells, I was very exhausted.
Yes, it was a long day.
It was great fun, and everyone was so kind, and thank you, everyone, for being so kind. Maharaj starts a new over from our end, the nursery end. He bowls out to Moen, and Moen gets into line, actually plays it quite well down to short leg to Brown there, and there was a great and an ooh and an ah from the close fielders, but I thought he handled that pretty well, Moen. Here he is again, and it's over the wicket, Maharaj bowled, and Moen sweeps and is going to get a run out to Amla there at deep backward square. It was a bit uppish, that one, but it was squared enough, and Bavuma at backward point wasn't backward square leg wasn't interested. So 5 now to Moeen Ali, 159 for 5, the lead creeping up to 256. Spider Cam is creeping along over the top of proceedings, and the first time we've seen Spider Cam at Lord's.
Where is it? I can't.
It's more or less direct over the England dressing room, just to the right there. And here comes Maharaj again. Forward comes Bastow, plays into the covers, and it's picked up at short extra cover, and there is no run. I'm sure Sir Ballymorna, after whom the stand was named, returning in his grave, I think it was Spikeham, but it's a good modern invention. Here comes Maharaj again, Bastow on the back foot into the covers.
He's had a busy week, hasn't he?
Yes.
Spider Cam, he's been all over the place. He generally comes this way when you're on air as well. He comes to have a look.
Ballymorna had a busy week. I was going to say he's in no position to have a busy week. No respect to Sir Plum. And here comes Maharaj again. Forward comes Bastow, picked up by the cock, and there is no run there.
Yeah, he's been your friend this week. Every time you've been on air, he's come to have a look at you, hasn't he?
Yeah, indeed, absolutely. Because Sip Gully, backward point, deep cover, extra cover, long off. And this time Bastow drives expansively.
Could be out.
Could be out, he's going to be caught. Yes, no! It's been dropped. He's been dropped down here below us at long off. And it seemed it was going to be such an easy catch. And that's Philander down there, I think.
Yes, it is.
And he had it absolutely. And it went straight through his hands. Extraordinary. When I saw Philander under that, you thought, well, that's curtains for Bastow. But it went through for 4. And well. Everything's happening here today. 163 for 5 at the end of the over. 11 now to Bastow. And I say, he's had a bit of luck.
Well, he has. He just took his eye off it right at the last minute, Philander. He's looking up to say, I think he might be blaming Spider Cam. He's pointing to something as if to say that was something in his way. He's got a problem with that right hand with the tape on it, but you know, he just takes his eye off the ball right at the last minute.
Maybe it was Spider Cam. Spider Cam interrupted the batsman at one stage, didn't it? I think it was, I can't remember who it was in the England first innings that pulled away because Spider Cam was low and moving. Anyway, that I dare say will be something up for discussion in important quarters, in the administrative quarters. Here is Rabada in its short, and that's pulled round the corner by Moeen. It's going down to fine leg, and that is just the single there. Adumini, the fielder, unwinds a nice throw, 163 for 5.
Well, that's, you know, sometimes, you know, England have got a good lead now on this kind of wicket, but you know, you take Bairstow then, you've got Dawson coming in next, who's on a pair. On a wicket like this, you could easily get the last 5 wickets for under 30 runs, but it's doing that much. 280 to 290 chase, you just never ever know, but you've got to take those opportunities. You saw the South Africans on day 1, they were dropping chances, bowling no balls, getting wickets off the no balls. It's been an ill-disciplined week for South Africa in the field.
Rabada, it is in, bowls to Bastow. That one kept low, but he was on the back foot and squirts it away just backward to point. They get a single. Even Rabada, with his dynamic running, can't stop that one. 165 for 5. Bastow goes to 13. And at least I thought he went to 13. He doesn't. He goes to 12. And that's right. 11 plus 1 makes 12. My arithmetic letting me down. And the lead at this point is 262. England will be wanting to get that very much to 300. Moeen is in strike. Here's Rabada round the wicket bowls, and Moeen drives expansively and is going to get a run to Maharaj at deep backward point. Here comes that lovely raking left-hander's throw to the cock. And so 7 to Moeen Ali, and I think he's progressed entirely by singles. And Alice Altman will put me right if I'm wrong. And it's 166 for 5. He has progressed entirely by singles. He gave me the thumbs up. Tell you, Andy, you won't always have to do that with me. Scorers with me are usually vigorously nodding their heads in the negative.
Andy's come off the subs bench, hasn't he?
Well, I know, and he's got that lovely handwriting, which I've had to tick Daryl Andrew off about that. Now, here comes Rabada into Bastow. Bastow tries to tickle it around the corner, misses, taken by de Kock down the leg side. But this really is an absolutely thrilling, pulsating morning's cricket. The crowd absolutely sensing it. There are none of them leaving for an early lunch. There are very few empty seats. And, well, they are, I think, both metaphorically and literally on the edge of their seats.
Certainly are. It's been tremendous Test match cricket.
Oh, it's wonderful to see.
That hum around the ground again, isn't it?
I know.
A nice hum.
I know. It's a bit louder after lunch. It always is. Here comes Rabada. He's in now. He bowls, and that's driven beautifully there by Bastow, but straight to Elgar fielding at mid-on, and there is no run. The left-handed South African captain. 166 for 5, the score. And the batsmen out this morning, Cook went for 69, Balance for 34, Root for 5, and Stokes for 1. And of course, Jennings also out, he made 33. And Rabada it is once more. From the pavilion end, striding out, arms going like pistons, he's up to the wicket, he bowls, and Sam Bastow steers it rather cheekily down to third man. Dewin is there, and there is another single. Bastow 13 now. It's 167 for 5 at the end of the over, with Moeen Ali on 7. And Michael, after another word from you, it will be time for Aggers.
Thank you, Blowers. Yeah, Maharaj, we're disappointed with Philander down at long off. It was a relatively straightforward chance. Probably had to run 15 yards to his left. Got that sore hand from yesterday's blow off Jimmy Anderson, but still it really should be taken. Got generally a safe pair of hands for Philander. He's would have caught many of those balls over his career and in practice, and he just took his eye off the ball right at the last minute.
Just taking over from Henry reminds me I must water my fuchsia plants when I get home. They've been a bit dry.
It's been like fruit pastels this week, hasn't he? He's had a different blend every day.
Extraordinary sight this morning. Anyway, 167 for 5. And we've got Bairstow on 13, who drives again. It's in the air. That'll go for 4. Thumping blow over cover. And Philander's got to go back and go and get that. No doubt some of the crowd will have some advice for it. It was a horrible miss. And yes, of course, the mitigation you could offer would be that he does have this bruised thumb. But the reaction of his teammates, obviously the camera caught Elgar and de Kock. Just couldn't. They're just devastated. 171 for 5, and that spins away. Bairstow launches a pad at it. It's just a bit of a game changer. I mean, England are clearly in the dominant position here, but something like that, when you are trying so hard to get back into the game, give yourself a chance. Maharaj again, and that's clumped away over mid-on by Bairstow. That'll be 4 more. There's no one back. Rabada this time has to go and find the ball out on the beyond the boundary. 175 for 5.
Well, I think this is the way to play against spin on this kind of wicket. You've got to try and attack them. You know, if you just try and nurdle and defend, I think there's always going to be a ball that's going to threaten you. I think you've got to try and put the bowler under a huge amount of pressure by hitting him to the boundary a few times.
Yeah, I agree. Still 2 slips there. Maharaj again bowls. Bairstow sweeps this time. 4 more. Tremendous cricket from Johnny Bairstow, who's ridden his luck, and now he's making South Africa pay for that. And every time the ball goes to the boundary, you just look down here to our left at Vernon Philander, because it's a horrible, horrible feeling. Drop a catch and then see the man who you've let off hitting the ball to all parts. And now the second slip comes out. He's going to square leg.
Well, you just look at the field now. He's just got 1 slip. Yep.
In goes Maharaj, bowls, Bairstow pushes out to long off. Maharaj dived there, couldn't quite get it, and now there's the cheer for Philander. Typical Sunday atmosphere here at Lord's today. It's just a little bit different about it, you know. It's a well-behaved, well-heeled Saturday crowd. Sunday always comes with a bit of fun.
A bit cheekier.
Yeah, they'd have some fun here. And poor old Vernon down there. Down to our left, he got his hands on his hips. He was pointing upwards, whether it was Spider Cam who was claiming put him off, I don't know. I couldn't see where it was, but anyway, 180 for 5. Moeen on strike now, down the pitch, and he's bowled. It's spun between bat and pad, and Moeen's out for 7. He pitched in the rough, turned a long way, and he came dancing down the pitch and comprehensively bowled. 180 for 6, and this game moving on very quickly. There weren't many revs on it from the spinner's point of view, but it pitched way outside off and hit leg.
Beautiful bowling. No, I think
he tossed up a bit.
Yeah, he sensed Moeen Ali was coming down. He just threw it a little bit wider, a bit slower. He just catches the rough marks and spins sharply through the gate of Moeen Ali. It's not nice for the batsman to see that kind of delivery, but it's great as a spectator to see a spinner just outthink a batsman and bowl on a nice little floaty kind of slower one. Now Dawson's walking out. He's on a pair, Aggers.
He is.
I don't like to talk about pairs, but I wouldn't want to be on a pair on this kind of wicket.
I'd rather be, yeah, I don't know. No, probably not.
There's some wickets that you kind of look at and you're on a pair and you kind of go, well, it's just a nice pitch. But this kind of set, there are balls on this wicket I don't think you can do a great deal about.
No.
One that could scoot.
I think I'd rather be a right-hander on a pair than a left-hander.
Yeah. I think facing the left-arm spinner, but I think facing the seamers from the far end, yeah, okay. I think I prefer to be a left-hander, just to kind of get one off the outside edge. One coming back down the slope. I'm sure he's going to be fine. It's I don't think he's going to be on strike because it was the end of the over. So Bairstow will be facing, so he has to wait a little bit longer to face his first ball.
In Bristol, let's give you a score. England's women have recovered. They're 156 for 4 now in the 35th. It's going to be a good game too, I think. Tammy Beaumont's on 49, Danny Wyatt 21. Again, you can get the commentary online and via the BBC Sport app. And we're going actually for commentary live during our lunch break here, which is in just over 10 minutes. So good game down there in the Women's World Cup. And, well, that's an excellent game of cricket here too. I mean, you could easily have thought today, oh, well, England just bat along and they'll get their runs, they'll bat out sensibly until tea. We might get some excitement in the hour before they declare, but ho-hum. But actually, it's all been happening today, and you can sense the buzz too, because I suspect it's the knowledge that England should have enough runs in the bank.
Well, I think what we all expect today was, and I talked about it before play, was, you know, Joe Root declaring. When will he declare? Well, yeah. I don't think he'll have to.
No.
I think his team will be bowled out, and it'll all be done for him.
Bairstow's on strike on 26. Rabada comes in, leaps and bowls, and he comes forward here and plays back up the pitch. And Rabada leans to his right, picks the ball up, and there is no run. Bairstow goes gardening. He's always a fidgeter. I'm not going to read out the score of this England match anymore in the women's, because whenever I do and say anything positive, somebody gets out, and now Tammy Beaumont's out for 49, so it's 156 for 5. I'm going to ignore all further messages, or I'm going to be accused of scuppering them somehow. All I'm doing, I promise you, is reading it off a screen. 180 for 6, Bairstow on 26.
I have to say the Australians look very, very good.
Yeah.
In the
well,
Women's World Cup, yeah,
they just
very strong.
Yeah. Bat raised, Bairstow waits, Rabada bowls short, and he tries to pull this. It bounces off his pads down to Bavuma in the gully. And there's no run. So just today, with my maths being horrible, Andy, what have England added and lost today?
61 for 5 in 24.2 overs.
There we go. So I mean, they haven't scored quickly. They've lost wickets. So.
Well, there's another 10 minutes. I think South Africa will be thinking they just can take one with them to lunch. Give themselves just a glimmer of hope, haven't they?
Yeah. Rabada runs in, bowls, and Bairstow with a bit of bottom hand flicks the ball down to mid-on.
And in the back of the England team's mind will always be a player like Quinton de Kock.
Yes, absolutely.
He just never know. The pitch is doing plenty, but someone like Quinton de Kock, Amler plays a
again left-handed. You just feel that
he should be able to create an opportunity, but he's such a good player that I know from being an ex, you're always looking at the opposing team going, could he play an innings of that would be talked about for a long time. Amler is a wonderful player. He could get 100 on any surface.
Rabada bowls, cutting back, and Bairstow gets that away for a single. At a point, it was quite funny this morning interviewing Alistair Cook. He's not a great shot player and so on, but he kept saying, I promise you, Agus, it's hard out there. I promise you. It wasn't just me batting. I promise you, it's hard work.
It was, and if you watched the way Alistair played yesterday, he was trying everything to the spinner to score.
Yeah.
And it was just very, very difficult. The ball spinning sharply back into the pads. He was getting his pads outside of the off stump to nullify the LBW. He was playing the sweep shot. He danced down a few times. Yeah. The one thing he didn't try was the Keaton Jones reverse sweep, but I wouldn't expect Alistair Cook to do that. Alistair Cook is in tremendous form. The runs that he scored for Essex, I just think it proves he's not going to be scoring at a rate like Moeen Ali or Johnny Bairstow, but when you see a player of that quality struggle to score, clearly the pitch is a difficult one to bat on.
Well, here's Dawson hoping to avoid the ignominy of a pair. Having got naught in the first innings, Rabada comes in, bowls to him, it's outside the off stump, and he lets that go through. And it's collected by de Kock. There's a man out there for the hook shot out at deep square leg. Vernon Philander still on duty down here in a sort of a catching position down at long leg. Still, he'll be running through that moment in his mind, no doubt. There's a third man who's Duminy. I think they're actually better off putting Duminy down there and putting Big Vern across to third man. But anyway, at the moment it's that way round. Two slips and a man quite close at mid-wicket. In comes Rabada, runs him down, bowls. He bowled him with a full toss, I reckon. Middle stump absolutely splattered. And Dawson's standing there like a man who still hasn't seen that and is looking around. Well, that was a full toss. It's ripped out his middle stump that's lying 5 yards away. And he's just saying, I never saw it. And he's looking around, utterly bemused, as if he didn't know what had happened. And he's turning back to look at the South Africans.
Oh, they're checking.
They're going to check the height of this, I guess. But if it's, well, it's a long drop from waist high down to ripping out the middle stump. I mean, I thought it looked all right, I have to be honest. I think it's a legitimate delivery.
I think he just hasn't picked it up.
I just didn't see it.
Are they checking the front foot?
Front foot we'll have a look at.
Oh,
it's just okay, just okay. But whether they're looking at for height as well, let's have a look. Is it below the waist height?
Yep.
It is.
Just.
But that's how high it is. As rips out his middle stump. He's out. Finger up, off you go. And that's a horrible, I mean, I have to say, to complete a pair like that is horrible. And you don't expect a ball that high necessarily. But there's just something a bit miserable about that.
Well, I don't think he's picked it up, and you can understand why. You just don't. Well, you don't practice these kind of deliveries. No. Why would you? I'm pretty sure that Rabada's tried to bowl the Yorker, and he's just got it slightly wrong. And clearly, Liam Dawson hasn't picked the ball up. He's, as I said, it's gone through him. It's quite a quick delivery as well. And it's a long, lonely walk off for Liam Dawson, getting a pair.
Slamming his bat into the ground there as well. That's just a really horrible, sad way of getting out. A full toss, ripping out his middle stump, and he clearly didn't see it. And now Stuart Broad's coming out, waving his arms around. I wonder if they will try and be rather more controlled bowling at Broad. They lost the plot in the first innings, and he played some good shots, but
well, you just got to try and hit off stump, haven't you? Full of length, whack the pitch as hard as you can, and it's. I don't remember today seeing a ball from the seamer, you tell me if I'm wrong, coming down the ground. I haven't seen a straight drive. I haven't seen one. I think Cook might have punched one through extra cover. I think it was square of that. So it tells you once the ball's not coming down the ground, it's a very difficult pitch to drive on.
Yep.
Now most of the runs have come square of the wicket or down to third man, and obviously if the spinner Bairstow's clubbed him a few times, but I don't remember a ball coming in the V from the seamers today for runs.
No, you're right. They have bowled very well, the South Africans, and it's been controlled.
6 for 62 off 24 now,
Yeah,
I guess.
it's extraordinary. I mean, and the pitch, there are plenty of tricks in there, but we have to say Rabona didn't use the pitch there. He fired in this full toss that's hit the middle stump. Well, 3/4 and a bit of the way up, I would guess. And Dawson is like a startled rabbit. He just didn't see it. He didn't see it at all.
Say it again, but not seeing Rabada in Nottingham next week, I just find it such a...
it's a shame.
a shame for the game.
181 for 7. Maharaj is continuing. Bairstow's still there. And they're putting men out now for him. They really have got the scouts out. They feel the lower orders here.
Well, you're looking at that catch from Philander just a short while ago. It's crucial.
Yeah.
Is there a bit of rain due this afternoon, I guess? Building up a bit over the pavilion.
Not on my thingy, but there is a bit tomorrow, possibly. It's Maharaj bowling, and Bairstow lets that go by. 181 for 7. The lead 278. I mean, it feels from here as if that is a winning total.
Could finish today, you know.
It could do. There's Maharaj again, round the wicket, sun out, bowls short, and back goes Bairstow. Despairing dive there at cover. Now, how is Broad going to play this? He's got Bairstow playing really well down at this end.
He's one of my favourite batsmen to watch, Stuart Broad, because you never know.
No.
I would say
what are you telling him to do? He'll sweep. Yes, he will sweep.
I'm saying to spread your legs, get your pads outside of off stump, and try and spread your legs. Use your height.
But are you telling him to be positive, or are you just going to try and play for Bairstow?
I think you've got to be positive. I think if you just sit there, I think it's kind of wicked that something will happen. You know, the ball will bounce. So I think sweeping. You know, use your reach. He's got a nice reach. He plays the sweep shot pretty well. The only problem is that 45 catcher on the onside. You've got to be careful that he doesn't top edge it to the 45. Try and nullify, hit one to cover point and get a single, get off strike.
I'd love to have that man at backward point catching close in the offside there. But anyway, Maharaj goes in, bowls to Broad, spins in and pops up into the leg side. He's caught. Out first ball. Turned it straight to the short leg fieldsman. And there you go, that's cricket for you. We're all celebrating his half century in the first innings, and you get a golden duck in the second.
Well, that's his batting, isn't it? He comes out and plays like he did in the first innings, but it's not easy for anyone arriving at the crease with what we're seeing the ball doing. Good catch at short leg from De Bruyne. It went fast. But it's been calypso this morning for the England side, hasn't it? It's all happening.
Well, I must admit, you can gaze into a crystal ball all you like, but I don't think many people saw this coming today.
No, I think it looks to me like the England team have got something on tomorrow. I think they want a game of golf. It's
what it is, but I mean, but you would agree, you'd think that they've got enough, wouldn't you? You'd think you'd still have England as favourites to win the match.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I mean, it's doing plenty, but you know, from where South Africa were at the start of play, and we were all talking 400, 420. When will Joe Root declare? You know, South Africa now has given themselves just a glimmer, just a sneak chance of winning this Test match. And when you've got the likes of Amla and you've got the likes of de Kock, you know, you've got an Elgar-style character. If he grafts and can get them off to a good start. You know, Bavuma we saw play well in the first innings. We know that they bat deep. You know, you just never ever know, but it certainly won't be easy.
Just watch that replay again. You're right. That was a really good short leg catch. It was away to his left, and it didn't come off an edge. It was turned, you know, reasonably firmly at him. That was an excellent catch by De Bruyne. So Mark Wood comes out, and England have lost 7 wickets for 63 this morning.
Is Mark Wood on a pair as well? Did he not trouble the scorers in the first innings? Did he?
Yep.
So he's on a pair.
He was out second ball.
Well, Johnny Bairstow's down there having a good old chat with him. He's probably trying to give him a little bit of a technical tip. But it's going to be the last over before lunch.
Yes, it will be.
I think Johnny will be thinking, wait a minute, just try and survive till lunch and then give me a chance after lunch to hit a few.
How many balls remain, Andy?
2 balls left.
2 to go, and that probably will be, well, yeah, probably lunch. It will be now, because Elgar's coming up for a conversation with his bowler.
He's got to bring mid-off.
And another helmet's coming out.
Yeah, he's got to bring mid-off into the...
Whatever happened? It probably happened in your time as a player. To the good old hatch with the helmet in it that we had in the 80s. They sort of, do you remember that hole was dug and there's a little hatch and the helmet went down?
Yeah, we used to have one.
But they don't happen anymore. Why were they stopped?
Don't know. Maybe it's health and safety.
Are you going to fall down it or something?
Yeah.
It just saves all of this, because now we're waiting for another helmet to appear.
You used to be able to keep all sorts in there.
Yeah, you could. Well, the helmet and the rest of the protective equipment was lobbed off the South African balcony there.
Well, here's a way of saving a bit of time in the game. Bring it back and put a nice little cooler in there with drinks in, so that you don't have to have drinks run off. If you want a drink, you just nip in between the overs, have a little slurp of your...
Yeah. The one thing it did do, obviously, every now and then, was it did get slightly possibly in the way of your run-up, but we just went a little bit to the left, in my case, and you just sort of ran past it. But it was a hatch, and it was artificial grass on it.
Yes, it was.
And you get the helmets down there. Anyway, look at this, 2 balls to go. They're all round Mark Wood. He's on a pair. There's a slip, a gully, man catching in front in the offside, and a short leg as well. As Maharaj comes in, and he bowls to Wood, who leans forward, plays that rather nicely. Ball just runs away for Bavuma to field. The crowd on tenterhooks here applauding as Mark Wood sees one away. He's got 1 ball to go, and then they'll go off for lunch. A dramatic session. Maharaj bowls to him with a lower arm down the leg side. De Kock takes it, and that will be it at 182 for 8. So the lead is 279. And that is absolutely as dramatic as it gets, and as unexpected, and as exciting, and as fun, and as it just brings what could have been a potentially quite quiet day's cricket to life.
Well, I think it's going to be the kind of chase that South Africa should just go. I think the draw's out of the equation now, and I think it's whatever it may be. If Johnny Bairstow can come out and hit a few after lunch and get it to beyond 300, still you'd be saying to the South, look, let's have a real good go. Let's be really positive.
Yes. Because you're right. You're not going to block out.
You're not going to block out for
no.
5 seconds. You might as well just try and really put the bowlers under pressure by being positive. Because if you just try and bat on a pitch like this now and just kind of play for attrition, and, for the bad ball to come, it clearly looks the kind of service. It's a very difficult method of play. So you might as well go out and have a good old dash.
Amazing, really. 7 for 63, Cook out for 69, Balance 34, Root for 5, then Stokes 1, a ball that shot along the ground, Moeen dancing down the pitch, a ball spun out of the rough, pitched outside, off and took leg, nice piece of bowling. Dawson, that one, he'll still be sitting in that dressing room saying, what on earth, what happened? It was a full toss that passed, well, below his waist, ripped out his middle stump that he never saw, so he'd bagged a pair, brought out for a golden duck. Caught short leg, a nice catch, but they must be somehow. You've got to tell yourself. I'm sure Broad will be going and saying, "Cool, this is a minefield out there. We're going to bowl them out, lads." And you've got to make sure that you are aware of the fact. Although you've had a bit of a stinker with the bat there, actually, hey, we're in the best position here. We're going to win this game. We'll go out and bowl them out today.
What this target has done, or could do for South Africa, is not allow Joe Root to attack so much. Yeah. If they'd have played really well England and got to 400 plus, well, Joe Root can attack all the time with 3 or 4 round the back to the spinners. What this target may do to South Africa, if they go and hit a few, Joe Root think, wait, I can't have so many round the bat.
New captain.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So it's going to be interesting. England's still clear favourites, and you'd expect them to win, but it's just changed the course of the way that Joe Root will be able to captain in that second innings with the way that they've played this morning.
OK, I can't wait for the resumption. Thanks, Michael. 182 for 8. So England do lead by 279, and we're back here just before 20-2 for the resumption of this fascinating Test match. But England's women are also in action today, playing that very important match at Bristol against the holders Australia at the Women's World Cup. England are batting, and we're going to join the commentary now with the Australian World Cup winner Mel Jones sitting alongside Alison Mitchell.
Back, turns it neatly to square leg for a single. We welcome our TMS listeners to this Women's World Cup match, and England in a little bit of a predicament here. We're entering the 40th over. Jess Jonathan, the left arm spinner, bowling, and England are 181 for 6. The 2 batters out in the middle, Catherine Brunt and Jenny Gunn. As Jonathan comes in again now to Brunt, who crouches and then chops her outside the off stump, but only as far as backward point. Throw comes back into the keeper and no run. It's been a glorious day here weather-wise at Bristol, and England won the toss and they opted to bat. It felt like it was a pitch which had a stack of runs in it, but England not able to put partnerships together as Jonathan has dropped them down low. Now they're appealing for the LBW. Brunt is setting off for a quick single. Throw comes back in, misses the stumps, but gathered then by Jonathan and leg by signalled by the umpire. Mel Jones alongside me. What do you reckon, Mel? Is that a decent shout?
Pitching just outside leg, and we're a little bit off centre here.
if the Aussies were that convinced. I mean, there is DRS. We haven't had a DRS review yet in this innings. Jonathan in again to Gunn, who comes forward, smothers one back down the pitch, picked up by Jonathan. Perhaps wait till the end of the over and I'll give all our new listeners joining us from the test match a bit of a run through. We'll recap on just what has happened during this England innings so far. There hasn't been a 50 from anybody. Jonathan flights one up and Gunn drives down to mid-off, a slide on the edge of the circle from Lanning as Gunn completes the single. So 40 overs gone, England 183 for 6. So Gunn on 8, Brunt on 12. England lost Lauren Winfield early on in the piece. She fell in the 4th over, was caught at short mid-wicket by Bolton offshoot for just 1. Then Beaumont came together, the opener, with Sarah Taylor, and the two of them who had put on a record ODI partnership on this very ground against South Africa just a few days ago. Sarah Taylor looked good, didn't she, Mel, for a 35? And then Christian Beams came on to bowl, who's a leg spinner who doesn't really turn it much. He sort of pushes the ball onto you. And Taylor, well, it's the first ball she had faced of her, didn't allow herself any sighters and just tried to flick to mid-wicket, one leg off the ground, little flamingo-like. It got an inside edge cannoning onto leg stump and she was out for just 35. Sweep attempt by Gunn down the leg side and wide, signalled. It's Ashley Gardner bowling now from the Ashley Down end. So that broke up that partnership and the second wicket fell for 52. Heather Knight came out, only made 2 runs. Was caught by Lanning, trying to advance on Beams, trying to hit her down the ground, caught by the Australian captain on the edge of the circle at mid-off. A simple catch, really, as Gardner is in again and Gunn presses forward, defends, runs out to the offside. 56 for 3 at that point. And then a decent stand between Tammy Beaumont and Nat Siver. Siver, who hit that big 100 in the game at Leicester to beat Pakistan. Quicker now from Gardner. Gunn taking a quick single into the offside, jogs through for the 1. But Siver went out in a very similar way to Heather Knight, caught on the edge of the circle by Lanning. Off Villani, who made then just 29 Siver. That was 102 for 4. Then a big wicket fell when Tammy Beaumont went. England really needed her, you felt, to bat through the 50 overs. And she was caught and bowled by Ashley Gardner. Quite a horrible delivery and a horrible shot, really. Wasn't good cricket. Here's a firm sweep by Catherine Brunt. Behind square, there is a fielder at deep backward square leg. And it only yields a single. England won 86 for 6. But that was a horrible full toss from Ashley Gardner, which Beaumont tried to pull and give it the treatment and instead got a big top edge and was caught by the bowler down the leg side. Another wide. Extras are creeping up a little bit for Australia. That is one area that they will want to look at. So 156 for 6 with a fall of Beaumont's wicket for just 49. And then Danny Wyatt was attempting to sweep Jess Jonathan and was bowled for 27. Gunn outside the off stump, and there's a juggle. Now, is this an appeal for a catch? Yes, her finger's gone up. Now, Alyssa Healy.
They'll have to go to DRS. No.
So she's dived forward,
yeah, but she's dropped it. She's actually dropped it, but then the umpire didn't see the ball hit the ground, and so he's put the hand up.
So Gunn is on 9. The finger's gone up to say she's out. I haven't actually seen the motion. Whether this must have been a Gunn review, presumably, is it? Or is the umpire going to come upstairs for an umpire review? The two umpires are coming together. It's 187 for 7. Australia are in a huddle, thinking that they may have dismissed Gunn, which would leave England at 187 for 7 and teetering going into these last 10 overs.
She hasn't had a great day behind the stumps today, Alyssa Healy, one that she would probably like to forget. So you can't quite tell if there's an edge off there, but you can see it's just come into the gloves, out of the gloves. She's gone to snag it again. She's got it in her left hand, but as then the hands come down and hit the ground, it then bounces off her chest and hits the ground.
Yeah, that's a definite drop.
So it's a definite drop.
How the umpire didn't quite see that is beyond me. Healy was fielding with her back to us, so she dived forward to take the catch. That's when the juggle came, and she ended up pretty much next to Jenny Gunn, fully on her front. I mean, the ball's on the ground in front of her. She's had to reach out a hand to grab it back into the glove. So an excited appeal by the bowler.
I suppose the first question is, did she actually nick it in the first place?
We haven't seen on Ultra Edge there, but either way, definitely not out. So Gunn survives there on 9. But overall, man, I mean, just summing up that scorecard.
Wickets by aggression. All the wickets that have fallen today, you would not say were from absolute peaches of deliveries or a build-up of pressure per se. Most of it has been, I think, because of England wanting to instill this new style of play that has been, let's get on the front foot, let's go after the Australians and the opposition.
Here's Gardner into gun. He waits back in the air. Now it's just popped up. Could be another caught and bowled. No, it drops just beyond Gardner, who then raced back past the non-striker, past Catherine Brunt, and the ball plopped harmlessly.
Unbelievable.
How?
So
I'm not
as
sure.
the bat turned in the hands, Ash Gardner would have thought for a second that she had an opportunity. It's fallen about 3 metres back.
It's a big leading edge. She goes fuller this time, drops it at the toes of Gunn, fielded by Perry on the onside and the end of the over. So we've had 41 of the England innings after they won the toss and opted to bat, and won 87 for 6. And Australia are not going to be worried at chasing down 220 odd, are they, Mel?
Oh, no, definitely not. They've chased it down at this ground, chased a lot more at this ground. They've won at this ground on 2 occasions of the 2 times they've played here in one-day internationals. I think that would be more than comfortable for them. However, it's a funny old game, cricket.
Well,
I think that's
looking
still
at it from a glass half full point of view, and say England would could field out of their skins. They need to improve
Without a
their
doubt.
fielding, though.
Well, look,
because
and the
they've had
other
a
thing
number of
is
drops against South Africa.
Yeah, the opening pairing of Bolton and Mooney hasn't quite clicked as yet, as I'm still a little bit surprised again that Elise Villani is coming back on to bowl. 2 overs, 10 runs and the wicket so far, so pretty good figures for the part-time medium. Meg Lanning's been out for a game, has the shoulder injury, so there's still a little bit of, and no boundary scored in the power play against Pakistan the other day by the Australians. So there is an opportunity for England to jump in, but they would have to do it early.
Now, Villani then is marshalling her field. She's got a third-man fine leg up to Catherine Brunt as she bowls now, and Brunt waits and tickles it just to the onside, and Healy skips around from behind the stumps, picks up, they've taken the single. Throw comes back into Villani, and that 1 run is taken. There's been a couple of 6s from the bat of Danny White. So that's been, really, they've been the shots of the day. Phil, how many boundaries in total in the England innings? I'll get that from you in a moment. Phil Long, our scorer. And Melanie Jones alongside me, World Cup winner with Australia, and part of our commentary team throughout this competition. Long on, being brought up, so Elise Perry now on the edge of the circle, and she's had a pretty wayward day with the ball, unusually for her. Villani bowling on a length, clipped along the ground, out to deep mid-wicket by Gunn, and she takes a single.
14 4s and 3 6s.
And I think the Villani bowling situation, I know a lot of people are getting messages through social media, is why is she bowling? Why do we need her in the team? And a lot of people are saying, well, if you need that extra bowler, why don't we pick the extra bowler in a Sarah Ailey?
As Villani bowls Fuller, hit out to short extra cover, but straight to Alex Blackwell.
Particularly when you've got quite a deep batting lineup, you know, after the Perry-Blackwell scenarios, then you've got Villani, Healy, Jonathan, Ash Gardner, who's a number 3 bat back home in Australia in the shorter format.
Villani into Brunt with Healy standing up. She's down on one knee. She hasn't got it away cleanly. Behind square on the onside, just the single, and Brunt, as she jogs through, throws her eyes up towards the sky a little bit, as if I've got to be hitting these cleaner. My team needs me to be finding the boundary. And they certainly do. Deep mid-wicket back, deep cover back, and fine leg. We'll be back at Lord's, just to remind you, by the start of the second session after lunch. We'll be back there before 20-1. But you're here in Bristol with us for this World Cup match group game between England's women and Australia's women. As Gunn goes back, takes a single out to deep cover. And just to remind everyone of the situation here, group game, the top 4 go through to the semi-finals. At the moment, Australia top that table with 8 points. England sit 5th, just outside the top 4. So for them today, 2 points, it would really help their cause. Australia know they'll guarantee themselves a spot in the semis if they win today. England still have 2 games to come, which will decide their fate. She's moving around the crease and then, well, wide down the leg side, but it's running all the way down to the sight screen. Catherine Brunt was shaping to sweep. She was moving around in the crease before she shaped to play the shots, and then it missed everything going down leg. And the keeper couldn't stop it either. 27 now, Mel, in extras.
Yeah, I mentioned it before. There's 25 against New Zealand, now 27 against England, with plenty of overs to go still too.
Just to remind you, the score at lunch at Lord's, England 182 for 8, lead of 279. As Villani comes in again to Brunt outside the off stump. She's driving at one again, hasn't quite timed it, and she jogs a single, picked up by Schutt in the deep, and it's the end of the 42nd over of the England innings. 197 for 6. It's taken a while to creep up past the 200 mark. Brunt 16 off 22. Gunn, 11 off 17. And the wickets, well, 1 for Schutt, 1 for Ashley Gardner, 2 for Kristen Beams, 1 for Villani, 1 for Jonathan. So spread around a bit, and Meg Lanning certainly chopped and changed her bowlers in the early part of England's innings. And when those wickets were falling, it looked very evident that they knew exactly, Lanning knew exactly which bowlers she wanted to bring on for which batters and what fields to set. Very definite plans been executed by the Aussies here. So Catherine Brunt's looking around the field, sees that there's a big gap through deep square leg if she wants it. Gardner bowls, and that's exactly where she places the ball, but probably not enough in front of square because she finds deep backwards square leg. And she only takes 198 for 6. Mel Jones has made way. Got another World Cup winner alongside me now, and Ebony Rain for Brent. Morning to you, Ebs.
Hello.
Afternoon even. Gunn this time gets a full ball, driven down to wide, long on, finds Villani in the wide-brimmed golden Aussie sun hat, who sends the ball back in. It's been quite a stuttering innings from England, this, hasn't it?
Yeah, massively struggling. I suppose it's the constant fall of wickets.
Here's Gardner again, quicker that time. Brunt's bottom edge into the ground, out towards cover. Big shout of no.
Yeah, and I don't know. It's one of those where I think it's a lot of pressure. I think it's still a very good wicket. The way we saw Sarah Taylor bat on it.
Goes Gardner once more. Big heave, sweeping round the corner by Catherine Brunt. Schutt is there, Brunt takes the single, and again feels like she's missed out, but it brings up the 200, so that's the applause from the England crowd here at Bristol, and it is a really good crowd as well. It's a big crowd, and they've been enjoying the sun. It's a slip, slap, slop kind of day out there as well, isn't it? As Gardner is in, and Gunn defends, coming forward, runs the ball back up the pitch. But they would have rather been cheering a 250.
Yeah, I think they would. I think this wicket is mostly about a 270 par. The danger here is England sort of dribble to 230.
Gunn facing up again. Turn towards mid-on. No run taken. It's the end of the over. 43 gone, so the 200 is up. But we're into the last 10 overs now, and you want to feel as if it feels England will have some momentum, but it feels like they're going to be carrying very little momentum into the innings break.
Yeah, and there's two concerns for me here today. I don't mind. I don't have a problem if England lose, in the sense that you are playing a top nation. I think the thing that concerns me most is if you don't lose well, a bit like South Africa. Yeah, South Africa lost to England, but they scored their highest score. You know, there's a lot to take from it, and then going into that New Zealand game is going to be a challenge. So I think they need to squeeze what they can out of the runs, a bit of momentum into that bowling innings, and see if they can find some form there.
Well, the part-timers carrying on. It's Elise Villani, and she bowls full outside the off stump, driven by Brunt. But England have just struggled to find the boundaries. And Megan Schutt in particular has been kept so busy out in that deep cover boundary.
Well, Meg Lanning, her field setting is good. You know, she really knows the angles that her bowl. Even Villani, who I describe as the female version of Alistair Cook in terms of bowling, but even Villani, she knows the angle, she knows where they're going to get hit.
Villani, right arm over the wicket now then to Gunn. Doesn't get it away. Fielded at point. Another shout of no. Got Catherine Brunt, who is just itching at the non-striker's end, backing up, itching to get down the far end.
Yeah, talking about lack of boundaries. The last boundary was at in the first over of the power play back in the 36th over.
Yeah, that's not good enough for an England team trying to beat Australia as we get into the last 10 here. A little bit of width, driven, but Lanning a sliding stop on the edge of the circle, and then an underarm throw tossed back into Villani. And the captain, just to reiterate for people joining us, that Meg Lanning has suffered with this chronic shoulder injury, and she's really got it strapped up. I mean, almost when she's standing, it looks as if the right shoulder is just slightly dipped even, like her shoulders aren't quite even. Took a couple of catches, hasn't had to dive on the right shoulder though. Outside off stump, pushed right across Brunt too much though, and wide signalled by Villani. Yeah, so Lanning's catching, I mean, she really barely had to move, did she, from her position at mid-off to take those catches, but certainly the throwing, she's not going to be affecting too many sharp run-outs with these sort of underarm things.
Yeah, we saw that. I mean, she was still mostly got the best underarm in the game. I saw her dive forward a little while ago and knock the bails off.
Villani to Brunt, again moving around the crease. She gets one down leg side, and that will be 4. One bounce. Behind square. Almost waited for it. Backed away a touch, just took a stride towards leg, and then back again, teed herself up so she can make some room.
Good shot, isn't it? I think that's what you need to do at this stage, especially someone like Villani. If you put her off, really manoeuvre the feet around. She toyed with her, and then was able to pick her gap.
Yeah, full toss She almost ended up down on one knee. A very cross-batted shot around the corner, driving there this time, and she's got it past point. Just the single, though. And Schutz comes in off the boundary, sends the ball back into the gloves of Alyssa Healy. England at 208 for 6. There's some key wickets to talk about while we've got the Test Match special listeners with us. That of Sarah Taylor, first of all, because she back to her best with that brilliant 100 in the game against South Africa, and then a dismissal today just as she was getting going. Outside the off stump at bottom edge from Gunn, one hand comes off the bat, a single down to long on. You're a little disappointed in the way she got out today?
Yeah, it's one of those. I just thought she should have given herself a little bit of time when it comes to beams. I mean, she was giving it a bit of air and a bit of flight, and although she'd hit the seamers or some of the other bowlers very well, I just felt she needed to give herself a little opportunity to get in the game and really, take it home. The reason why I say it's a good wicket is because the way she was batting early on, she was playing with ease and looked as free as ever. So for her, I think most of the batters today will feel like they've just given it away and given Australia that opportunity.
Well, if you want to keep listening to this match, you're on the BBC Sports website, the BBC Sport app, and there are in-play highlights as well. The video clips of this game are on the BBC Sport website. I'll describe this first ball of this over. We're going to stay with this match up until just before the start of the second session at Lords, as Gunn prods that one back down the pitch, picked up by Ash Gardner, and there's no run. I'm going to make sure that Nacha Manos is ready to go because there's not many gaps between deliveries here. Gardner in again. Gunn looking to run it down into the gloves of Healy. I'll talk through the over.
It's going to be a very quick one. I think they're racing through here, making sure it's...
Gardner comes in with just a few paces with her off spin. Gunn goes back and then pulls her flat along the ground. There are the two fielders there, and that is well placed by Gunn for 4 runs. 2 deep mid-wickets out. That's the spot England have needed to be hitting, and they've been missing. So with that, I will hand over to Natalie Germanos.
Yeah, no, the old pros here coming in, just spotting that gap. Jenny Gunn just stayed back. She didn't go down and sweep it. She just kind of hung back and punched it with that bottom hand, but she was all about the placement.
All about the placement indeed. Lovely shot by Gunn, who's standing with her open stance as she's around the wicket now. Gunn is playing this away to the offside, just behind square, but straight to the fielder on this occasion. We're in the 45th over, 213 for 6 at the moment. Gunn has got a little bit of work to do here with Brunt on 24 from 28, Gunn 18 from 27. Gunn gets a very full delivery and she digs it out to the offside. That's very well bowled by Gardner. Been so impressed with her today.
Yeah, youngster coming in, and really she's it's the control, isn't it? I think that's one thing about the Australian bowlers. They don't, even the young ones coming in, they don't offer you any free balls.
Gardner's back over the wicket now to Gunn. It's outside the off stump. She plays it straight towards backward point and ends the over well after she was hit for that boundary. 45 overs gone, 213 for 6. We could be headed for a very exciting finish here with Brunt on 24 from 28, Gunn 18 from 29.
Just trying to work out what add in, if they went at the current rate 5s and over, that would get them another 25 on the score. But if they could get maybe just 1 or 2 big overs, maybe a 10, maybe 2 overs of 10, then that gives them a little bit of meat, as close to that 250 as possible. Just thinking about who to come as well. There's a few batters who can give it a good strike. Hazel can strike a good ball.
With another game going on in the Women's World Cup as well. West Indies up against Sri Lanka. 43 overs gone in that game. 188 for 6. The West Indies batting first in that game. Thripali Wirakodi got a couple of wickets to her name. The captain Ranawira also getting a couple of wickets to her name as well. So 5 overs left in this very crucial encounter in this World Cup. We've got a lovely crowd in here at the county ground in Bristol. Wonderful weather as well. Beams to bowl. Brunt on strike. Keep up to the stumps. It's a full toss as she comes down the track but plays it straight to Blackwell, who's at extra cover.
Oh, this is a nice, especially with Beams taking the ball away. The fact that mid-on and mid-off are up, I think, Brunt will be looking, have they made the change? No, they haven't. She's still got an opportunity to free her hands over the top.
Manning stands at mid-off for Brunt as she's playing back towards the bowler. She was thinking about coming down, but the flight in the end kept her in her crease. She plays it back towards the bowler. Beams is into her 8th over. She's got 2 for 29 so far. It's a good effort by her, having picked up Taylor and Knight. Brunt down the track, drives. She almost yorks herself in the end as she plays it straight to Blackwell, who throws the ball in towards the keeper's end, but Gunn makes her ground. 214 for 6.
This is a good over here from Beams. We talked about looking for a couple of overs with 10s in it. So far, she's only gone for 1. Still a couple of deliveries left, but... And I think as well, you know, we talked about these 2 fielders being up on the offside. That last one that she bowled was a bit of a googly, just tightening, so she's not giving you that width to get your hands through it.
So we're in the 46th over. Gunn on strike. Fine leg is up. She's down the track as well. She drives straight back towards the bowler, who pushes it away. She misses a possible opportunity as it goes down towards Perry, who's at long on, and they take a run. 215 for 6. That was hit back really, really hard. Burst through her hands as Beams bowls now towards Brunt. She's struck on the pad as she comes down the track, and there's a stifled appeal as they come through for a leg bye. 1 ball left in the 46th over. What an over this is. 216 for 6.
This is unbelievable. This is what you need from your better bowlers. And also, you know, she's giving it some air, so there's, you know, always a danger that it gets given the long handle, but because of the control, because of she's probing that tight line, now they're making a shift though. They're going to put mid-off back to protect from Jenny Gunn.
Yeah, they've got extra support in the covers now for Gunn, who plays to the leg side. Beams bowling on her toes. She'll get a single towards a wide mid-on, but it'll just be the one. What an over from Beams in the end, with just 4 runs from it. 3 singles and a leg bye. 217 for 6. 46 overs gone. Gunn 20 from 31. Brunt 25 from 32.
That's not the over you need. We talked about getting near that 250 mark. 4 overs left. They need something big. I'm just wondering who they're going. They're going to their spinners. So that the hardest thing, if you haven't got your rhythm yet and you've got the spinners coming on, you're having to do all the work and try and create the leverage. So this is quite smart. I've liked how Meg Lanning's gone about this. How many's Perry got left, please, in terms of overs? She's got 3. So there is, if she wants the pace, but she's looking to take the pace off the ball at the moment.
Yeah, she won't bowl out. We've just got 4 overs to go. So it'll be Gunn on strike, facing Gardner, who's into her 9th over. She's over the wicket. Gunn down the track. Plays it towards square leg, though. She'll only add the 1 run to the total. She's looking to improvise as much as she can, but Gardner's bowling so well today. 218 for 6. We're in the 47th over. Gardner really got the wicket of Tammy Bowman with probably her worst ball she's bowled the whole day. It was a full toss in the end. Caught and bowled. Brunt moves around in her crease, shuffles around nicely as she plays this through the square leg region. Shoot comes around, and there'll be just 1 again. That's really well done by Australia. 219 for 6.
You know, these last 5 overs could be the difference that we're looking at between both teams here. You know, you almost feel if they got to 250 and England have a good day, but if they squeeze them and they finish 230, very different game.
Around the wicket again to Gunn, who looks to sweep, but in the end it's into the keeper, but not into her gloves as she drops it. Just fumbles it slightly behind the stumps. I heard Mel Jones saying Healy just hasn't had quite her best day behind the stumps. Healy crouches behind the stumps now as Gunn, with her high backlift, comes down the track, drives into the ground and straight towards mid-off. There will be a single in it though. She didn't time it, so it means England move up to 220 for 6. Gunn 22.
It might not be fair because I haven't seen Healy enough. I maybe don't watch, but there's another keeper in this side, Beth Mooney, who obviously we know what she offers with the bat. 2 balls remain in this over. Around the wicket again. Brunt down the track, and she punches this beautifully over the top of long on for 6.
And that 6 takes Catherine Brunt to her highest ODI score.
32 or 34 for her. 226 for 6.
Well, we needed that, didn't we? England needed it desperately, and she really she's strong, very strong. Used her feet nicely down the crease, but then muscled it. The last end wasn't about the finesse, it was about the power.
1 ball remains in the 47th over, so 9 runs off this over. How that changes the whole complex of the over, it's amazing. 1 ball remains. She's gone for 9. What will Brunt do this time? She's down the track again. She drives hard all along the ground this time. It scoots off the outside half of the bat down towards the sweeper on the cover boundary, and she'll keep the strike as she takes a single. 227 for 6. 47 overs gone. 22 for Gunn. Brunt 33.
Well, that 6 really helped, didn't it? Well, they get off that 6 and 3, 9. So another 10. Was there another one in there?
Yeah.
3 singles?
Yeah. There was 4 singles.
Oh, was there 4 singles?
Yeah, there was 4 singles. I'm not sure if it's your maths or your
eyes.
I
didn't see 4 singles
there
on
was
that.
4
Are
singles.
you sure? Phil Long?
Yes, I can confirm Natalie is right. 11.161, which makes 10.
Okay. I can count to 10 just. Well, this partnership's fruitful, isn't it?
Full partnership?
Yeah, 50 partnership, 61 balls, and that 6 from Catherine Brunt was the 4th of the innings.
Thanks very much. So Beams will continue. She's got 2 overs left. She's got 2 for 32. She's over the wicket into Brunt, who's looking for the big slog sweeper. She clears the front leg, but in the end, it's just a big swipe for nothing.
That was a big swipe, wasn't it? I mean, it's the right thing to do. The only thing is I feel she went a little bit too far outside the off stump. Maybe just... she limited that a bit. She'd have got a bit closer.
Beams to Brunt, who dances down the track, and she has to just bunt it onto the leg side. She takes a single, and it will be a leg by. In fact, it's come off the pad. She got herself into a bit of a tangle. 228 for 6.
It's just a bit easier as well. When the ball's like Gardner's coming into you, that's all right. But when it's just that little bit of drift away, sometimes you lose your shape.
Fine leg is up at the moment. Gunn down the track, lifts the ball in the air over the top of mid-wicket for 6. Much to the delight of the crowd, another maximum for England. 234, I should say, for 6 in the 48th over.
Well, if anyone was wondering if it is a good wicket, that shot says all you need to, doesn't it? Just sat up, and Jenny Gunn, who again, you know, very tall, long limbs, and again, she didn't try and overhit it. She got there, and there's this kind of bottom hand punch that comes late into the shot. Really good.
No change in the field, though, for Australia. As Beams looks to make amends now. Gunn clears her front leg, plays it along the ground towards the mid-wicket fielder. Just 1 added to the total, but already it's a good over for England. 235 for 6 in the 48th over. Just having a look at the replay. Oh, gosh, it couldn't come more out of the middle. Beautiful shot from Jenny Gunn. A lot of experience for her. Brunt on strike. She's down the track now, using her feet nicely towards extra cover. It's racing away from Alex Blackwell, who's running around from long off, and there'll be another boundary. Oh, this is a massive over. 239 for 6.
How valuable could these runs be in the context of this game, where we've seen England kind of limping along for all of it, and now there's a chance, a real chance, and these guys are giving England a little bit of hope. And we talked about momentum earlier, and I think this is what they're getting right now. A bit of momentum going into those last few.
239 for 6. What will Beams do? What will Brunt do? She's on strike at the moment. It's down the leg side. She's playing it away towards the square leg umpire. The keeper runs after it to do the fielding, and there'll be a single in it for England. What an over. 48 overs gone. 240 for 6. Beams has bowled 9 overs, 2 for 44. Brunt 38 from 39. Gunn 29 from 36. We spoke about them wanting to use their spinners. Australia, we're going to have a change now, because it'll be shoot to come in. The spinners in the last couple of overs just not quite worked. These two have been good.
They have. What's interesting now, I just think if England have another 2 good overs and they get to 260, I think that changes the context of this game. I think a little while ago I was a bit nervous England could have been bowled out for the 230 mark. They've made the most of, like you say, they started to find the pace of those spinners. I think it shows that this is still a very good wicket. Megan Stewart now, I'm just wondering what sort of field she's going to be going, and she's going to, with her pace, she's got 3 out on the leg side, which should be a bit of protection there. So she's going to bowl that straight line. But again, if Brunt and Gunn get hold of it like they have, they will clear the ropes on that leg side. So they might be looking just to shuffle outside and get their hands through it.
Highest partnership as well for England in their innings. 66 runs from 67 balls. Came together with England in a little bit of trouble, really, at 174 for 6. Now 240 for 6, with a couple of overs to go. Brunt on strike, facing Shoot, who's running in from the Ashley Down road end. Brunt down the track again, and she drives along the ground. It's brilliantly fielded by Blackwell, who's standing at extra cover, diving to her right-hand side. If that was through her, that was 4. 241 for 6.
Blackwell's so good along the ground, isn't she? She almost like reminds me of like a full set fish or something, just like
a what?
A fish. Do you know what I mean? Like,
no. Towards Gunn is down the track and playing this across the line from outside the off stump towards mid wicket for a run.
Maybe it's not the best description, but hopefully someone knows where I'm going with that analogy. Just across. You see how you see fish go through water, just like. Okay, this is the wrong, really bad.
240.
I'm going to stop.
242 for 6. We're into the 49th over. Brunt on strike. It's down the leg side. She helps it on its way just behind square, but there is protection out there. So it will be just the 1 run. Mooney does the fielding. 2:43 for 6. This is already a good over from Shoot, and for Australia, just 3 singles in it with 3 balls to come. Gunn 30 from 37, Brunt 40 from 41.
The biggest option for England is to go over mid-off. Obviously, she won't be wanting to give her any leverage under that area.
Yeah, mid-off is up for Gunn, who's on strike. She decides rather to go on one knee and play it out towards the mid-wicket fielder for just the 1 run in the end. 2:44 for 6, so 4 singles.
260 could change this game. 250 just still feels in comfortable reach for Australia.
Fine leg is up. Third man has also come up now as well, but mid-off remains up. So this will be interesting to see where she bowls it. Got Brunt on strike. She gets down the track. It comes off her pad towards the leg side. Definitely looking to use their feet a lot. There was a little inside edge onto pad, so she'll get an extra run. She's on 41 from 42. Lovely innings by her. 2:45 for 6.
Yeah, it is really good. Shoot's done really well there this over. She's gone full. She's gone straight. Given nothing.
1 ball remains in this over, and Gunn drives a full delivery down towards long on, and there'll be just a run in it. So 6 singles off the over. 246 for 6. 49 overs gone. Gunn 32 from 39. Brunt 41 from 42, and full Megan Schutz has finished her 10 overs.
And she's bowled very well, especially in this back end. I mean, to go at 4.1 as a rate over your 10 overs, have you got any stats there, Phil?
Yeah, 10 overs, yeah, 1 for 41, as you say, 4.1 and over.
You haven't got a dot ball count, have you, in that? I'm just putting them under a little bit of pressure. No, she's bowled brilliantly. I think, you know, she came on, opened the bowling today, which was key. They looked to take more pace off it. They didn't want to open with Perry or the likes of Perry in there, so they went for that little bit of pace off, and she's just offers control, doesn't she? I think that's what she is good for Australia, and to come in at the back end and bowl an over like that, all singles, that shows some skill.
Elise Villani is going to bowl the last
Now, I'm not sure about this inspired. Look, I've been praising Meg Lanning's captaincy all day. It's fascinating, isn't it? Now, this could go miles.
Well, Gunn is on strike. Brunt of the non-strikers in. Villani runs away from us. Right arm over the wicket. Gunn down the track, playing beautifully straight. Over long off for 6.
I am not sure what Meg Lanning is thinking here at the moment, but I tell you what, that is absolutely brilliant. It brings up England's 250. How many overs does Perry have? The bowler who bowls...
She's got 3.
She's got 3 overs left. She can bowl in the death. She can bowl the best Yorkers of anybody, and Jenny Gunn has just smashed Villani for a 71-metre 6.
Yeah, Elise Perry so far 7 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 31.
Discussions between the captain and Villani as England moved to 252 for 6. Now they're going to move mid-off back towards long off and bring the sweeper up in the covers. You've got third man fine leg up, expected to be full as Gunn comes down the track and punches it to the offside for a run. 253 for 6.
Yeah, there's also in the tank they've got an over left for Gardner and an over left for Kristen Beans as well.
They took the 2 spinners off because they went for a couple of runs in those overs. They went for 9 and 10, I think I remember right, in those overs. And Meg Lanning actually just seems like she doesn't know what to do right now because Brunt is on strike. They're going to bring mid-off back up.
But again, Brunt can hit strong and straight. This is a bit of a weird moment for me. It's from all the good captaincy we've seen today. This is just a bit of a very odd moment.
She's human. Believe it or not,
yeah.
We now know that she's human.
Yeah, but this is the last over when you're trying to restrict her. You've got one of the best bowlers in the world, and Elise Perry, who can bowl you at the death.
And it's getting close to what would be the highest chase in Women's World Cups as well, as Villani's right arm over the wicket, and Brunt is down the track, and she smears this away through extra cover for 4. What a shot. 257 for 6.
Well, we said she's strong. We said she's very strong, and that is what she's offered there. Used her feet, got to the pitch, and she created the width. It wasn't actually that wide, but she created it by just going leg side of the ball and then threading it through that gap with power.
Yeah, very quickly, England now 257.
As Villani moves past the umpire now. This is wide of the off stump, so wide that it's gone almost off the pitch and towards third man. The fielder does well. They run through for a run, so 2 runs extra, 259 for 6.
259 now, yeah, 257. You mentioned high score chase. That was the 257 that Sri Lanka made here early on in the tournament.
Australia chased that down easily in the end after a beautiful innings from Matapatu, 178 not out she made. So 259 for 6. It would be a record chase. We're halfway through the final over. Gun on strike. Comes down the track. She's stumped. It just moved slightly away from her enough as Villani saw her come down and she pushed it wide. And the bails are whipped off by Healy. 259 for 7. Gun goes for 39.
Yeah, it's one of those where you have to go for it. You have to go big. You've only got three balls left in the over. And I think well done to Jenny Gunn here. She'll be disappointed that she got out to Villani. Went too far to the leg side. Maybe just stitched herself up a little bit. But the impact that she's just had on this game, 39. Quick 39 and hit some real strong shots down the ground. Given England now a hope, a fighting score, so she'll be very pleased.
Yeah, Jenny Gunn, 39 of 42 balls with 1-4 and 2 big sixes.
And the partnership, please?
And the partnership in the end got up to they reached 259. They came together at 174, so that is 75.
I'm telling you. That's an excellent partnership for the 7th wicket for England, with 2 balls remaining. 259 for 7. So Anya Shrubsole comes in. She is on strike with 2 balls remaining. It's pretty obvious what she's got to do. She's got to try and either look for the lucky boundary or try and get Brunt back on strike, who's on 45 from 43. She could miss out on that half century. She stands at the non-strikers end as Villani runs away from us into Shrubsole. She drives and misses. Oh, a dot ball.
Ugh. She needs to put this out the park. But I think England have now given themselves some sort of total, and if they can just squeeze past that 260 mark, it will change the dynamic when they come into this back end of the over.
Villani runs away from us now, and she's into Shrubsole. Drives down the ground, in the air though, towards shoot. It takes a lovely catch at long off to end the innings. 259 for 8 is where it'll finish. The target's 260 or 50 overs. We're going to hand our Test Match Special listeners back, of course, to Ed Smith at the start of the second session.
Thanks very much. Morkel is in and Bairstow gets a single on the onside. And of course, you'll be able to hear the Australia reply in Bristol on the BBC Sport website and the BBC Sport app. And you can watch highlights of the England innings as well. Here at Lord's, the players have resumed after the lunch interval, and England, who began the second session at 182 for 8, have added just that 1 single, the first ball after lunch. So the lead is 280. It's been all South Africa's morning, led by Morné Morkel, who's bowled a probing spell, taking effectively the newish ball this morning from the pavilion end and bowled really well. And he now has a chance to attack Mark Wood. Morkel in, down leg side, it'll be 4 leg byes or runs. What's the signal going to be? Runs. Mark Wood got a little tickle on it, it flew away to the left of Quinton de Kock. And Vernon Philander trudges round from fine leg. Philander, of course, dropped a catch at deep extra cover earlier, moving away to his left. Wonder if that injured hand played a part in that drop catch. 187 for 8 now, Wood 4. Morkel does a little circle at the top of his run. He's in now, past the umpire and bowls. And Wood is forward. Nicely played. Afternoon, Graham. You're looking rather happier than you were this morning in the state of the game.
Finally a positive session for South Africa. But realistically, England have a lot of runs on the board already. I think it's going to be difficult. Oh, is that for you, Ed?
I don't know, Graham. It
says TMS.
It says TMS and it's a cake. What do we say here? This way up, it says. Dear TMS team, this is a lemon and blueberry polenta cake. Very Italian. Happy 60th birthday to TMS. Keep up the good work. As Morkel is in now and Wood defends. Back to the bowler, no run from Molly, Sarah, Verity and Rob. Front row of the mound stand. Here they all are. Well done. It's absolutely stunning. Okay.
It's not your cake.
It's huge.
Morning, did you bake that?
There's misattribution of cakes. We need...
I did it.
Michael Vaughan's now claiming all the credit.
I've only left a £1 note in there for us or something. It looks like a Christmas cake. Can you leave a coin in the Christmas cake or something?
Something like that. No surprise that Michael's taking the credit. Morkel in now, and Wood defends on the back foot.
Yeah, I mean, what I would love is England to be bowled out and the wicket just to flatten. It'll make
How
for
would
a
you
nice
arrange
afternoon.
that? I don't know how. You need to glue together the bits of rough.
It was quite interesting to watch. I mean, yesterday afternoon it spun, but it not really misbehave off the seamers. But this morning session, there was a lot going on.
There was.
So it'd be interesting to see now post-lunch if it all settles.
Let's pick up on that. Is this two grumpy retired batsmen speaking, or is it do wickets change when you bowl well on them? Morkel is in now and bowls to Wood, who gets a very good Yorker, speared in from 6 for 8, and Wood did well to keep it out. End of the first over after lunch, 187 for 8. I wonder whether when bowlers bowl really well, the pitch always looks harder, doesn't it?
Well, I always felt that any wicket I didn't get runs on, it was a poor pitch.
Minefield, yeah.
No, I mean, South Africa did bowl well, and I think the key things for me was the first time they actually managed to create pressure from both ends. You know, the seamer bowled with Maharaj. Vernon started really well. They seemed to have a plan for the first time in this test match, and it was beneficial, you know. We can still debate a few tactical things around Maharaj. I think he can be better. I think du Plessis will help him a lot in the next test match. But it was good to see them actually string a period of play together.
Yeah, that combination with Philander and Morkel worked, and then all the other combinations seemed to follow in the same vein. Captains are always searching, aren't they, for those partnerships, bowlers that bowl well in tandem. Yeah. What was your go-to partnership? Have a think about that. Probably changed quite a bit, I imagine. Maharaj round the wicket, bowls to Bairstow, pushes to long off for an easy single.
Yeah, you've got to manoeuvre your attack on a day. You know, one bowler might be bowling better. I mean, you want to have an all-round attack that can adapt to different surfaces. You know, if it was reverse swing, someone like Dale was brilliant. You know, you might work the attack around him attacking. You know, get pace through the air, brilliant with the reverse swinging ball. You know, if it was seaming around, you know, maybe Vernon would then come front and centre. So you've got to adapt as a captain, try and figure out what's the best way to approach to get wickets on the surface. You know, ultimately that's 20 wickets wins you a test match.
Wood on strike now against the slow left arm of Maharaj and leaves outside the off stump. So I suppose the implication of what you're saying there is that in the back of your mind you've got, on this type of day, the big threat, my big sort of weapon is going to be Vernon with the new ball, so what do I have to do around that? Or another day it might be...
I mean, I was
Steyn
blessed with Steyn, Philander and Morkel, and Callis as the fourth seamer, and then...
Maharaj in, there's appeal for LBW. Not out. I think it didn't do enough. It was just sliding, I think.
I like that line from Maharaj. I thought, even though he bowled brilliantly, he was a little bit maybe fifth, sixth stump. Yes, it turns and it looks good. But I'd like to see him tack it off stump. One on straight, one turn. It's very difficult.
Maharaj in, slog sweep from Wood. Going to go over Dumini's shoulder, is it? Brilliant effort. A very difficult chance. Was it a chance? There was no hand made contact with the ball. At full stretch, diving over your right shoulder, tracking back.
It's one of those, you know, you've got to run as fast as you can, but you've got to somehow try and keep your head up. Watch the ball coming over your shoulder while your eyes bobble. It was a good effort.
Maybe Andrew Simons would have caught it, not many others, I don't think. 190 for 8, ends with 2 for Wood. The sight delay, if they fiddle around with the sight screen or not. Anyway, Wood's ready, Maharaj is in, and well wide of the off stump, and a huge turn, but no danger to the batsman.
You see, that line looks good, turns and bounces, but I think he's much more effective when he targets that off stump.
Maharaj again, cut shot. Well, Elgar likes it at slip. I think it's just gone over the top of the stumps. It must have been very close to the bails. And it would survive precariously, you might say. 190 for 8 after 2 overs of the afternoon session. What does Bairstow do, I wonder? Graham, he's clean striker of the ball. I wonder if he'll express himself a bit.
I think he showed that before lunch. Runs is what England need. I think already it's a tough total to chase on the way the surfaces looked this morning. But I think anything around 320 But it's going to be interesting to watch, you know, Joe Root under pressure. If South Africa are bowling it out now. And there's a lot of ifs. I mean, if they get a partnership in the top order, and if this, but England are way ahead of the game at the moment.
I remember the game that clinched you becoming the #1 Test team in the world in 2012 was Morkel's in now and bowls to Bairstow, who gets an easy single down to fine leg. Bairstow set off quickly, as though he fancies coming back for a second, but he actually would have got there because the throw from Philander was about 3 yards to the right of de Kock, but by then Bairstow had said no. Yeah, that was here, wasn't it? And you were ahead in the game all the way through, and then England rallied a bit and it got interesting for a while. Sometimes it's almost like a ball that's just trickling away from you, chasing towards the boundary. Perhaps it feels a little bit that way for South Africa this Test. It'd be an incredible effort to haul it in. More of a chance now than they had at the start of play, that's for sure.
Yeah, you wonder if they wish England batted till like just before the close, and then he had 3 sessions. You know, it's one of those now. The game's in the balance.
Morkel in, and Wood will get a leg bye, or England will get a leg bye.
People have a degree of hope now again with the way the team has performed this morning.
Well, it's given us runs actually. So.
And Morkel just not as consistent as he was at the moment before lunch. It's been a little bit too straight, almost middle and leg, where he needs to be sort of fourth stump, off stump, angling back in. Just a bit frantic, you know. They had good control before the break. It almost looks like they've come out and tried to take a wicket at every delivery instead of just sort of sitting back into that consistent pattern again. The wicket offers enough. He's got to do things right.
Morkel again. Bairstow's forward, 4th right in defence. That's the spot that Morkel found earlier on. He has 3 for 43 and halfway through his 19th over. Quiet spell always for the crowd after lunch. About, I don't know, a quarter of the ground empty, just people polishing off their lunch in one of the gardens here at Lord's. Those gaps fill in as the afternoon session advances. Morkel in now, bowls to Bairstow. Nearly chops on, under edge, and he's going to get runs for it. Doesn't really deserve them, he's going to get 4. Under edge, passed off stump. Morkel's held his position with his hands on his head at the end of his follow-through. He can't believe it. Chinese cut.
Yeah, it's proving a costly drop catch. Bairstow scores also, which is an asset at this stage of the game. Vernon.
Ooh, close to off stump there.
Putting him down at long off just before lunch. And what he's added, about 25 since then. 25 big runs on a pitch like this.
Bairstow with the baseball style high bat lift, very still. Waits for Morkel and just defends this softly, and Morkel will follow through and actually allow a fielder to do the work for him. Privilege of being a big, tall, fast bowler. What do you think of the pitch, though, Graham? Obviously, it's been hard for batsmen. It's been a fair Test pitch, wouldn't you say?
I think that if South Africa had been sharper on afternoon number 1, and you know you're holding into about 300, they had their opportunities at 80 for 4. There was a bit of grass there. You knew it was a dry pitch. You knew it was going to be.
Morkel in. Bairstow pushes to extra cover.
Spinning up and down bounce and maybe get challenging as the game went on to bats. But if 300 plays 300, then you know the game is on. South Africa really can only look at themselves for day one, post-lunch, post-tea, the way they went. Obviously, Root's innings was fantastic. I don't take anything about that. But from a South African perspective, they've got to look at their tactics, the way they bowled. You know, they really allowed England. And then once they got to 450, England were always going to, you know, be on top.
Quick chat between Morkel and de Kock. I don't know if it was about tactics or how Morkel's feeling. And, 3 catches, slip, silly point, short leg around the bat for Mark Wood as he waits for Maharaj at the top of his mark. 3 men saving 1, long on, long off and long on as Wood is in. There's a mix-up here. I think he'll get back in time. The throw comes in and Bairstow did scamper back. Bravum was very quick, but Bairstow is 2 and have made his ground.
So what ball is Wood going to have a swoosh?
Yeah, you're suggesting, Graham, he's batting slightly by numbers?
I think 2, 4, 3. Let's take odds.
Maharaj in. Not that one. He's going to get a leg by. Is he? No. Once again, Bairstow frustrated. Okay, so I'm going to go ball 4. What do you think?
I think it depends on the deliveries.
Okay, give me credit
slightly above that eye line. I'm going to go this one.
Okay, ball 3. Here we go. Maharaj in. Wood. There it is, the slog. Graham Smith, take a bow. Beautifully done. And it was actually, to be fair, Maharaj played his part in that arrangement well, because he did just get above the eye line.
Little walkie-talkie we have.
Yeah. We need to investigate this. We get Jeff Crow in a minute.
Oh, no.
Maharaj again, and that was my ball that I thought he was going to take on, but it was a ball late. He just bailed out.
He wasn't going to do 2 in a row, I don't think.
But having gone early, Mark Wood, with the big slug sweep and missed ball 3, he might think 2's fair enough in an over, 2 big hacks. So 4 dogs.
Who knows how a tail ender thinks? You just know it's coming.
Maharaj in, blocks this one. Now, big question mark. What's Wood going to do? Well, there's going to be some protection. Elgar's got his hand up at first slip, pushing out Rabada to the boundary.
And Dawson Pair in his second test match. Didn't look like he saw any of his deliveries.
No. Maharaj in, and Wood does play a big shot, and he'll get 4 for it, square on the offside. Bavuma's after it, but no one catches the ball when it skids across square towards the tavern stand here at Lord's. It's so fast. So there we go. You said 3, I said 4 and 6. We'll share the honours, and Wood finishes a very bold over of batting with a boundary. It was very wide, wasn't it?
Yeah, again, that channel is a little bit wide. That was a good shot, though.
Yeah, the Dawson one. So Dawson was bowled by a full toss that just trimmed the bails, and there was a sort of investigation of whether it was over waist high when it passed Dawson. I don't think it can get down from 88 miles an hour. It can't be past your waist when you're in your crease as a batter and then hit the bail. I think that's impossible.
The minute it hits the stumps, it's game over. They don't even refer it. Well, maybe they were referring to see if it hit him and went onto stumps. The only thing I can think that they were looking at, because once that middle stump was lying on its back...
That's out.
It's out. I mean, how can you review that?
It's a shame it's out for all sorts of reasons from a personal perspective, but it is usually out.
I wish they took LBW out.
LBW caught behind all sorts of nasty modes of dismissal. Morkel starts a new over. Bairstow extra cover drives handsomely. Chance of a couple here, and that's how it will end. 200 is up for England, 200 for 8. Andy.
The good news for Dawson is that his 4-ball duck matches the 4-ball pair, matches the 4-ball pair. Ian Botham got at Lords in 1981 when he too, like Dawson, took 2 wickets in the first innings. So
you're really suggesting this is strip Dawson of the captaincy at this early stage?
That might be the key difference. But he's looking at an era-defining innings in the next test, absolutely.
Graham, it's funny you mentioned batsman wishing to take LBW out of the equation. I'll tell you a bit of coaching in a second I got when I was a young player. Morkel is in now. Bairstow whips it behind square. He's set off very quickly as though he wants to, but Maharaj is also in fast and prevents that from happening. I was about 21, and John Wright, who was coaching Kent at the time, took a piece of paper out, had a meeting with me, said, I want to have a meeting with you. He said, I've been thinking about your batting, and he listed 20 dismissals, last 20 dismissals. And there they all were: caught second slip, LBW, LBW, caught third slip, caught behind, LBW, 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 caught behind, caught third slip. And he said, I've got the answer. And I said, what's that, John? He said, if you stop getting LBW, he said it with a very straight face, if you stop getting LBW and caught in the cordon, you'd be so much a better player. I said, in other words, if I was only allowed to get bowled and run out, I think I probably would go a bit better, yeah.
Brilliant.
Oh, cool.
Insightful.
How does that translate into sort of, you know...
No, I think that just would have confused you more.
Anyway, Morkel has a chance to have a pop at Wood, who's an enterprising 11. Pull shot is going to land safe. Tail enders, don't they drive you mad? Lands one bounce short of Maharaj, who's coming in from a not particularly long boundary, just behind square on the onside. And that's the genius of tail enders, the ability to mistime the ball in the air, just short of the fielder. And this frustrating stand from a South African point of view continues. All very valuable runs for England. 204 for 8. 301 is the lead on a wearing, dry pitch at Lord's.
So far, I haven't seen any misbehave after lunch. Maybe it is flattening out. Eh?
Walker in now.
I've been egging on Vorney, saying it's going to become a road in the afternoon.
Well, it'd be a particular unique type of pitch that got harder and then easier again. There must be some that.
Well, we've got to try and remain positive up here.
Maybe that's the message. It's getting flatter, chaps. The little tricky spell's over.
Power of positive thought. Read all those books.
All those books are actually the same book, just with a different dust jacket, I reckon. Walker in now, and Bairstow tries to get a single on the onside, but he won't do so. Last ball coming up of the 81st over. What would be interesting, I think, in terms of really setting the game up, is if one of the South African batsmen plays a counter-attacking knock, and then the win really comes into the equation. The one I'm thinking of is our friend de Kock, but if he's going to bat 7, that's not going to be as easy. But a little blast of an attacking
I think
play.
I would love to see that, but I just can't see South Africa shifting and changing.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be wonderful if they can get off to a solid start in the top 3, that they look to maybe throw him in at 4 and let him go play.
An hour of de Kock, and
Yeah.
suddenly you get different field placings coming into the equation. Morkel in now, bowls to Bairstow, uppercut 4. Beautifully played. The short form of the game now making this form even more entertaining. That was a brilliant shot. It would have gone over first slip. Bairstow played it with complete control, no luck or chance in that, just skill and talent.
Absolutely. I mean, he adapted quite late also. Yeah. I mean, it was a brilliant bit of batting. Not a bad delivery from Morkel. Short ball into the ribs. Almost last minute. Leant off it and guided it over Quinton de Kock. It was wonderful to watch, especially from the angle we have here, the press box.
Ninth wicket stand continues, and here's Simon.
Thanks, Ed. Well, it's so frustrating for South Africa's captain, Dean Elgar. We saw it in England's first innings. Brawl and Anderson added 45 for the 10th wicket, 208 for 8. That feeling that you're nearly through, but not quite. And then the lower order stand has some fun. Wood on 12, and it's Maharaj to bowl from the nursery end with a slip and a short leg in, and Wood stretches forward and plays that defensively back up the offside of the pitch. And there is no run. The game's really moved on today. We've only really had one lull in the game, and that was yesterday afternoon into the evening session. Maharaj bowls. Wood goes back, tries to cut, a bit too close to him for that. And it's through to de Kock, not far away from the off stump. He's looking for that backward point boundary. Maharaj, who's picked up a couple of wickets today. 3 wickets, in fact. Here he is. Bowls to Wood, who stretches forward and plays that on the banks to short leg. And there is no run. Bairstow, meanwhile, 42 not out and on the striker's end. Here is Maharaj skipping into bowl to Wood, who hammers this away on the leg side. Where's this going? Out towards the grandstand for 4. Well, that was a mighty effective swipe. Good contact.
Ball 3 seems to be his option. Last 2 overs. He's picked them both for the big slog sweep. This one he pulled off. Effective.
Duck at short leg. Quite in the firing line, it's just to his left-hand side. A huge wipe across the line from Wood. He's up to 16, ball's back. And here he is, Maharaj bowling to Wood. He's back into his stumps and playing that into the offside. And Elgar comes from slip to pick up. And there is no run. This is one of the aspects of cricket you hated most, you know, as a captain, the sort of lower order partnership like this. Here is Maharaj bowls, and Wood gets a ball that's full, it's squeezed out into the offside.
Yeah,
there's no run.
It can be frustrating to manage. Bowlers get emotional. Maybe they're pushing for 5ers on sticking to the plans. But I found it more difficult when there was an in batter that could score with a tail ender. You know, trying to manage when you bring the field up. You know, do you take the risk on ball and 4 and 5? You know, if you look at pre-lunch, South Africa had a real consistency to their game. You know, they had a nice plan. Sort of driving good areas with the odd short ball. The spinner bowled well. Post-lunch, it's almost like they've tried to bowl England out. Which is try and get these last 2 wickets as quickly as possible and fallen away from actually what worked for them before the break. And that's what often happens when these lower order partnerships happen. You know, bowlers sort of forget almost the basics of the way they bowl to the top orders, and it allows the freedom. And once that flow starts to happen, the momentum starts, it's very difficult to then pull it back.
Well, still one more to go as well. Anderson, who hit that 6 off a seamer for the first time in his career, his Test career, in at number 11. Here's Morkel bowling to Bairstow, dabs their way down to third man. He's looking for 2 here. Is he going to come back for the second? No, it's too close to Duminy, who sensed the danger there. You can see that Bairstow was looking for the second, to sprint in 30 yards from third man. So Bairstow is off strike. He goes to 43 and England to 213 for 8, so 310 runs in the bank.
This is where it's nice to have the likes of a Steyn or even, you know, Tahir hasn't really performed well in Test cricket, but to have him against the tail end on a spinning wicket with all his variation, it helps in knocking over tail ender's pace. You know, Dale had a real killer instinct. Still had, I'm sure he'll be back, but has a killer instinct in terms of being able to knock tail enders over.
Where is he in his rehabilitation? He's been out for a while, hasn't he? Had that shoulder operation. Here is Morkel bowling down the leg side. Oh, it's helped on its way for 4 by Wood. Morkel losing his line. It was down the leg side. He didn't get a great deal on it, Wood. Possibly a glove or some part of the bat that helped it to the left of de Kock, and it flew down to the boundary. I think it was the glove.
I wouldn't mind seeing Rabada have a go. Yeah, I mean, he's against the tail end. He's got his skiddier than Morkel. Not afraid to use his Yorker. Bowls a good short ball. I think Mornay's just lost his rhythm a little bit post-lunch. I think Dale is training hard. I mean, I think he said he's bowling at around the 120 mark at the moment. Had a broken shoulder and the rest, so it's going to take its time.
Yeah. 217 for 8. Wood on 20. Morkel bowls to him and has a huge wipe outside the off stump and misses it. That's through to de Kock. Of course, the older you get, it's harder to come back at top-level international sport when you've had that sort of injury.
He's an incredible athlete, just a natural. I mean, I see his training. I mean, he's basically sinew. You know, he's light on his feet, but his shoulders, you never really know how they're going to handle. And he exerts a lot of pressure bowlers do on that joint.
Well, it's one of the tools of your trade, isn't it, your shoulder? Here's Morkel. Past the umpire now into bowl to Wood, who hits this in the air over mid-wicket, frustratingly for Dean Elgar. And it goes out towards wide mid-on, and they come back for 2 runs. Well, he went for the pull shot, and he didn't get it cleanly. And when it's your day, it goes away from the fielder, as it did there. Wood to 22. 219 for 8. I've seen him play like this before. He did it in that Ashes Test match at Cardiff, which England won the first Test, the last Ashes series. And England really went at it in their second innings, played all sorts of shots. Eventually won the game, of course. There's a late gate at Lord's today with 150 tickets available from tea time. £20 for adults, and under 16s free. Cash only at the North Gate. And Bairstow, Wood rather, plays that down towards third man and collects a single. That was the 5th ball of the over, so happy to take the one. And Bairstow back on strike for the last ball of the over. 220 for 8. The lead 317. England at one stage today losing 7 for 43. It was the rumble South Africa needed to affect in the England batting lineup, but now it's beginning to get away from them again. Morkel spins around and sets off. The pavilion behind him, past the umpire now, bowls to Bairstow, plays defensively, wants the single. It's the last ball of the over. Bavuma is alive to it, rushing in from cover and picks up, and there is no run. And clearly Bairstow wants to take as much of the strike as possible, but Wood is playing a good hand here. 23 not out. 220 for 8. 317 the lead, Graham.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of runs on the board for England. So we haven't seen a delivery misbehave from the seamers. Certainly a lot of spin there, though.
6 boundaries in the first 7 overs after lunch. There were just 7 in the 25 overs before lunch, 3 of which were in 1 over from Maharaj. It's much more positive from England since the restart.
Yeah, they started a bit flat. I mean, then watching Cook and Balance, gritty left-handers. No one really found a flow, and Root almost came out and played with too much intent, almost that he was frustrated that he never played with more freedom.
So when you look back, I mean, it felt like a real grind from Cook, but the value of his innings is there now, isn't it? You can see it. Here is Maharaj about to begin a new over to Wood, and then I think Elgar hadn't quite sorted his field out, so Wood pulled away. Maharaj, left arm round the wicket to bowl to Wood, who hits his over extra cover, probably for 2. It's going out towards the wide long off boundary.
It's a very good shot from the tail
ender,
ender,
wasn't it? Yeah. Inside out, controlled stroke. 2 more, 222 for 8. The lead 319. England's women 259 for 8 against Australia in what's a very important game for them. And the reply is live online and via the BBC app. You can watch highlights as well. Forward goes Wood, playing that towards backward point, and picked up by Bavuma.
He just looks settled now, Wood, all of a sudden. You never know with tail enders, but he looks much more controlled at the crease than he did in his first sort of 10, 20 balls.
There's a man on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Wood comes down the pitch and hits that inside out again. That's another excellent shot. It's going down towards the main stand. It'll be stopped just inside the rope. The throw's on its way. And Wood picks up 2 more runs. That is a magnificent throw, right over the bails as well.
Chris Morris.
The substitute fielder down there, running to his left-hand side. De Kock did not have any work to do there. Lovely throw. It's worth just reminding us about Wood's career batting stats, as he plays a lovely dab sweep there. That's going down fine towards the Warner stand. They're off for a single. Morkel's hat falls off as he runs round to pick up and underarm the return in, and they're through for another run. 225 for 8. And Wood 28 from 34 balls.
It's his 16th innings in tests. He's averaging 20 with a few not outs. This is his 5th score of 24 or more in his last 11 innings. And his 5th score of 24 or more in his last 8 innings batting at number 10. He's had a few innings at Night Watchman as well. So it's been useful, and he has a first-class average of 20 overall as well.
So useful number 10. Here's Bairstow on strike, guiding that away through the vacant cover region. And they are through for another single. South Africa got 2 subs on. That's Olafia with the fielding there. Down on the deep cover boundary.
I'm trying to figure out who's off.
So Morris on as well.
Philander's definitely off. Someone else.
226 for 8. Lead 323. Wood back on strike. And
it's Amla that's snuck off.
Amla's off the field. Yeah, that was a really strange shot from Wood. I'm not even sure how to describe it. Really, a little drive cut. And it goes to backward point, and it's picked up by Bavuma. Looks like Philander's coming back onto the field. And just signalling to Elgar to say, well, I'm back. And Olafia, Duan Olafia, is going off. 226 for 8, the lead 323. So these two have added 26 plus 18, 44. 44, thank you, Andy. You make a good darts commentator as well, adding that up the numbers. It's hard to speak and do the arithmetic at the same time. So 44, 9th wicket. Well, it was 45 for the last wicket in the first innings. And this is what England have prided themselves on of late, is lower order runs. And Wood, irritating number 10 with shots, has made it difficult for South Africa since lunch. Victor's here. Good afternoon.
Well, the game's moved on since I was last up here. Intriguingly. But, you know, you get very self-interested and you think, this hasn't done my copy much good from yesterday, because there was a little bit of talk about Root gauging his declaration.
Yeah. Here's Rabada into the attack. Bowls to Bairstow, plays a glorious off drive. It's half stopped by Morkel at mid-off, and there's no run. There was appreciation there from the Lord's crowd for the shot. It didn't produce more than a single. If Morkel had got down a fraction quicker, it wouldn't have been a run at all. But a lovely fluency to the stroke. One to Bairstow, who's on 45, 227 for 8.
Morkel spelt into lunch 0 for 27 off 4. Before lunch he had 2 for 12 off 7.
Well, yesterday, as you pointed out, Victor, the over rate was at its quickest and the game was at its dullest.
Yeah, well, there'll be some people complaining about the over rate this morning, I'm sure.
This is Rabada. He's bowled him. Wood goes for the pull, and he has been castled. And South Africa have made their 9th breakthrough, but a damaging partnership between these two, between Wood and Bairstow. It ends finally, though, with Wood trying to hit the ball out towards the tavern stand and having his off stump knocked back. 227 for 9, Wood out for 28.
Well, it's a valuable hand. He won't particularly like the shot, but he's taken the bold route throughout his innings. Rabada coming back. Didn't spend much time having a look at him, Mark Wood. He went for that ball shot without much foot movement, and the length wasn't quite right, and it's hit the off stump. But 27 in this, what is now a wonderfully intriguing match, is an important hand after that collapse this morning.
And warmly received Wood's innings by the Lord's crowd.
Yeah, absolutely. What was that partnership? I couldn't quite work it out. But
partnership was 45.
Well, suddenly 45 runs
in 52 balls
of critical importance. There comes Jimmy Anderson. I don't reckon he was thinking much about how he was going to bat this morning when he went to bed last night. He's getting a very warm hand. But England would still love a bit more. I mean, you still have England as favourites to win this game. But South Africa are second favourites to win it, and the draw has now gone whoosh, way out of scale, unless we get weather. So it's quite intriguing a cricket match when that happens.
It's always interesting there to gauge how much a side feel they're in the game by their celebration of a wicket.
And what did you gauge there?
Not very much celebration of the wicket.
Well, I'm surprised by that, but maybe they're just icily getting themselves back into the game. I don't know. I think nowadays, although there is clear misbehaviour out there on this pitch, and the ball's keeping low and the ball's turning, nonetheless...
You'd like a few more, would you, Victor? 20 or 30 more?
I bet you, yeah. I mean, you won't find Joe Root contemplating any declaration.
No.
Because you only need one player to play a monumental innings. I mean, the wicket is behaving worse than, say, at that game in Edgbaston where Graham Smith got 100 and whatever it was.
One of the great Test innings, that was.
Well, it was.
Yeah.
And people would have looked at that match and thought, well, final innings, England are favourites. And then Graham Smith got 100 and whatever he got.
150, wasn't it? Somewhere in that region.
And all sorts of consequences.
150 of about 280, 290 that South Africa needed to win the game.
That's right. He
something like that.
Played Panesar really well. Panesar was turning a bit, and he managed to cope with Panesar brilliantly by just kept him on the leg side, actually.
Right, 9 down. Rabada ran the wicket to bowl to Anderson, and he plays at his first ball and misses it outside the off stump, taken by a tumbling de Kock.
But the point was that Graham Smith sensed that there was a game to win there, where you might have thought at the start of the proceedings that England are the favourite, but he could see an opportunity, and I reckon, even though they may not be jumping up and down in celebration, there shouldn't be an air of resignation about Dean Elgar and the rest of them. They're still keeping a very conservative field, it has to be said, for Jimmy Anderson. Just the one slip.
Here's Rabada bowling to Anderson.
Definitely have another one.
Anderson, what? Did he play at that or not? It was hard to tell. I'm not even sure he was sure.
No, I don't think he knew.
Anyway, the important thing as far as Anderson was concerned, it was wide of off stump.
Well, it reminds me of the notion of he was not watching the ball, he was looking for it.
It feels like a good bowling day now. It's overcast.
Yeah, it is actually.
It's quite a little bit humid.
Yep.
And the pitch is not entirely straightforward, certainly not for Lords anyway. Here is Rabada bowling to Anderson. Oh, a high ballooning bounce. Now look at the square leg umpire. That has the feeling of wide about it, but no, they're happy with that. That really was dug in short. How many balls left in the over? 1 to survive for Rabada. Often the way of these things is that the main batsman gets on strike and then feels he has to play a few shots and gets out. It sometimes can happen like that.
Well, I think Jimmy Anderson might play a few shots and he gets up the left arm spinner's end.
Because he hit Rabada for 6 in the first innings.
Yeah, but I can't see it happening so much today somehow.
Well, he's got Bairstow for company, so he needs to play for him for a while. Last ball of the over, Rabada goes in and bowls to Anderson, and Anderson defends it and plays it towards backward point, and there's no run. It's picked up by Bavuma, and I think the applause there, okay, It's partly for the wicket, but I think it's the fact that Anderson has survived, and it means that England's innings is going to continue, and therefore there's going to be a bit more of Johnny Bairstow, who is 5 away from a half-century. 227 for 9, the lead 324. I'll leave you with Victor and then Jonathan.
Well, they're looking fairly calm out there, but I'd be quite excited in the South African camp. I know it's a big target that's being presented, but it's much smaller than they expected, and if just by chance somehow 2 players got in, we've got a serious game on our hands. Bairstow, well, what's he going to do? How aggressive is he going to be? How much is he going to trust Jimmy Anderson? He's played really well. He's the only batsman today who's played with any authority. He's had his bit of luck. England are grateful for his 45.
It's a lovely shot, isn't it? A huge slice of luck from Philander's drop catch, but he's made them pay for that. 45 not out. 227 for 9, so the lead 324. It feels like it's way sufficient from up here, but you never know. That's a bit tantalising thing about
well,
this.
the draw's out. Unless it rains, the draw's gone.
Exactly.
So that's how South Africa must approach it and try and seize the initiative along the way somehow.
Maharaj starts again, and there's an ugly shot from Bairstow trying to drag the ball into the leg side and then shouts no. So I think he's going to have his eye here on the boundaries, and he's going to try and hit Maharaj into the grandstand, I think, or straight down here maybe, and try and take his toll, because there's an easy single there and they've said no. So
having seen that, Elgar has sent his short mid-wicket out to the mid-wicket boundary. OK, if you're not going to take that single, I'm going to put another man on the edge.
I think Bairstow wants to deal in 4s and 6s here. Let's see. Maharaj moves in, bowls to him, reverse sweep, and it's picked out the man there at backward square leg. It's well fielded, to be fair, by Philander.
It was a good shot too.
Yeah, he's retreating now. They're all going back. So all we have left is a slip and a man incongruously, really rather at cover, as Bairstow goes back and tries to cut, and that bounces out of de Kock's gloves. There's Bairstow there, curses as he missed out, so he's really going to have a go here. And now they're all going back. Well, they'll give it, I think he's saying there to Amla at cover. Back you go.
3 balls. I mean, you might be able to trust Jimmy to block 2 from the left-arm spinner.
Well, you'd think so. Here he is again bowling, and he goes for a huge swipe, and that just misses the off stump. He's tried to hit virtually every ball for 6 in this over, and he's got nothing for it.
If I were Anderson, I think I'd now say, I'm not that bad.
Well, you can see what he's trying to do, but there's everybody on the boundary, apart from Amla, who's coming back in now at cover.
Take the single now. Take the single. Try and just get the single.
There's 2 balls to go.
And Anderson can deal with 1, surely.
Bairstow waits. The left-arm spinner goes round the wicket, bowls to him, and he does push it towards mid-off. It doesn't get there, though. It's intercepted by the bowler himself. He might bowl one of the least likely maidens in Test cricket here.
So Elgar's going to bring some fielders up, but not all of them.
Yeah.
Mid-wickets coming in, backward points coming in.
It's a good effort to bowl a maiden with everyone on the boundary.
Yeah.
But, anyway, they're bringing in 1 or 2.
Mid-ons coming in.
Yeah. He's bringing in deep mid-wicket, mid-on.
Well, the Maharaj doesn't want him too close. Just send him back a bit.
Well, now's his chance to hit a 6 over Cow Corner, perhaps. Here he comes and bowls to him. There's a little sweep, and there's more than 1 on offer. How many will they take? Well,
he's got to hurry up. Come on, Jim.
They could get 3 here, and Anderson's going for it. Head down for the far end. So 3 off the last ball brings Bairstow down on strike on 48, and the crowd loving it. Really are. They've had so much more enjoyable a day so far, I think, than they thought when they arrived. But, well, we'll see England just move quietly on to a position to declare, and then, well, it'll liven up after tea when South Africa bat. But they've had a tremendous day's entertainment so far. You can never take anything for granted in this game.
No.
327 is the lead, though, and that still gives England, well, very much the upper hand, but again, it's unpredictable. And funnily enough, route, in a way, could be tested in a altogether different way. We thought about timings of declaration, might see what sort of captain he's going to be. Well, he might be in a position now of pretty cagey with field placings, and someone like de Kock gets going. 2:30 for 9. Bairstow's on 48. Rabada's on his way and bowls to him. He turns that away around the corner and again says no. Well, he's certainly playing selflessly here. He could have had his half-century by now. And Anderson said, well, hang on a minute, I hit this bloke for 6 in the first innings. But he's not getting the chance at the moment.
understandable the crowd are excited. They just saw England's highest 9th wicket stand against South Africa since 1929 on this ground. Since Maurice Tate and Jack White added an unbeaten 52.
They didn't even need you to tell them, did they? In comes Rabada again and bowls on off stump, and that's just pushed away very quietly by Bairstow down to slip. And there's no run. 230 for 9. That was it. Well, it was very valuable too. Victor hasn't made a note of that. Which, if I'm the statistician there, I'd be disappointed. Because
Okay,
Victor,
I'm going to write it down.
Victor makes a note of those things.
I'm writing it down, but just between you and I, I'm only doing it to keep Andy happy.
Well, but I think he must, because he's been trawling through years' worth of scorecards for that. 230 for 9. Bairstow on 48. Rabada comes in, bowls to him again. Has played from off stump quietly into the offside. Elgar comes trotting out and tosses the ball away for Bavuma. That cover. 230 for 9. The lead 327. One wicket left for England here. It's nice if Bairstow can get his 50, but as I said, he's really farming the strike at the moment, and by the look of it, he fancies that Maharaj is the man who's going to have to go. But he's got to wait for this over to be completed, get down to that end, and then try again. 230 for 9. Rabada comes rushing in, bowls short, pulled, and there's his half century. Out to deep mid wicket. They've taken one. Oh, they're going to come back for the second. They will. The throw's on the way. A well played Johnny Bairstow, who punches, with his left hand. He waves towards his mum in the man stand. And now more generally around Lords. They're all on their feet. Huge slice of luck earlier when he really should have been taken out at long off. But he's played some fine shots in between. His 50 from 74 balls. And in typical Bairstow fashion, minimum of fuss, let's get on with it. And Rabada's on his way again. Bowls from outside the off stump, but leans back, chops the ball down to third man. That could be just a single that he wants, actually, because Duminy chucks the ball back in again. And there's only one ball to go, in fact. So that's what he wanted.
Johnny Bairstow's 50 is 18th score of 50 or more in Test cricket. 3 of those he's turned into centuries. This is his 38th Test.
Well, he gets better and better, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Just as well he's batting at 5 in this game, because gave him a bit more time.
And he's now averaging 70 against South Africa in 6 Test matches.
Surprised there aren't 1 or 2 more slips.
I am too.
One ball to face. He's only going to try and survive it.
They've got to try and get him out. They've got a short leg, 1 slip. Third man, here's Rabada moving in bowls, and it's down the leg side. And, well, Anderson there almost playing French cricket, so determined as to block the ball out. Rabada's going for the Yorker. And de Kock managed to stop it before it went through for byes. So it means that Bairstow's on strike. And presumably he'll be facing Maharaj, who's trotting up, taking off his sun hat. And now, I assume, we're going to go back into the situation of the last Maharaj over, where everyone's going to be on the boundary. And Johnny Bairstow with complete licence, really.
Well,
he's got his 50.
I don't think he... It's
He said block it, eh?
No, but there's no point. You've got 8 men on the boundary. I think going to try and beat those 8 men is not a good idea. You can run 2s, drag them into the end of the over, and for when they've had to bring a few in. But to try and clear 8 men on the boundary is not a good policy, in my view.
Let's see. Here we go, and he's gone for it. And de Kock has whipped off the bails there. And they're going to look to see if this is out-stumped or not. Elgar's coming up and saying, well done.
What's Bairstow think?
I don't know what Bairstow thinks at the moment, but he's got his bat tucked under his arm. It might be that he's out-stumped here. We'll have to wait and see. It wasn't a total celebration by de Kock, but actually they're all starting to walk off. Yeah. I think they think he's out. We're going to have to wait. Not least to see if it's a no ball or not, because Maharaj has done this before.
No. OK, so we've got a fair delivery.
Here we go. We're listening to the third umpire.
Of this, please.
The body language out there suggests that he's
not in at
the
moment.
He's out at the moment.
He's out.
He's out. He's stumped.
And I thought that was stupid batting. You can't beat 8 men. It's not a good risk to try and beat 8 men on the boundary. He's played really well, but I don't follow his logic. You're not going to beat 8 men on the boundary regularly. You can run 2, you can pick up boundaries at the end of the over, but he's done a good job all in all. But I reckon that's a bit of a brain fade. You think it's wonderful.
He just played that way. I couldn't really see it. What's the point in blocking it? Well, no, but you know.
Anyway, he's gone.
Yeah.
And so we know what the target is. 3-3-1. Well, it's a big target, but it's not impossible. We've got two relatively inexperienced well, not inexperienced in the case of Moen, spinners, but I have this feeling that Moen doesn't like the spotlight on him. Right, you're the man. He may not be the man. Actually, I think someone like Stuart Broad could be the man if he bowls straight and he finds that uneven bounce, because there is some uneven bounce there. But the fact is, we've got a target that is extremely demanding, but not impossible if two guys get in and suddenly the wicket goes to sleep and the spinners get a bit twitchy. We'll see. England favourites, but not certainties. Maharaja, he's ended up with some wickets in this innings. He struggled in the first innings, but he's got 4 in this innings.
I think it's going to be fascinating to see how Moeen and the spinners do go, I must say. How many overs have we got left in the day? Andrew, I know you're tinkering away with all sorts of things, but it's gone from the...
This is Andy, not Andrew.
Screen. Sorry. Any ideas? We'll work it out. But there's still a lot of...
I think 51.
OK, well, that'll do for a rough approximation. A lot of dust coming off the pitch. The joy from England's perspective is that actually all the variety of bowlers are in the game. It's not just the spinners, it's not just the quick bowlers, but actually everyone's got a pretty decent chance on there.
And it's the sort of pitch, I know this may sound strange to some people, where you bowl straight. Because it's the uneven bounce. You're not so much looking for the outside edge, but you're looking for the ball that's kept low, the sort of ball that Stokes got. And
Maharaj took 4 for 85, by the way. I just mentioned that. Morkel 3 for 64. But it's to run through the events of today, and it has been eventful. Cook out for 69, Balance for 34, Root for 5, Stokes for 1. That's the sort of ball that England will be looking for. It's shot along the ground, really, from Rabada. Moeen 7, a ball that spun very sharply. Nicely bowled, actually, that with Maharaj. He tossed it a little bit wider. Dawson, well, they didn't bother using the pitch there. It's a full toss that he still hasn't seen. Went past high, about thigh height, which is perfectly legal, of course, but ripped out his middle stump. So a sad way to register a test pair, that's for sure. Broad out first ball as well, turning a catch to short leg. Good catch that by Duprain. And then that partnership of 45 between Wood and Bairstow, with Wood making a very good 28, and then Bairstow out at the end. Stumped for 51, and he faced how many balls? That 51, 76 balls. And it means that South Africa need 331 to win, with, we think, about 50-51 overs to go tonight, and then of course a full day tomorrow as well. So
I mean, it's possible this game could finish tonight with the extra half hour if you get a little torrent of wickets like we had the other day.
Oh yeah. Well, the England are out there doing some fielding, loosening up and so on, and the ground staff are doing their bit. So while we wait for the South Africa innings to start, we're going to nip to Bristol, where Australia are chasing 260 to beat England's women in the World Cup. Isabel Westbury is watching. Hello, Isabel.
Hello, hello.
Nice to have you with us. Right, so come on, let's have a score. How have Australia started?
Well, they've started reasonably well, 21 without loss. We actually had our first bit of DRS controversy in the women's game, where Beth Mooney, the left-handed opener, England thought they had her caught behind, but there was no nick on the snickometer. So she's still in, and they're still wicketless, unfortunately, for England.
We don't hear much about controversies with the DRS in the women's game, to be honest, but is that possibly the first, I suppose?
Yeah, well, this is it. This is the first time, the first World Cup in which they're using it, and because this is being broadcast live on television, they have a review, and they used it and didn't get it.
OK, so in terms of the context of the match, then, what sort of start is this, and what sort of score do you think England's 259 for 8 is?
I mean, it's tricky because if Australia chase this down, it will be a world record run chase. But this whole World Cup, we've seen records falling every day, if not every match, every innings. I mean, there was a flurry of runs for England at the end. They got 76 runs off the last 10, but really 259 on a deck at Bristol that's seen scores of 300 plus over the last few matches. You think Australia have got it here?
OK, but England clearly can. They've been a bit erratic in this tournament so far, haven't they, bowling and fielding? So with the pressure on, it'll be interesting to see how they fare today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, their runs on the board. England have a good bowling attack, and their new ball pair of Anya Shrubsole, Catherine Brunt bowling tightly at the moment. They've got good spin options as well. Anything can happen. It's a game of cricket. England have runs on the board. good crowd out as well. They're behind them, 12th man perhaps, I don't know. I want to say go England, but at the end of the day, Australia, with strength and depth, you really have to put it in their court.
You're not allowed to say go England, Isabel, on the BBC, but I know what you mean. Thanks for joining us.
Absolutely not.
Talk to you later. Thank you. OK, we'll keep an eye, obviously, on what's happening down there because lots of people are saying go England because it's an important game for them. It doesn't mean to say necessarily that they've had it if they don't win, but it does make qualifying, obviously, clearly the trickier for doing that. So there's commentary online anyway on that match. And Andy.
Another moment of history. Johnny Bairstow out for 51. That's the 7th score between 50 and 59 in this match. That ties the all-time record for most scores between 50 and 59. There were also 7 in Sri Lanka v West Indies in Gaul in November 2010.
Well, anywhere in
the whole history
test cricket history.
Yep, 7 scores, 50 to 59 in the same match.
Well, Victor, you've got to make a note of that.
I'm writing that down now, along with a get well card to Andrew Sampson.
come back soon.
No, thank you very much, Andy. I mean,
but you like that one.
If it's a really dull day from here on in, we might use that later on.
No, what you'll find also, Andy, the more you do, particularly with Test cricket with Victor, is that the longer the stat, the more words it takes up to describe what the stat is, the more popular it'll be with Victor. But it just takes up a little bit of extra room in his copy, which is always popular. So anyway, well, there you are. I mean, you can't argue with stats like that, can you? And we've got England ready to go. They're over on the boundary. We've got the umpires on their way as well. I'm just still looking for confirmation for the number of overs today, but that'll appear, and we'll find out. But there could be, you're right, an option of another 8 if either side can win today. We've seen. What have we seen today, just in total, Andy, from the start of the day to wickets and runs?
114 runs and 9 wickets.
I mean, that's just remarkable, really. I mean, it's happened before, but and I mean remarkable in the context of this match, really. You just didn't expect that today. So we shall see where it takes us. But the openers are on the way as well, behind the umpires. Various stewards and umpires and ground staff are leaving the field, and the crowd can settle down. And it's a lovely crowd today. Sundays always has that feel of people who are really up for a day out on Sunday at Lord's. And you can sense that now, a real buzz about the place too. So we're going to have, I think, an outstanding afternoon's entertainment here.
I bumped into Derek Brewer, who's the chief executive here, and one of the things he has to do on a Sunday is trying to gauge the pricing for the last day.
Yes.
Well, I had this brief conversation with him about 2 hours ago, when I guess he thought a full day's play was on the cards.
Yeah.
Well, he won't be wanting to make up his mind up for a little while now. There's so much that could happen in the next 50 overs.
I don't think we're quite going free entry yet.
No. I mean, who knows? I mean, just imagine if it's 50 overs. Say South Africa went very slowly and it's 127 for 2. I mean, that would be a fantastic value for money if it was anything under 20 quid. Well, not that I want to get involved in that pricing of this, but alternatively it could be 7 down at the close. We'll see, but we've got a game on. England are the favourites, but nothing can be taken for absolute granted here.
Anderson will bowl the first over. He bowled a terrific spell with the first, with the second new ball of the first innings. It just looks so much more like James Anderson. Now this is interesting. There's a gathering all around the umpire down there. There's 4 of them, and there's Root, Broad, Moeen, and I think it's Stokes, all studying something.
Is it
and I think they might be disputing if this is the ball that was selected, because as it goes, of course.
But Jimmy usually selects the ball, so they've taken it over to Anderson to have a look.
And they're saying, is this the ball that you've chosen, Jimmy? And I think Jimmy's saying, no, actually it's not. So now we have an issue, because umpire Rifle on duty down there, of course, I've done this many times himself as a player. Normally there's a little mark or something made, a little like with a Sharpie or something that will say that's the ball. Or it looks as if it's damaged even. There's a little bit of seam that's been damaged there. Well, how on earth's that happened?
Particularly since England would have chosen it, you think?
No one's bowled a ball yet, and yet there's something wrong with the ball. And so
We might as well get another one, haven't we?
Well, I think they're going to have to, so they're going to have to bring a whole box out. But then, here's a question for you.
Yep.
If that ball is the one that James Anderson chose, but it's damaged for a ball is bowled, does James Anderson choose the replacement, or do the umpires choose the replacement? Here comes Rob Bailey. All will be revealed shortly. The jovial fourth umpire.
He's not looking very jovial at the moment.
Well, he's not, because he's already wondering what's going on. But he's coming out with a box of balls. Now, it looks to me as if the umpire's going to choose it, but I don't know if that's the right way of doing it or not. Because if this is the ball that James Anderson chose, it hasn't actually been used. It hasn't had a single ball bowled. Should it be the bowler who actually still has the right to choose the ball? Well, Jimmy's moving in. I think it is. Look, here. I think we're right on this. It'll be James Anderson that chooses the ball.
Jimmy's choosing. Looks like he's got half a dozen to choose from.
Yeah. Well, I've never seen this happen, and that is really interesting. But I think that's right. I think because nothing has happened, the ball hasn't been used. He should get the choice of the ball.
But he must have chosen a ball that was blemished.
Unless it's just been thrown around and got blemished.
Well, possibly, yeah.
It's just a pattern.
It's quite interesting, though. You're watching Jimmy. It's a very subjective thing, probably.
It is.
Putting it in his hands, which one feels
and
good.
It just feels different, or it's a different colour, all of that sort of thing. Anyway, they go for a sort of a deep plum look, if possible, sort of a fuchsia colour. And who better, therefore, to describe, I think, the first ball with this specifically dark purple-coloured ball than Henry Blofeld, who himself actually looks rather like a brand new plum-coloured cricket ball this morning.
Who knows? Henry may have had a late decision just before he left his flat this morning and changed just as he was walking out because one of his shirts were blemished.
I feel as though about 50 runs have been scored off me already. Still naught for no wicket. And it's going to be Elgar. No, it's not. It's going to be Kun who's going to face the first ball. Kun, the right-hander at this end, 2 steps gully, backward point, short cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg and fine leg. Here's Anderson in, both Kun, and Kun is forward, pushing out on the onside, just trickles a yard or two, and it's Balance who comes in with those pads on underneath his trousers for when he's up at short leg. He made 33 good runs this morning. And this is fascinating, 331 to win, and if South Africa get that, with the second largest score that's been scored in the fourth innings to win a match here at Lord's, beating the second to the West Indies, 344, when Gordon Greenwich played that extraordinary innings of 214 not out. Supported largely by Larry Gomes, the little left-hander. And here is Anderson again, pavilion behind him. He's in, he bowls Kun. Kun comes down on that a little bit late, a little bit uncertainty. It squirts out to Moen at backward point, and Geoffrey Boycott's taking his seat beside us. Now, Geoffrey, your view of the situation.
England to win. And no doubt. Somebody will have to play an extraordinary, fantastic innings. And it will have to be extraordinary, because they've got to get through the new ball before we get to spin. And you've got Anderson and Broad. Broad will bowl very straight, get some of those balls to keep low, and Anderson can bowl your magic balls.
Well, here's Anderson again, up to the wicket now. He's there, he bowls Kun outside the off stump. And that was going a little bit up the hill after pitching taken there by Bastow. And one must admire, too, the 28 runs that Wood scored at the end. They were important, weren't they? Psychologically, they were very important.
Psychologically, I don't think they'll get near 330. No. It's only my opinion. But, you know, things change in cricket, sport, you know, you can never be sure. But I just said on the first day, I think lunchtime on the last morning, I think lunchtime to last day, it would be over.
And here's Anderson again into Kun. Kun played forward, beaten. I thought for a moment that was going to be an appeal for a catch behind. Maybe you will say, English, or maybe South Africans say too, the wish was father of the thought. It just had a look about that, but it wasn't to be. He didn't get a touch, but it was only a coat of varnish.
When you bowl balls like that, they're corking deliveries. It's that fourth and fifth stump outside, makes him play forward, and it goes up the hill, away from you. Wow. They're terrific, but I don't care who you are batting, they get you out.
Certainly do. Here comes Anderson once more. He's in now, he bows to Kun, and Kun is forward.
Right.
He's got a run, he's got 2 runs, maybe even 3, being chased away there to the extra cover boundary, and is it pulled back just a yard or 2 short, and they come back there for the 3rd run. And so Kun off the mark then with a pretty decent shot that was, wasn't it? Anderson just fractionally over pitching. He leant into it and hit it there, hit it extremely well. And Stokes it was who chased it back to the boundary.
That was a good shot there, after you've just had a corking delivery that, you know, you play and miss. That one fractionally fuller, and he played it perfectly, just eased it through the covers, like you should against the ball that's going to seam or swing a little. Don't try and hit it too hard, unless it's very, very full, you know, right under your nose. You can't miss it.
Thought I was watching you for a moment then.
Well, it was played
Lovely
nicely,
shot.
but the problem is getting in on this pitch. Once you get in, get 20, 30 runs, I think it's, yeah, you can play, you can score, but it's getting the 20, 30. That's the difficulty.
And here's Anderson now bowling to Elgar. He's there, the left-hander. Elgar goes back, squirts this out on the offside. It's Stokes from backward point there who fields. The end of the first over, South Africa needing 331 to win are 3 for no wicket. Those 3 to Kun, who made just a single in the first innings. And he's there with his captain, Elgar, who hasn't yet scored a run.
Yeah, I think Broad's a different type of bowler from Anderson on this type of dry service. He bowls very straight and full usually, and odd balls tend to keep low from him. He gets people trapped, you know, with low balls, bowled LBW. The ball grips. It's that race seam with the new ball. It grips on dry surfaces. And I think the 2 bowlers for England will be a handful. Slightly different ways. Anderson will move it. Broad will move it a little bit, but I think you get some low balls and then the odd one will bounce. And I just think, you know, from an opening batsman's point of view, you've got to play really well.
Yes, if it broad space, it scuttles and it's in the batsman's half of the pitch. It's a difficult game, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a struggle.
Yes, it certainly is. And Broad, with that massive, thick, white sweatband round his left wrist, jumping up and down. And he's now going to bowl to Kun. 2 slips gully, backward point, short cover, a mid-off, mid-on, square leg and a fine leg. That's the field. Just 2 slips in the gully. The target 331, the score 3 for no wicket. Here's Broad, he's in now, he bowls, and Kun is forward and into the ground, fielded there in the covers, and that's Stokes, and there is no run. It's a lovely afternoon. The sun is a pale sun flickering through these rather cotton woolly, wispish sort of clouds. There's no threatening greyness in them at all. The aeroplane's still on the trail into Heathrow, from left to right, far in the distance in front of us, flying over the middle of London. And here, Broad flying over St John's Wood, or flying on St John's Wood. He's running now, kicking up his heels, his arms going like pistons. He's up to the wicket today. Bo Okun, with a bit of a hop, skip and a jump, lets that one go by outside the off stump. And he had it quite, it was a perfectly controlled lead. He just did move a little bit quickly, which gave it the impression of being slightly agitated, but I don't think it was. And still 3 for no wicket. The hum is good, as it always is in the afternoon. People have lunched well, but I'm glad to say pretty well everyone's back from the hospitality suites. There are not these great irritating swathes of empty seats, meaning that people are drinking port and watching on television in tents. Here is Broad, he's in, he bowls Kun it forward, and that he sliced that one away. Backward a point, has got 4 runs. And he played that, he went off a thick outer half of the bat. And 4 more to him, so he's got 7, and that is the South African total.
Yeah, a little streaky, but I think that's the right length for Stuart Broad to get it up there, not bowl too short.
Yes, you don't mind the streaky ones at this stage, do you? I mean, you know, that could so easily have been an edge.
But you've got to get it up there and roll it fairly straight, fairly fullish, give yourself a chance.
And hit Broad again. Kun standing as a short man with an uplifted bat. Broad is in, bowls, he comes forward nicely, correct looking stroke, running that down to mid-off, and there is no run there. And now the sun breaks through the clouds. And I must say, looking at the Warner stand, the new stand in this match, it's very much fits the gap there. And one really feels it's the old Warner stand we were accustomed to. It's an object of rather greater beauty. The Warner stand originally was built in the late 50s, and it looked a little bit like that. And it began to look a little bit Eastern Blockish, if you might say. Here's Broad now, in, bowls, and it's a shorter one, and Kun plays it from the crease, pushing out square on the offside, getting into line, and Stokes picks it up.
all looks all right when they play 3 or 4 balls in the middle of the bat. But it kind of belies what's in the pitch.
Yes. Yes, the pitch is not going to get any easier. That's one absolutely certain thing. And of course, once one starts to behave badly, then it's in the batsman's mind, isn't it?
They're watching in the dressing room.
Absolutely. And here's Broad again. Shirt ruffling as he runs in. He's up to the wicket now. He bowls to Kuhn outside the off stump. Kuhn plays no stroke. And it goes clunking. You probably heard it clunk into Bairstow. Clunking sounds as though it his iron gloves. I don't mean that, but it went in with a nice thud. End of the over, 7 for no wicket, all 7 to Kuhn. Elgar not yet off the mark.
Oh, they've played nicely so far. Yeah, played nicely, played straight, and that's what you have to do to get in.
Jeffrey, will you ask me something quick? They've had, I didn't see what roller they had then.
Light one.
Light one. Would that have, I mean, it wouldn't make any difference now.
Look, I played a lot of these pitches, county cricket, test cricket. I always said to the captain, I'd like the big one. Flatten as much as you can for a little bit. Let's get the best out of it. I'm not a big believer that light roller because it's turning a bit, it's a bit dry, makes that much difference. It's how you feel, I suppose. Some people feel, but I personally thought, get that big roller on, pancakey.
Well, 2 steps Gully, they go down. Anderson's in, bowls to Elgar. Elgar goes back, tries to turn it round the corner, hit on the pad or the thigh pad. It rolls back on the onside, and Anderson in his follow-through collects it and then underarms back to Alistair Cook, who's become the ball polisher. He's at first. Of course, when he was captain, well, Ian Bell was the ball polisher for such a long time, wasn't he? Then Joe Root did it. Yeah. But Joe is now captain, and so Alistair Cook has become, he's been from captain to ball polisher. I don't know whether that's progress or not. But he did play a mighty valuable innings of 69 in England's second innings. And here's Anderson again. He's into Elgar. Elgar turns it off his pads, and they go for one. Moen goes gently to his right at square leg and picks it up. And so Elgar's underway. He's got a single, and the total now 8 for no wicket. As its general shuffle houses, the field changes round for the right-handed Kuhn. And umpire Ravi walks slowly across, left, right, left. It's not quite a slow march, but it's not a quick march either.
No, I think England just showed, obviously, their degree of commitment and everything, want to win, but they've got to show patience. It's not as if every ball's going to get a wicket. Sometimes you get a tumble somewhere in the innings, 2 or 3, but just patience to get the start. Bowl the line, bowl the length.
Anderson it is, in, bowls to Kuhn. Kuhn just plays that, rather sort of squeezes it out on the offside. Stokes starting at backward point, but picking that up in front of square. Attends to the fielding, and Spider Cam flies around in front of us. And I wonder if it was Spider Cam that put Philander off that catch down at fine leg. Obviously something seemed to worry him, and it was quite an irritating miss for the South Africans, that, but anyway, there we are. Here comes Anderson again, in outside the off stump, no stroke from Kuhn, and through it goes that to Bairstow.
Henry, almost all of us are drop catches.
Yes.
All of us, me included, number. I think,
Jeffrey, we doubt it with you, but
no, I have, but, and it's disappointing for the bowler, yourself, but you've got to put your hand up sometimes, just say, I made a mistake. You know, I cocked up, I dropped it, I should have caught it, and just, I'm sorry, but trying to say something else put you off all the time. I'm not a big believer in that.
And Anderson again in, and Kuhn's forward, and it's Moen who fields on the bounce there at cover point. And
if that Spider Cam does put 1 or 2 people off, and I'm not a player, I don't know, if it genuinely does get in their eye line, then they should make the representations known to the cricket authorities and say, hey, I know some television companies like Spider Cam and say it's got to go.
Yes.
You know, if it does, if that is genuine. But on the whole, I think when you drop it, you just got to say, I made a mistake.
Anderson it is, into Kuhn, he bowls, Kuhn comes forward, and that one goes off the edge, he was looking to me to play that a bit on the leg side. It went away to backward point, and very well fielded by Stokes, but he was, just took the, it was almost a leading edge, not quite, and had a bit of luck then. End of the over,
walking into it.
8 for no wicket, 1 to Elgar and 7 to Kuhn.
He was walking to sort of mid-on, wasn't he? Play there and get squared up, and That's dangerous against a new ball on these serves. You just want to play the length, play the line, play it safe and sensible. Hit it if it's there. Don't have to just stay, you know, passive. But just get in. But if the South Africa are going to make a fist of this, or even in the wildest dreams and win, they could do with not being 3-4 down in, you know, for 50, 60, 70 runs. They need to have somebody settle everybody in the dressing room, get in there, nullify the new ball, give them a decent start.
Well, we've now got a short mid-on as Broad is going to bowl to Elgar. Elgar's scratching his guard. He hasn't faced Broad yet. And we've got 2 steps. Gully, backward point, same field, mid-off on the leg side, fine leg, square leg. A short mid-on, no, we got short mid-on, and also a straight mid, short mid-wicket. In Broad, bowls to Elgar. Broad's hands go up, Elgar comes forward, plays that square leg, and there is no run.
His hands went up, he played off the middle of the bat.
Yes, it's psychological warfare, isn't it? Try and make the batsman believe he's in trouble.
Yes.
And Broad walking quickly back to his mark. The ball's waiting for him at his... The spot it was thrown to him and he drops it, picks it up now, looks up, finds Elgar isn't quite ready. He's scrabbling around a little bit like a crab in the crease there, marking his guard again, I think.
I think he's getting right over to off stump or more, or getting further over anyhow.
And here's Broad into him, round the wicket, he's up the wicket now, he bowls, and Elgar goes back, plays into the offside, thinks of a single, and then there's a strangulated yell of no from someone, probably from Kuhn, just as well as Moeen was coming in very fast indeed from a wide mid-off. Umpire Ravi walks away a long way on the offside, about 7 or 8, 9 paces from the wicket, turns around, someone has a word, I don't know what it's about, he was walking back and he turned around, looked first at Moeen, then at Stokes, right there at backward point. I don't know what was said. A little bit of chirpiness, perhaps. And here comes Broad again. In, up to the wicket, he bowls now to Elgar. Elgar's in the back, there's an appeal there. He's given out, he's gone. He's OBW. He was playing that from the crease. And Elgar comes up to Kuhn. And is that England's first wicket? It is so far. They've gone up, they've sent it upstairs to the to be referred. The signal came there from umpire Ravi.
Mark, we have a review for
He's
LBW.
hoping that it was going down leg side with the slope going right to left as he bowls Broad from the nursery end. I think it could be umpire's call, clipping. It might just have missed. There is a chance from the angle.
Well, it's a foul ball. We know, see that.
Okay, it doesn't appear as if there's any bat involved. Could I just have a look?
Didn't hit too high on it. I don't think height's a problem. I would be surprised, but you never know.
Don't think there was a bat either.
There's no bat.
No, I didn't think so. No, it's just whether it's slipping down. It could be umpire's opinion. And therefore it'd be out.
In line. And wickets missing.
There you are, just because of the slope. It's a slope, which is missing.
I'll let you know when you're on screen. Thank you.
That slope, you see, it's so big, the slope. That ball pitched 10 inches outside off stump, is that about right? Something like that. It's in quite a way.
It did.
Because he's round the wicket to the left-hander, the slope keeps on taking it, and it's just missing.
Well, South Africa will breathe a huge sigh of relief. The one thing they didn't want was to lose an early wicket.
No, he's guy in best form, isn't he?
So, we're back to 8 for no wicket. That was a little bit of a bit of excitement. And Elgar continues to scratch his mark. I don't know whether he's going further across than the offside. We'll see. Takes his guard. No, he's on about middle at the moment. And here comes Broad, round the wicket. He's there now. He bowls. Elgar comes forward outside the off stump, that testing line, your corridor, Jeffrey. And there's no run taken by Bastow.
See, really, in your mind on a batsman, what ball's keeping low, you've got to be saying, if I get any chance, I've got to get forward to nullify the low ball, you know, bat and pad together and maybe meet it outside the line of off stump if it hits me on the pad. But it's not so easy. He's a tall boy, he's Broad, he's got a high action, and it's not so easy, these tall lads, to get forward. They get you playing back when you'd like to be forward.
And it's Broad again. He's in now. Elgar plays this away on the leg side. Goes down there to mid-on, and there is no run. So, 8 for no wicket, and the first alarm in this over, but South Africa have survived that one. And of course, viewers probably don't realise there is a very appreciable slope here at Lord's.
It's about 11 feet.
Well, huge. Yes, it is, between the, the corner just to our right and the corner down there by the Allen stand.
Huge.
By the Grace Gates. It is a big dip. And when you look at the ground, you perhaps don't, from the outside, from the spectators, where the spectators sit, you perhaps don't appreciate fully quite how severe the dip is. And it does. Well, then, Elgar just comes down on that, gets into line, and it's Stokes who coming in on the offside who fields. And that is the end of a pretty good over by Broad, who hoped he'd got the first wicket. He hadn't, as the referral system proved. It's 8 for no wicket, 7 to Kuhn and 1 to Elgar. And Andy, you've got something to say.
It's been very difficult batting fourth at Lord's in recent years. England have had a few similar-sized chases. In 2012, they were chasing 346 against South Africa in a classic test. They got 294 all out. They were chasing 319 against India 3 years ago, 223 all out, and 283 to win against Pakistan last year, 207 all out. Other teams have also struggled. New Zealand bowled out for 68 here in 2013, and New Zealand bowled out for 220 here a couple of years ago. So no scores over 250 for the last 4 years.
It's Anderson once more. He bowls that. Kuhn plays out on the onside. There could be a run out. Yes, there's a hit, but there wasn't. The ball was played out on the onside, and coming in there was that I can't see who it is. It Jennings there came in, threw at the stumps, missed. It was backed up on the offside, and he got a direct hit. Then I think it might have been close. Anyway, that's enough for me. 1 run there. The score now is 9 for no wicket, and it's time, after a word from Geoffrey, for Ed Smith.
It was tight, not sure, but you know, runs are precious, hard to come by. You're an opening batsman, you need to take singles. I don't think Anderson and Broad are going to give you too many 4 balls on most surfaces, but certainly on here they're not going to get too many. I think a thick edge through slips is going to be a good shot.
Afternoon, Geoffrey. Afternoon, everyone. Yeah. Batting is hard work on a baked, dry Lord's pitch. 2 highly experienced bowlers working in tandem. Anderson round the wicket, bowls to Elgar, who fiddles it away on the offside. Good judge of a run this time, as Jennings has to dive away to his left. Now, Geoffrey, you're a fan of dazzling attacking cricket. What do you think about putting de Kock up the order?
I was thinking that myself, to be honest.
Yeah.
I was thinking he's a precious player for them, and if he happens to get in, number 4, 5, he makes it easier for everybody else. He lifts the dressing room, and 3:30. So I was saying this morning, they came today after last night saying, "Oh, we probably have to save the match, get to bat, maybe tea time and something." The whole tenor of the dressing room changed when they bowled England out. Especially when the wickets go, and they're thinking 3:31. Well, it's going to be tough, but we have a chance. You know, 3:31, not 450, and if he could get in, I think that's a good idea, Ed.
That's what I'd do. Anderson over the wicket bowls, and Kuhn just tries to whip it on the leg side. I think it's going to be a leg bye. We'll find out whether he got a bit of bat on it or not. Umpire says no, that's the leg bye signalled. 11 without loss. Also, Geoffrey, the other thing is, just at the moment, with no pressure being exerted on England's bowlers, you just feel eventually, you know, the wicket will come, you have the fielders where you want them. I tell you, if de Kock's out there, Root will be thinking, oh, I don't want to over-attack.
Well, it's like our middle order. If they get in, they take the game away from you. Give them a chance, or you don't get them out like Johnny Bairstow. No, today, I mean, Stokes, Ali, they take the game away.
Anderson in again. Beauty down the hill, angled in, nipped away. Elgar fenced at it. If you watch that again, the disappointing thing will not be that it's a high-class ball. Batsmen get those, but he just fiddled at it. Hands went away from his body. He just shakes his head afterwards. A testing spell, this by.
When you see balls like that, you definitely want to be at the other end. He's batting out of his crease. He's 2 feet out of his crease, trying to get nearer to the ball and pitch.
Anderson in now, check driven by Elgar, crisply to balance at mid-off, wearing the shin pads. Another full house at Lord's. If you'd been, if you'd watched all 4 days here at Lord's and someone said to you, this version of the game is in crisis, you'd say, well, not on this evidence, it's not. Full houses, it's just London cricket. Lord's in the Oval, always
it's the mecca of cricket.
So
Catchment
well
area
supported.
is so big. This is different from the provinces.
Anderson in again. Elgar forces off the back foot. Stokes, as so often is the case, makes a difficult bouncing ball look easy. And as Jeffrey's here, it's a good time to remind listeners that Jeff will be back with Facebook Live at tea. Get your questions in now via the TMS Facebook page. What's the format, Jeffrey?
Well, I think young Henry will start me off with a question or two, with a bouncer in those 2 questions, and then it'll be questions people send in.
Okay.
Send in what they want.
Get those questions ready for Jeffrey. Broad is just having a long distance chat with Joe Root. Root at second slip, just wants mid-off a little bit deeper.
This Kun looks to me as if he's trying to look to drive.
Yeah.
Almost any time he can, every time.
Broad in now, and that's a tempter from right arm fast bowler, but Kun withdrew the bat. I checked his
I hope he don't get sucked into, you know, I'm all for not being passive, the ball's there, but you just want to pick the right ball. Don't get sucked into, you know, thinking you can drive Broad and Anderson every ball or every other ball. They're better than that, especially with a new ball in their hand. Be selective, I always say.
Broad, angled run up in now. Bowls, speared in towards middle leg, good defence to mid-off. Yeah, he's got a decent first-class record. He's 2300s, averages 45, he's in his early 30s. This will be a different sort of challenge for him.
It's a little bit tougher challenge than provincial cricket, like our county cricket. Alistair Cook say, somebody told me this morning, he said, coming from county cricket where he's made a lot of runs for Essex, it felt a much bigger game playing his test match. First test is not the captain, and yet he's been used to test cricket for a long time.
Broad in again, and Kun is forward, nicely played. Bouncing into the offside. Stokes fields.
On the whole, moving up from county cricket, provincial cricket in South Africa to test cricket, the biggest difference is they bowl you fewer easy hittable balls and probably 1 or 2 more good balls. Other than that, it's not that much difference. You might get an odd bowler who bowls it a bit quicker. You sometimes get a real pacey bowler. On the whole, just don't bowl as many for you to hit.
Broad again. Check drive from Kun, doesn't quite time it. Hit out to Dawson at mid-off. There's another dimension as well, which is that one of the most draining aspects for people new to Test cricket is that just the scrutiny, the arena, all the stuff that goes around it. That's a Michael always makes that point, doesn't he?
Mental pressure, because you know, of course, you don't play provincial cricket with 28,000 people watching there, and you know television's going around the world to your home country. All your friends and family are watching, supporters.
Broad in bowls and Kun deftly played down to fine leg. Easy single. Balance skips in from fine leg. 12 without loss. Sensible batting from the South African openers. Sun continues to beat down on this dry, wearing pitch. It's taken turn.
You feel it'd be a good pitch if you could bowl cutters. Real good
Broad to bowl cutters.
Good pitch.
Although I wonder, for the time being, whether plan A would just be to
you just bowl what you bowl.
Hard, length, let the pitch do the rest. Elgar waits, Broad in, and Elgar is forthright in defence on the back foot.
He looks in good touch.
Yeah, he does.
You know, I know he's made a lot of runs for Somerset, isn't he? But he looks in good touch, good form. Confidence is up, his feet are moving, playing very straight. He looks good.
I wonder when England will look to introduce spin. Probably let these senior fast bowlers who've bowled 3 apiece have at least a couple more. I wonder if an early look at Moeen Ali isn't in order.
Yeah, I'm for Moeen to be the first spinner, definitely. But not yet. I think they're bowling all right, but they're batting all right, so it's a nice contest.
Anderson starts a new over in now, and Kun swats at a cut shot, doesn't time it under edges to Stokes, who returns the ball to Bairstow. At Bristol, 55 without loss. Australia, after 15 overs, chasing 260 to beat England. Women's World Cup. Commentary online and via the app, and we'll be live there at tea.
Is that 260, England women?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, who's favourites for that then? See much women's cricket?
Jeffrey, who would you
think
think's favourite?
Aussie are pretty good. Well, we're pretty good, but I'm not sure if they aren't slightly better.
Yep, Anderson in now, and a good probing line, and couldn't look like he was going to be drawn in, but wisely withdrew the bat. 12 without loss, it stays. 319 to win for South Africa, and what would be a famous victory, having been behind in this game for much of it. Come back into it with a disciplined bowling performance today, led by Morné Morkel.
Bowled beautifully.
Didn't he?
One of the best spells he's bowled. His discipline of line, length, pace was really, really good. Didn't give those easy balls away, which he sometimes does.
I thought it was terrific bowling. Anderson in now bowls, and once again, couldn't look like he was going to push at it, and then just at the last minute, whipped the bat back, left it alone. I wonder if Morné's been listening to some of your criticism, Jeffrey. It was a top spell. Armed with an afternoon coffee, Michael Vaughan is joining us.
Afternoon. It's a very nice coffee as well, I have to say. I think it was on your recommendation, wasn't it, a few years ago, that they brought the coffee from over the other side of the ground into the media centre.
They have. And another good line and length from Anderson outside the off stump. It's perked us all up, the quality of caffeine.
Not only are you a fashion icon expert, you are now a coffee expert, a coffee bean.
You very kindly picked out the only 2 things I know anything about, Michael.
You are very good on the coffee. Where does that come from? Just
the
research?
need, addiction, need. I've picked my vices carefully, and that's one of them.
What do you reckon your expenditure per year is on coffee?
Anderson wide of the crease, and Kun defends.
One a day, 2 a day.
Yeah, I'd say on average 1 a day out. So that's quite a lot. If you top that up,
we're talking £2.50 a day, aren't we?
Yeah, you are. Which is 700.
Andy, what's that? What's that a year? £2.50 a day on coffee for Ed Smith.
It's getting up to close to £1,000, isn't it?
Just over 900 quid.
£900 a year on the old beans.
Oh, no. That's where it all goes. Anderson in again, bowls to Kun, down leg side. Bairstow takes a brilliant catch. Kun walks. What a dismissal. Brilliant catch, Johnny Bairstow. One-handed. Wasn't just the distance he had to go, he had to scoop it by jumping forward and to his left. And the great keepers would have been proud of that one. Bairstow has a big hand in getting the breakthrough here. Kun will count himself unlucky, caught down the leg side, and that's a terrific catch. Diving forward, scooping it off the ground. 12 for 1 South Africa, England into their work.
Yeah, that's tremendous work. He's having a good day, Johnny Bairstow. Struck a nice 50. Heino Kuhn, he was, I thought, looking a lot better than we saw in the first inning. I thought he was kind of just sat there without any real intent. Well, he came out, played a nice drive or two, and he was batting outside of his crease. Both he and Dean Elgar have done that. I think that's what South Africa are going to do on this wicket. They're going to bat out the crease to the seamers. Yeah, but it's the breakthrough that England were desperately searching for. And what a piece of work that is from Johnny Bairstow. It's a tremendous grab.
When you talk to, well, England's women have a wicket as well. Mooney out for 31 to Alex Hartley. Australia 56 for 1 now in the 16th over, chasing 260. When you speak to great slip fielders, Michael, you'd have had these chats with your friends Trescothick, whatever, they reckon you can, go forward as well, as so that ones that are less a slip fielder would sort of take on the half volley. And it's such a hard skill behind the stumps at keeper or in the slips, and Bairstow did it really well there. One-handed, and like a put a claw out and like an eagle grabbing a mouse.
Yeah, and it's going to be Moeen Ali to come straight into the attack. Moeen got Hashim Amla out in the first innings. He trapped him in front of the stumps from the pavilion end. Well, he's going to start his second innings proceedings at the nursery stand end. Now let's see how much spin Moeen Ali can get out of this surface. We saw a huge amount from Maharaj. Plenty of footholds, and there's a perfect just little foothold there, just outside the eye line of Dean Elgar. And it's right on off stump, just outside. And with the slope, it'll certainly force Elgar into playing any delivery that lands around that. Will it skid on and just miss the rough element, or will it just grab hold of it? So it's not going to be easy at all for any of the right-handers or left-handers, but I think for left-handers in particular, it's going to be so difficult. You can just see it, can't you, outside the off stump there.
Do you think Joe would have made that decision to brought Moeen on before the wicket and stuck with it, or is that post-wicket, I wonder?
Not too sure, actually.
Moeen in now, and Elgar defends. Sometimes when a wicket falls, captains then change their mind, don't they? And they sort of, but I think he's stuck with an original plan.
I like this field as well because he's got a 45 catcher on the leg side, just at a normal 45 on the one for that top edge sweep. He likes to sweep, Dean Elgar. He's got a short leg and a slip.
Moeen again, right on a length. Elgar is forward.
So he's not over-attacking, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, extra cover and a backward point. I think that's a good, sensible field to start with.
Moeen again, and that's the length ball once more. Elgar chops down on a defensive shot from the back foot. You heard the ball before, Johnny Bairstow say, just like the first dig here, Moeen. England have what they want. They're into the South African batting order. 12 for 1. Moeen again, that's the length. Saw a little puff of dust there as the ball gripped and hit the outside half of the bat. Oh, beauty. Perfect line and length, and Elgar just, I think he played with a slightly open face. It was desperately close to catching the edge on the way through to Bairstow. Pitched on middle and off. Oof, it's a beauty. And Bairstow took it about 4 or 5 inches outside off stump. Moeen round the wicket once more, and this is a bit too full. Elgar pushes back. Moeen starts with a maiden, straight into his work. No warm-ups for him. Well bowled, Moeen. And you feel he's got a fair amount of work in him, don't you?
Yeah, and what South Africa have to do is try and just be positive. Saw Johnny Bairstow. I thought that the players that looked the most comfortable, those that played a few shots actually, I think those that have come out and batted on this wicket in the last day or so and just played defensively have looked like getting out. You might have to take a risk or two just to try and put the bowler under a bit of pressure. Now Hashim Amla strolls out and he just looks, he always looks at peace. He kind of just scraped a bit of the dust away from the pitch. He's taken a guard with just the one arm, you know, just one hand on the bat handle, just sent to please him. Got that short cover point for Amla. Again, catching 2 slips and a finish gully. Backward point, Moeen Ali, what, 10 yards behind square? Mid-off, mid-on and a straight mid-wicket.
Anderson starts a new over. Bowls, and Amla gets a beauty. Gloved him first up. He rode it, Amla, and the ball dropped at very, very short gully. No one could have caught it, but it was an unpleasant delivery to get first up. Andy, could you tell me, please, Moeen Ali's bowling average home and away in Tests?
He's asking for the physio straight away here. Hashim Amla, he's taken his arm guard off. I'll just hit the wrist, I think, that left
wrist. It's a nasty ball. Yeah. It's, just looking at it, did you see his left hand then, Michael? It just, the way he was holding it slightly limply.
Yeah, it's just hit just above the hand. I once got hit from Mike Smith of Gloucester at Headingley and broke my
little bones in there.
Yeah, the side of my hand and also my wrist bone twice in my career. Mike Smith of Gloucester and then Cassar for
Matt Cassar.
Matt Cassar, I think, was bowling.
Derby.
I think he was at Northampton at the time. Old skiddy bouncer and just just rose a bit sharper than I expected.
Would you be pulling that normally?
No, I was on a few as well. I was on 100. It's one of the Headingley snake pits.
Right, okay.
Managed to just get me in front of the face, and
doesn't sound like much fun, that.
No, I didn't enjoy it. The ice pack's on. The ice pack's out on the.
It was a nasty ball. It was a well-directed short ball, first up for Amler. Whacked him on that left hand, and the very anxious moments for South Africa. He's their elder statesman, no question about that. Amler will be expected to hold this innings together, really, if they're going to have any chance of getting close.
Moeen Ali at home has 56 wickets in 22 games at an average of 38.6. Away from home, 46 wickets in 16 tests at an average of 44.
See, the reason I asked that is just intuitively, I thought to myself, a lot of times I've seen Moeen Ali bowl well, it's been in England. And we have this idea that English wickets don't turn, but I'm not sure it's true.
Well, I think when the English pitches turn, I think
they're the worst place to play.
Yeah, I think they spin sharper than most.
I agree.
And the odd ball doesn't spin, it's the skid on. The Duke ball's a nice ball for a spinner to grab hold of because of the seam. You know, the Kookaburra ball sometimes, because the seam isn't as prominent, it's not as easy to get the fingers around the seam. The Indian ball, the old SG, I used to find spinners used to enjoy that because that was a prominent seam that you could grab your fingers. But Amler's all right, which is good news for South Africa.
Anderson in, and it's a line and length, and with all the time in the world, Amler just rocks onto the front foot. Andy.
So Moeen Ali has 22 wickets in the fourth innings at an average of 26.7. Now, you'd probably expect spinners' average to get better as the game goes on, but his is quite pronounced compared with his third innings average of 56, and in the first two innings he averages 49. So, in fact, his fourth innings average is just very slightly under Graham Swann's.
It's interesting, isn't it? Shows you how good Swann was in the first innings. Anderson in now, nearly chops on Amler. Inside edge onto right toe, and then for a moment you'd have thought it'd been rolling back towards off stump. It's been a tough introduction for Amler. It's the in-swinger from Anderson, such a skilled bowler. Amler didn't pick it till late. Toe of the bat onto the toe of the foot.
Yeah, he's looked good, hasn't he, Jimmy Anderson? Joe Root didn't bowl him a huge amount initially in the first innings, then he bowled a terrific spell, didn't he, with the second new ball.
Said that with a wry smile, a captain's smile, if I may say so. Anderson in now, bowls to Amler, who plays this one compactly from the crease.
Well, I've always said to any captains that you have to captain purely what you feel is right at that time. Who's bowling the best? Which bowlers are, in your opinion, with a little bit of a gathering of thought from a few others maybe, which bowlers are right at that time for the team? I think sometimes senior bowlers can dominate, and you generally turn to your senior bowlers when the pressure's on because they know how to deliver the pressure more than most.
Anderson in for force back drive by Amler, straight to Broad.
But if a senior bowler, young bowler, it doesn't matter who you are, if you bowl a spell that's not quite within what you've been asking as for the captain, you have to take them off. Especially when you've got 6 bowlers in your attack, you've got plenty of options. It's not like you've only got 3.
I think what I enjoyed about that particular wry smile, which opposition captains may remember well from studying Michael, is that there was a hint of, it doesn't matter who you are, I'll take you off and bowl you a short spell if needs be. Anderson in now, and Amler has a lot of time this time on the back foot. 12 for 1, probing over from Anderson. He's been excellent today. He's got 1 for 6 from 5 overs. England's bowlers pretty much got a vice-like grip on proceedings at the moment. Thought from Michael, I'll make way for Simon Mann.
Yeah, 12 for 1 after 9 overs, so South Africa are not going anywhere fast. And sometime soon I would think that they're going to have to try and just force the pressure back onto the England bowlers with a shot or two. I think you can't go expecting a real bad ball to come. You've got to try and make the bowlers bowl fast bad balls by just being a bit more forceful. Maybe use your feet to the spinner, play a hard sweep shot. Just try and do something.
Here's Moeen going into bowl to Elgar, who's down the pitch. As he caught the ball, he is. Good catch from Moeen. Well, he tried to do something there, Elgar. He hit it firmly, straight back to the bowler who grabbed it. Excellent return catch. Elgar's out for 2. South Africa are 12 for 2.
Yeah, it was coming. You could feel that Elgar was going to try something. Gets too close to it, so he couldn't get the elevation. It was almost a Yorker in the end. And he tried to hit it over the top, and because it was too close to him, he couldn't get the elevation and the loft. Good catch by Moeen Ali. It was hit quite hard back. I don't know if you saw Luke Fletcher last night in the NatWest Blast time when the ball was struck straight back at him. And
I haven't seen it yet, and apparently it's not there to be seen anymore, is it?
No, and unfortunately, I think he's been released from hospital today. But it was in the T20 Blaster. He bowled the ball, and he was in his follow through, and it cracked him straight on the head. But he's been tweeting.
Yeah, that's good. Good to see that. Yeah.
So that's good news for him and for Notts in the game. But that was a terrific catch. It really was by Moeen Ali. It was at a nice height. And he didn't have to move a great deal, but he got the 2 hands around it and 2 quick wickets for England. A sense if you get on a roll, 42 overs left in the day. This could be over today. Definitely JP Duminy against the off spinner. This will be interesting.
Elgar's innings, 2 off 21 balls, just 6 scoring shots for South Africa in the first 9 overs of the innings, and only 5 runs in the last 7.1 overs.
Where are we in terms of runs and wickets in the day? It feels like we've had an awful lot of wickets and not a great deal from the batsmen today. I think we've had 11 wickets. Was it 1 down overnight? Yeah, 11 wickets already, and before tea.
11 wickets for 126 runs so far.
Would you back against 8 more wickets falling before the close? Extra half an hour as well, light good at this time of year. That's a possibility. I mean, it's a lot. I mean, it seems a strange thing to be saying when they're only 2 down, but it just has that feel about it at the moment.
It's the kind of wicket that you could lose 4 or 5 quick wickets quite easily without really making mistakes. It's a pitch that's got quite a few gremlins in it now. The odd ball that keeps low is certainly going to see plenty of spin.
Well, this feels as if it's going to be a test for Duminy. Moeen bowls to him, and he's forward. First ball, back and pad close together, squeezing the ball away on the offside. It goes to Keaton Jennings, who's fielding in the covers, and there's no run. It's not a very attacking field for Moeen. A slip and a short leg with a new batsman in. There's no leg slip or silly point. Forward goes Duminy, playing a straight ball away on the offside. Moeen goes across to pick up.
Well, the only field change I'd have mid on a bit tight, the captain himself, bring Alistair Cook from mid-wicket over to the offside on a short extra cover or a silly point, either or a second slip.
Moeen bowls. Duminy slides that off an open face down towards backward point. There's no run.
You certainly would be saying to JP Duminy, go on and try and work one against the spin through mid-wicket. Maybe a second slip from that mid-wicket region, Alistair Cook.
12 for 2, 10th over. South Africa finding it difficult. Moeen bowls, that's a bit short, and back goes Duminy. No trouble at all with that one, forcing it back down the pitch, and Moeen picks up, and there is no run. Remember the target, 331 for South Africa. Moeen into bowl, and Duminy's forward, head right over it, dropping the ball into the offside. There's no run. That's a wicket maiden from Moeen Ali. 2 overs, 1 wicket for no run, so he started with 2 maidens in actual fact.
That's 4 maidens in a row in which 2 wickets have fallen.
12 for 2 at the end of South Africa's, at the end of the 10th over, and with just under 15 minutes to go until tea. Another wicket for England's women. Nicole Bolton out for 26, Australia 72 for 2 in the 19th, chasing 260.
Well, just looking at JP Duminy's record, Simon, averaged 33 in tests, played 45 games. Against England, he averages 26. Now we've got 100 against England. He's got 6 test match centuries. And I'm looking at that average of 33 for a player of that ability. It's low, isn't it?
Here is a new over and driven away by Amla, slightly uppishly past the short extra cover fielder up to the grandstand for 4. Our first shot in anger from Amla, and our first run for over 4 overs. 16 for 2. England have set that man in that very specific position away on the offside, that far away from him. It was about 2 feet away. If he'd been 2 feet over, it would have been a low catch or a bump ball, one of those. That gives you an indication of how much it went in the air to that position. Here's Anderson going into bowl to Amler, and Amler offers the pad and lifts the bat and lets it go through to Bairstow. England all right for 233 today. Cook making 69, Bairstow a valuable 51, just to get England psychologically a bit further away from South Africa. Stand of 45 for the 9th wicket with Wood. I bet you hate it. I was asking Graham Smith about this earlier. I bet you hated those. I mean, most captains would. Those late order thrashes when the ball's going here, there, and everywhere. Anderson bowls to Amler. It's outside the off stump. Good lead from Amler through to Bairstow.
Yeah, I think Dean Elgar will look back at this Test match and think, opportunities. South Africa have created opportunities. They've been ill-disciplined. I mean, Philander's drop catch off Johnny Bairstow. The lead was what, 260 at the time, 264, something like that. It wasn't huge amount. They'd have been chasing, you would think, 280, 290. First innings, Joe Root dropped on, I think, 7 and 13 or 6 and 13. It was early on in his...
9 and 16 I made it. Here's Anderson bowling, clipped away nicely by Amler. That's a lovely shot through mid-wicket. It's gone for 4. Hits the rope now. Fielder's nowhere.
Well, dropping Joe Root twice before he's got to 20. The no-ball wicket off Morne Morkel bowling Ben Stokes, and the Maharaj no-ball to get Joe Root out. You think of all the chances that they've had, it's probably been a 150 to 200 run sway in the game, and that's realistically where the game, I believe, will look back on and where South Africa lost. This series is going to be competitive because if South Africa can nullify those mistakes.
Anderson bowls to Amler outside the off stump, coming back down the slope. Good judgment from Amler through to Bairstow. 20 for 2 the score. Amler on 8.
And also, I think when Faf du Plessis comes back as captain, I don't think we'll see a South African team look so flat. I think particularly in that afternoon of the first day where suddenly Stokes and Root started to get a partnership in the Nally and Root after tea. And South Africa just, they looked so flat, didn't they?
2 slips in the gully in. Anderson to Amler, forces that away. It beats the man Stokes, square with the wicket close in. It goes out towards the deep point boundary. Moen's after it, sent in the return. And Amler comes back for 2 runs. He's taken 10 off the over, has broken the shackles for now. South Africa 22 for 2. And obviously the toss, it felt quite important at the time, feeling it was a dry pitch, but it was 70 for 4. And I mean, sometimes, I've asked you this, we've talked about it before, and I've written about it, the importance of the toss and winning the toss. It was a good toss to win, but South Africa won't. I don't think they can look back and say, "Oh, toss decisive," because they had things going their way and they had an opportunity. They missed opportunities.
Yeah, you could say that if they'd have taken their chances, it was a good toss to have lost, because they should have bowled England out for 250, and you could argue that day 2 was the best day for batting. They didn't bat long enough on there, because they allowed England to bat too long.
But clearly batting last in this situation is very tough for the Moen bowls. And Duminy drives nicely. There's a nice diving save as well by Jennings away to his left-hand side. I think Broad was happy there. Stopped Broad running towards the wide long off boundary, which is where the ball was heading. Probably would have been a 3. Duminy yet to score. So got a slip and a short leg in, forward short leg. Moen bowls, Duminy forward, playing it straight back down the pitch. If Moen had left it, it would have hit the stumps, the non-striker's end. And there's no run. Moen yet to concede a run. 14 balls. And taking the wicket of Elgar. Moen bowls to Duminy, who's back, and I guess a thick inside edge on that, and just past the stumps down towards short fine leg. Moen interested there, he thought he got through, not quite. On a tentative defensive shot from Duminy, forced onto the back foot. And inside edge past the pads. Moen sets himself, he's bowling from the nursery end. Round the wicket to the left-hander, who stretches right forward and holds the pose as well. He liked that defensive shot, Duminy. Bairstow comes from behind the stumps to pick up. And there is no run. So about 7 minutes to go until tea. During the tea interval, we'll be back to Bristol for that Women's World Cup match between England and Australia. Moen bowls forward. Here's Duminy. Back to the bowler, picks up.
Australia require 178 of 29.2 overs to win that game.
Is it 82 for 2? Is it
82 for 2?
82 for 2. There's commentary on that on the the website and via the BBC Sport app. Dominic goes back and just about keeps that ball out of his stumps. Moen picks up off his own bowling, and that's the end of Moen's third maiden at the start of his spell. So 3 overs, 1 wicket, no runs. South Africa, after 12 overs, are 22 for 2. Amla has 10 of them. Kun out for 9 and Elgar for 2. I wonder if they will change the batting order in the second innings and push de Kock up.
Apparently not.
No?
I believe the South Africa coach was interviewed and he came out with some stat that he's got a incredible record from overs 80 to 100, Quinton de Kock. For one, I thought if they get to 80 to 100 overs in the second innings, they'll have done well. I mean, one thing's for sure, Joe Root will never, ever be relaxed until they've got Quinton de Kock out. And it would think that, you know, South Africa's plan would be to obviously bat as well as they can, get to somewhere near 200, and then Quinton de Kock comes in at number 7. That's in an ideal world. Yeah. They'd have to play incredibly well to get to that stage. But Joe Root certainly won't be relaxing until the likes of de Kock's in the shed. Because you always feel as a captain the worst that he could play the most incredible innings, and we saw him in the first innings stroll out, and he got to 50 without seeming to break sweat. Played some glorious drives.
It was a remarkable innings. Well, Victor was on with me at the time, and Andrew came up with the stat. It was the second fastest Test 50 at Lords.
So I think
you weren't really conscious of that. Obviously, you know, he scored quickly, but it wasn't smashing it everywhere. It was easing it through the field. Here's Wood into the attack. It's nudged down towards fine leg, his first ball.
But I do think that over the wicket attack with the short cover point is a real threat. You know, he does play the drive on the move a lot. He's got beautiful timing in hands, and you know, 1 or 2 times he'll hit the gap. But I always sense that you're going to get a catch around that area. It was a good catch taken in the first innings from Ben Stokes in that position, and I'm pretty sure that's what England will attack him with. They'll probably have a cover point on the boundary, keep bowling full of length just outside off stump from over the wicket, and try and get him caught around that region.
23 for 2 with that single to Amla. And now Duminy to take strike from Mark Wood. Moving towards the tea interval, probably a time for this over and possibly one more from Moen. Wood with his Banksy explosive run up bowls, and he squares him up there. Runs away on the offside. He was looking to play that into the onside. He goes towards backward point where it's picked up by Jennings. And there is no run. I mean, one other option for South Africa with de Kock, if they do want to get him up the order, I suppose eventually is give someone else the gloves. I mean, if you want to bat him in the open or number 3, or if you feel he's that good, if you feel you can't get him up the order because he is a wicket keeper, Wood bowls and Duminy tries to force him to the offside. It goes to cover, picked up by Stokes, and there's no run. I mean, it's similar to the argument that, or the discussion sometimes had about Bairstow. You know, you want him up the order, but can you put that burden on him of keeping wicket and batting very high in the order?
I just wonder whether they can get him to 5 and bring someone like Morrison to be the all-rounder at 7.
Well, that's the other option as well. Is it too hard though to keep and bat at 5?
Johnny Bairstow does it.
Well, he does at the moment. Wood bowls. It's defended into the onside and there's no run. But you want your number. I mean, ultimately, you want your number 5 to be able to score, 150. Well, to have the time and the energy to score 150, don't you? Whereas if you're making sort of cameo 70s at number 5, that's not quite what you want if you've got a player of his ability.
I would think that players that are fit, Johnny Bairstow, Quinton de Kock, they should be all right to bat at 5 and keep. Kumar Sangakkara, what did he bat when he was keeping for Sri Lanka?
Here's Wood moving into bowl. That's forced through. It's a nice shot from Duminy, off the mark through extra cover. It won't be 4. They push off the back foot towards the tavern stand, and they are back for 2 runs. So Duminy is underway in the second innings, 25 for 2.
Heino Kuhn, difficult debut. Only 3 South Africans since 1992 have been out in single figures in both innings of their debut. Martin de Lange, the fast bowler, against Sri Lanka in Durban in December 2011. And Dean Elgar himself got a pair on debut, batting at 6 against Australia in Perth in 2012.
Out for 1 and 9. Duminy gets a short ball and he rifles it to mid-wicket where Moeen takes the catch. Wood dropping it short. Duminy eyed the boundary and 4 more, but he hit it in the air. And Moeen, well, he took one off his own bowling earlier. That was hit hard, and so was that one. A good catch, and South Africa are 25 for 3.
Well, that is a tremendous catch. It's hit right out the middle of Duminy's bat. As soon as he played this shot, he must have just felt 4. Moeen Ali at mid-wicket, tremendous technique to just move the body, get the hands in the right spot. And it's the perfect session for England to get 3 wickets. They'll stroll off and have a nice cup of tea. Certainly today the game could be finishing, Simon. Probably, what, 35 overs remaining, 8 that you could take. So 43 possible overs left in the game today. And you feel that only, I guess, Amla and de Kock who could potentially, that Bavuma played well in the first innings, but you get a sense that the game could be coming to a closure.
Well, it's a fractionally early tea because the wicket falling close to the tea interval. Players walking off before 20 to 4 with South Africa in tatters, really. 25 for 3. The last 2 wickets falling to attacking shots, and Kun out caught down the leg side. I mean, in a way, it's not the pitch that's caused the dismissals, but I suppose that the fact that they've been unable to get the ball away, there's not been a free scoring surface, it's forced them to play a couple of shots, and well, twice they found the fielders. Anyway, 25 for 3 at tea. Kun 9, Elgar 2, Duminy 2, the men out. 1 for Anderson, 1 for Moeen Ali, and 1 for Wood. 2 fine catches from Moeen. England 233 all out. Target of 3-3-1. South Africa in big trouble at 25 for 3 at tea. Well, lots of matches going on the NatWest T20 Blast, with commentary available via the BBC Sport website and app. You'll also find commentary there of the important Women's World Cup match between England and Australia, and that's where we're heading now. Australia chasing 260, and we can hear from World Cup winner Ebony Rainford-Brent and Alison Mitchell.
So one more run to come in this Lanning over. And we'll welcome our Test Match special listeners to us as you've reached the tea break at Lords. Alex Hartley bowling the last ball of the over here to Meg Lanning, who goes back and tries to tickle one into the onside. No run taken. So it's the end of the over. We've had 24 overs of the Australian run chase. They've been set 260 to win here, and they're 91 for 2 with Elise Perry and Meg Lanning out in the middle. So we're watching the 2 superstar players of world cricket at the moment. Meg Lanning has been suffering with a chronic shoulder problem though. It's kept her out of the last game. She's playing this one, but we definitely saw how it hampered her in the field. She was only doing underarm throws, and now with the bat, Ebony Rainford-Brent and I have just been looking at how that is also hampering her with her stroke play out there.
Yeah, and what she's done really well is adjusted. She's letting anything come to her and punch with that bottom hand, or we just saw her use her feet, get to the pitch of the ball, and then use that bottom hand low down and punch it. I just wonder if you want to go to a bit of pace in terms of like brunt and say, let's rough her up, because I think with the slower bowlers, you've got time to adjust and manoeuvre yourself. Whereas someone a bit quicker might rush her, maybe bounce her, force her to use outside that off stump.
Well, Natalie Siver is coming on to replace Jenny Gunn. Gunn picked up the wickets of Nicole Bolton, had her caught behind for 26. That was the second wicket to fall with 72 runs on the board. So Siver a leap at the crease, guided down to third man by Perry. Danny Hazel is fielding there, sends the ball back in to Sarah Taylor behind the stumps, and 92 for 2. I mean, the best players find a way, don't they? Even a Lanning who is hampered in her movement sometimes, she will still find a way to score runs, try and move the ball around, manipulate the field where she can. Siver is running up to the wicket now, bowls a little on middle and off, and again another jab into the onside by Lanning. Finds Brunt on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and she jogs one. See, normally that would have been a full-blooded pull and you would have seen the follow through, but everything is it's more like a bunch. A punch.
Yeah, bunt, that's a good way of putting it. But she's been struggling with this a long time. That's why she didn't make it over to the Super League. She was signed for the Stars and had to pull out a week or so before. So we're talking a good year of this.
Siver in again. Coming forward is Perry, but it's fielded at backward points by Hazel. Yeah, it was torn cartilage in her right shoulder some 12 months ago. She returned, missed the Super League, returned in time for Australia's tour of Sri Lanka in the September. As Siver sets off again, running towards us, bowling to Perry down the leg side. Fancy a slower delivery. Perry's setting off for a single, pushing for two. No. Throw comes back in. Alex Hartley fielding and leg by, signalled by the umpires. That one slid down from Siver. So a little bit of time out of the game. But curiously, I mean, Rachel Haynes wasn't who captained in the last game. Lanning comes in and Haynes drops out of the side altogether. So you go from one day captaining your country in a World Cup to then being left out of the side. But that was always a plan Australia made prior to the World Cup. Siver in, Fuller to Lanning, and she's driving past short extra cover in Heather Knight, and they take the single. Fielded at mid-off, the throw coming back in, and the one run is taken. Just to remind you, anybody listening, this is the tea break at the Test match at Lord's. We're here in Bristol watching England against Australia in the Women's World Cup. The round-robin group match, South Africa at Lord's, 25 for 3 at tea. So they need another 305 as Siver is in on leg stump again and clipped into the onside by Perry out to the deep, and Catherine Brunt comes in. And one taken, 96 for 2 then after 25 overs. And the halfway point of the innings might be a good time just to check in, Phil Long, about where England were at the same stage of their innings then. So 25 over mark, halfway point. What are we looking at?
Yeah, so Australia 96 for 2 at the same stage of the halfway mark. England had a few more, 103, but for 4 wickets.
Yeah, and just to remind people as well, it was the 7th wicket stand in the last 10 overs between Brunt and Gunn, who put on 85 off 78 balls. That really bolstered that England total at one point. Thinking perhaps they wouldn't even get up to 220. That was a struggle at one stage. Alex Hartley from the pavilion end, left arm spin to Perry. She goes back, turns in front of square on the onside, along the ground, a controlled shot for 1.
Yeah, no, that real partnership at the back end was a game changer, I think, for England. I was worried that England were going to limp, like you say, around that 220 mark, 230. But I think the way they just came out, and some poor captaincy. Let's not forget that Elise Villani got bowled in that last over, and although she picked up a wicket, got some real treatment. So there was a real impetus that gave England enough momentum to fight in this game.
Yeah, they've got runs behind them to give them something to bowl at. Hartley in, use of the feet by Lanning, driven out through the covers, finding Brunt on the boundary. They take 1. Brunt has an excellent arm. She really pinged that in from the deep. 1 bouncing into the gloves of Taylor.
And it's just looking how she's adjusting her shot there. She's using her feet, but then letting it come so she can punch with the bottom hand.
Hartley to Perry now using her feet, driving. It's got underneath Hartley. She dropped to the ground to her left to try and stop it. She took a little bit of pace off the ball. Gunn sweeps up behind her, and a single is taken. Perry onto 19. 99 for 2 in the 26th over. But it certainly perked the crowd up, that partnership at the end. I think they were feeling a little bit glum, thinking England really haven't got enough here. And there hadn't been a great deal of boundaries to cheer at that point throughout the innings. More air from Hartley, driven to the edge of the circle. No run taken. All day today. So I was going to say, all day today, it's just been a real buzz around the ground.
Yeah, it's brilliant atmosphere. I mean, just looking around, this game is now shifted. It's attracting crowds, and when the weather's like this, it doesn't get better, really.
Did you see the giant kangaroos?
I did, and the giant cricketers as well, who are about 10 metres tall or something.
Cricketers on stilts, and boxing kangaroos are about 10 feet tall as well. Use the feet to get in the air momentarily, and then safe out to the deep cover boundary. It's Perry coming forward.
And that's the first one with a little bit of width. They brought up their 100 there, but that was the first one with a little bit more width, and she struggled there. She just punched it. She couldn't quite bring that shoulder round. I think England really need to just test her out, force a few awkward shots for her.
Perry on 19, and goes Hartley, waits for it, angles the bat, deflects the ball out towards backward point to end the over. So 26 overs gone, 100 for 2, 106 needed off 24 overs. And this is the danger partnership from England's perspective, with Meg Lanning and Elise Perry together. Although just looking at the splits for the 100, the second 50s come at a slower rate than the first. And Beth Mooney and Nicole Bolton were together. It didn't feel as if they were scoring at a particular rate. They looked as if they were quite content to sort of see off the quicker bowlers.
Yeah, I think because 260 on the board, I think they felt comfortable that they'd be able to just knock it around for a while. But then once you lose those 2 wickets, actually that momentum slows.
Siva into Lanning now. Run to the mid-wicket. No, there isn't. Shrubsole is there. No run taken. And Lanning almost holds up a hand as if an apology to say no, there was never a run there. Just to tell all of you listening that Jeff Boycott at the moment. Ebbs, have you seen Face Boyks Live?
No.
You're familiar with the Facebook Live?
Yeah.
Face Boyks Live.
Nice.
Jeffrey Boycott is live on the Test Match Special Facebook page.
That'll be a
as
treat.
I speak.
We'll send some questions in.
Well, I think you should bring him up, Ebbs. I think we could maybe
see
cross,
if we can get him on the screen.
Cross-programming. Here's Siva, though, into Lanning. Again, another short-arm jab, but she's got it past short mid-wickets. Brunt having to do a lot of work on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and Lanning comes back for the second run. Siva gathers the non-striker's end on the bounce. Yes, Face Boyks Live.
Oh, yeah, there he is.
He's
he's up close.
He's got the hat on, indoors.
Shall we send a message? Let's see if they pick up our question. All right, Boyks.
So that's a new addition to Test Match Special. The podcast will be online later with Michael and Aggers. Michael Vaughan doing it as Lanning comes forward. Again, thinks about a quick single into the offside. Throw comes back into the gloves of Taylor. No run taken. He's all over social media, Jeffrey. He loves Facebook and Twitter.
Let's see if they reply to our message.
That's a good test.
Okay, there's quite a few people sending in points here.
We'll be back at Lords, of course, once the tea break is over and we continue our commentary. Here's Siva, flicked away by Lanning. It's a flourish of the bat. She picked it off her toes along the ground to deep mid-wicket. Yeah, this match continues on the BBC website. We're live on the BBC app, the BBC Sport app, and on ABC Grandstand in Australia as well. But if you also want to go online, and you can look at the in-play highlights, so all the clips of the wickets, the sixes, that brilliant stand between Brunt and Gunn. And you can see the dismissals that the England players suffered earlier as Siva is in again. Perry trying to flick it to leg, only finds short mid-wicket and no run taken. Yeah, before that partnership between Brunt and Gunn, Brunt with 45, Gunn with 39. Tammy Beaumont had made 49 off 88 balls, so it was sort of slow going and a bit sticky for England. And wickets, 2 for Kristen Beams. The leg spinner, he really doesn't turn it particularly. 1 for Schutt, Gardner, Villani and Jonathan. Siva is in again now to Perry. She works it down to mid-on. But good lengths from Siva in that over. The single and a couple off it, 103 for 2 after 27.
Well, these two are dangerous. I mean, we know how many runs they scored. I think they've got 700 run partnerships, which is an incredible stat. I mean, that's just a ridiculous stat anyway. It shows they clearly enjoy working together.
Yeah, and just to sort of up that stat even more, that's from 16 innings.
Oh, wow.
That is some conversion rate.
That sounds like they like batting together.
They do.
Yeah, just a quickie on boundaries today so far. England 18 fours, 6 sixes, and Australia just 8 fours so far.
How many of those boundaries came in the Brunt-Gunn partnership, I guess, would be the question.
Get him working, Ali. I like it.
I know, we've got to make Phil earn his keep. You can't just sit there drinking coffee and eating cake all day. Of course, he's working hard. Now,
Bristol Pavilion ends number 26.
We're having a change here. I quite like this, Ebony. Catherine Brunt's being brought back into the attack with Australia's premier batters in the middle.
Yeah, I think we need to see a 2-over burst here, and I'd like her to use that short ball at Lanning, test out that shoulder, put her under a bit of pressure. She's got 5 overs left, so I guess you might want to save 3 for the back end. So maybe a 2-over burst, see what she can generate here. Just looking at her field, pretty much set for that back of a length delivery. She's got a deep cover, deep square, and a third and fine.
So here's Catherine Brunt then. She's bowling to Lanning. 18 off 29 she is so far. And it's a full toss first up. Whipped past the square leg umpire. Can it be cut off? No. The ball was racing. Tammy Beaumont went chasing after it from deep mid-wicket. Put the dive in, but couldn't time it in. Brunt, oh, she's furious with herself. A full toss first up. You can't bowl those to Meg Lanning.
No, well, like we said, that's where she's favouring at the moment. Anything where she can bring that bottom hand in, just punch it. And you just don't want to bowl that loose full toss. She's got to test her out. She's got to bring her forward on that off stump, get her probing and pushing forward.
Brunt's running in again. Bright sunshine, a warm day in Bristol. Lanning face up to outside the off stump, driving again, but finds Wyatt at point. That's a better line from Brunt, a touch fuller as well. She's got a black sweatband on her left wrist. She pushed her hair back from her face as she strutted back to her mark, and she does have a strut, Catherine Brunt.
Yeah, that Brunton gun innings, 4 4s and 3 6s out of England's 18 4s and 6 6s.
Yeah, it was fun to watch. Crowd loved it. Brunt sets off. Sun dips behind Cloud. Lanning there, waits, gets one middle and leg, turns it down to the fine leg boundary. Finds the fielder, jogs through for the single, which is on to 23. Australia needing 152 more off 22.3 overs. If Australia win here today, they'll know that they've got themselves a spot in the semi-finals. Not quite sure which semi-final it would be or where they'd finish in the table, but they know they'd be guaranteed a top 4 spot. For England, they've really got a lot more work to do.
And that would mean that they could rest for India, their India and South Africa game. They could rest Lanning for 2 games, give her a bit more time.
Vital. Perry facing up to Brent now, bowls full, getting it right up there, and she tries to drive, but mistimes it up to mid-off. I like the full length that Brent's trying to bowl here.
Yeah, this game's in the balance a bit. Are you looking at your mate?
Just looking at the Kangaroos who are making an appearance.
There's plenty around, aren't there?
Some good Australian flags around the place. A lot of St George's crosses hang up on the balconies of the flats that overlook the ground here. Lots of people sitting out on their balconies. Just outside the off stump this time from Brunt, driven out to deep cover for a single. 109 for 2 in the 28th over. What about the one where they've got about 3 cameras, 3 floors up? Do you think they've had to turf someone out of their flat or asked to borrow their balcony for the day? Do they pay them money to do that?
It's interesting.
Or is that flat kept vacant just for cricket?
They might. Although you can make a good income. That would have been the first ones I'd have bought.
Brunt in, Lanning on the drive. It's a half stop at backward point. Wyatt diving. They'll take 1. Perry says no to the second. And Heather Knight cleans up and sends a ball back into the gloves of Taylor. 28 overs have gone. And Australia have got 8 wickets in hand still, needing 150 more. These are the 2 that could get them most of the way to their target. England desperately wants to break up the partnership. So Lanning on 24, Perry on 20. The Aussies 110 for 2 after 28, chasing 260. Ebony, I'm going to leave you. Isha Guha is coming in.
Yeah, there's a lot more batting as well to come. I think these 2, they'll think if they can get Australia within 100 of the total, add another sort of 40 or 50 runs together in a partnership, that really allows the likes of Villani, Blackwell, Healy, Jonathan. I mean, this is a deep batting lineup, all who have scored runs and proven at the highest level. But I think this is where the crux is at. This is where you need to apply the pressure. I would like to see someone give Lanning a short ball, just one, just test it out, see if you can get her roughed up a little bit.
Well, that's been picked up by Meg Lanning, and it will fly into the sponge, with the boundary sponge, for a 4. So she moves to 28, and the score 114 for 2. Not a short ball from Nat Siver, as you wanted her to bowl.
No, well, it's a full, juicy volley on the leg stump. Going, have that.
And I think actually what England are trying to do here, Catherine Brunt being reintroduced into the attack, Nat Siver, both extracted a bit of reverse swing in that last game. As Siver is running towards us, she bowls, and Meg Lanning drives to mid-off, no run. So the score 114 for 2 into the 29th over. Seen a little bit of movement in from Catherine Brunt in the last over. But it's a plan that England have looked to go with, certainly towards the back end of the innings. As Siver bowls to Lanning, who looks to push out to the offside. They're coming through for a single. It's a chance. It was a chance for Heather Knight, picking up with her right hand and throwing at the non-striker's end. Meg Lanning making her ground, so she moves to 29, the score 115 for 2.
Yeah, I think at the end of it, it would have been comfortably home. She just wasn't able to... they went quickly, didn't they? They went really quickly, almost as soon as she nudged it. Heather responded well, but I think...
Siver bowls and Perry drives to mid-off, no run.
It's good to see Mitchell Starks trying to keep a low profile. There's a bunch of them with bright golden jackets on.
They're labelled the Habs.
Is that what they are? And they've all got the
husbands and boyfriends.
Well, that's a good support group, isn't it?
Siva running towards us here in the pavilion, and that nearly goes onto the stumps. It's Elise Perry on strike, and she really had to jam her bat down at the last second. Full ball from Siva, and she was momentarily in a bit of panic as it trickled back. Sarah Taylor picking the ball up in the end. But a good delivery from Siva. And the score is 115 for 2. She turns in her run-up to Siva. It's on the pads of Perry, who's working that to the leg side. I think it's just pad. I'll look at the signal. It is a signal of buys. Leg buys, so the score moves to 116 for 2 after 29 overs. It's a wonderful day here in Bristol. It has been throughout the tournament. The last game against South Africa was probably a little bit more heated and a bit more uncomfortable for the fans, but today it's been lovely. A few more clouds in the sky, and Australia making good work of this at the moment. 116 for 2 after 29 overs. They need 260 to win this game of cricket, and it will be a world record World Cup run chase if they manage to do that. We're going to head back to TMS and back to you, Jonathan Agnew.
Thank you, Isa, very much indeed. Commentary continues, of course, from Bristol online and via the BBC Sport app. We'll keep an eye on things there. Good game building up. But, well, here, all the excitement, of course. 25 for 3 is the score. We're just in the first over after tea now. Moeen's bowling to Amla, who's on 11. He covers up and plays this back up the pitch, and Moeen will field. But I suppose the big news, really, is that De Kock has been sent out. He's been promoted ahead of Bavuma. So it looks from that as if South Africa thinking, well, we've got to get a bit of a move on here. We've got to do something, because they are subsiding alarmingly quickly, really. 3 around the bat as Moeen bowls, and there's a sweep from Amla, who's collected by Bairstow past the off stump. And I reckon, with my traditionally awful arithmetic, Andy, that so far 149 for 12 is, I think, how the day stands, which again you wouldn't nearly have thought of being that at the start of the day's play. So it's probably not right, but anyway.
I think it's 139.
Oh, it probably is. This is an ugly shot from Moeen, driving outside the off stump, collected by Cook, and it's the end of the over. Stewart runs on, but nothing untoward happening down there. There's the end of the first over after tea, with South Africa needing 331 to win. Is it 139?
Oh, in the day, yes. That was fourth maiden in a row for Moeen Ali.
Why do I even bother trying my arithmetic, Victor? It's just awful. Anyway.
We got the gist of it. Well, it's interesting.
The cock up,
I think it is.
Yeah.
They want to get their best players in to try and change the pattern of the match, because the innings has gone nowhere.
Yes.
England have snaffled their chances. The batsmen have looked uncomfortable. 2 good catches by Moeen. And who knows how much it's doing. It's not doing that much for the spinners, but the batsmen think there's something going on to
Moeen's got a tremendous cheer, by the way, down
4
there.
maidens. I bet he's never. I seldom bowled 4 maidens in a row for England before. And so they've got their best players in South Africa. They've played their trump cards now. De Kock down at 8 actually in the first innings after a night watchman. Remember, he got the second fastest 50 at Lord's ever. Yeah, well, he's not going to beat that, I wouldn't think. Interesting. They put 2 spin. They put Dawson on.
Yeah, they were like, this is it was a bit of a gamble, I suppose, but they're putting 2 men out on the leg side, because De Kock can hit with the spin here, of course. And in comes Dawson then, his first ball of this innings, and De Kock comes forward and pushes the ball out to short mid-wicket as a slip. And there's a forward short leg, and this leg side field involves a deep square leg, a deep mid-wicket, trying to protect that grandstand boundary, and a deep point as well. 25 for 3. Dawson for a couple of paces, bowls, and again a repeat of the shot really, with the spin, pushed away to mid-wicket.
It's quite a surprising move, that, to have a dual spin attack. Wood's just got a wicket, just last ball before tea. Whether they'd have done that if Bavuma had come out, I don't know.
Dawson bowls, and De Kock pushed into the offside. No, says Amla. There's something very old-fashioned about this, but actually rather welcome. And they're thinking, well, OK, you have a bit of a go. We'll take a bit of a gamble. We'll toss it up and let you see if...
Yeah, I don't think he's going to toss it up particularly, but...
No, but the old theory of buying a wicket, could that be in play here, do you think?
Well,
because de Kock hasn't come out to block it. Dawson bowls to him, he leans back, cuts against the spin, down towards third man. And they've taken 2. Wood sprinting round the boundary, 3, and he slides now as the batsman turn. Amla comes trotting in this end. Fine piece of fielding from Mark Wood. Chasing all the way down there in front of the mound stand, who are applauding him. Lovely character, of course. He's now waving and asking to where he wants him to go, back on the sweep or up on the one.
It could be a dual spin attack, or it could be they want to swap ends.
Yes, it could be.
We'll see if Wood bowls down this end. Otherwise, I'm surprised because, you know, the seamer should be quite difficult on here. If that bounce is uneven, the spinner at one end is fine. 2 is surprising.
Dawson bowls, and back goes Amla, playing that firmly back. He goes down on one knee and fields. A bit surprised if Mowing went to the other end, if I'm honest, but he's bowled and taken all his wickets from this, isn't he? But maybe there's no reason why he shouldn't bowl well from that other.
Well, he got Amla that end, I think.
Yep. In comes Dawson. Round the wicket again, bowls, and that squares Amla up. The peeling is out. That is a huge wicket. Hasim Amla has been given out. He'll come up. They'll review it. But Dawson there is surrounded by his teammates. He was on the back foot, and they are going to review it. I think they probably have to, and they'll check this. But it was the appeal was confident, the decision was
Mark,
confident.
we have a review for LBW.
So we're going to hear what the
start with
third
the
umpire has to
front
say
foot,
about this. But this is a big breakthrough for Liam Dawson. He's had a pretty miserable day so far, bagging a pair with that full toss. But this is potentially a very big wicket indeed. It's a fair delivery. Please. So let's just see what else is going on here now. It's a fair delivery, we know that. And let's listen out for Simon Fry.
Well,
that's out.
Doesn't appear to be
unless it's magically pitched outside leg, which I don't think it has.
Please.
Sit him on the back pad.
Yeah, this is out.
On the knee roll.
Just roll that through.
That's hitting middle stump, isn't it? Or middle and leg, maybe.
Yeah, yeah. The only thing they'll want to check is did it pitch outside leg, but I don't think so. Just plopped into the knee roll.
Amla's walking, by the way. He's had a look. He's had one look and he's off. So let's have a look.
Here we
where
go.
Pitches.
Yeah, it's pitched in line, Paul.
Middle stump, this is.
Impact is in line.
Bad review, really.
Bang.
Wickets hitting.
In fact, it's even middle and off. So there you go. That is a really big breakthrough for Liam Dawson. Good decision by Paul Rifle. And Amla's on his way. So South Africa really are subsiding here quickly. They're 4 down, 28 for 4. With Hasim Amla, their most experienced, their best player, out for 11. He's got he's trudging off with his bat dangling by his left side. As England are a little group there in the sunshine, and you can tell by the crowd too. They think they might well see England win here this afternoon, and that's pretty special. Come on a Sunday, and you're not quite sure what you're going to get on the fourth day of a Test match. But if you do get the win, the presentations, the celebrations, the interviews, all of that, it makes a pretty special day actually. So anyway, a little delayed, but only by a few minutes, is Bavuma, who's now coming out at number 6.
Well, did I say it's surprising that Dawson should be chosen to bowl alongside Moeen Ali? I can't remember now.
I don't think you did.
But for whatever reason, it is a little masterstroke. And Amla, who we regard as a terrific player of spin, has got out in both innings, LBW, to one of England's new spin twins.
Yep.
Well, I say new, they played in Chennai together, where, if I recall, one of the opposition got 300 and India got nearly 750 or 800. And it was turning a bit then. However...
Well, after 15 overs, it's 28 for 4. And out comes Bavuma. And England, I suspect, can't really quite believe this. I mean, they obviously, as everyone did, knew that they probably had enough runs in the bank, although they got bowled out much more quickly this morning than they'd have wanted to have been. But there was still that cushion of the 97-run lead and the addition they'd made to that yesterday. But to be have them 4 down already, extraordinary. So de Kock's going to be on strike. He's got Bavuma at this end. Moeen will bowl. There's a man out at deep point.
Remember, de Kock in the first innings popped Moeen over mid-wicket a couple of times in the air. He thought they were quite risky shots, but he made them look straightforward. I think that would be more dangerous at this stage, with the ball turning a bit more. We can't do that straight away. You wouldn't have thought.
28 for 4 then. De Kock on strike. Moeen goes round the wicket, bowls to him wide outside the off stump. And de Kock isn't interested. It's collected by Bairstow. Knowing, bald-headed, shining there in the sunshine, waits for a moment. The umpire's had a word about something there. I'm not sure what, Mr. Ravi, but he's telling somebody off, it seemed. Bairstow's not quite sure. Stokes is having a look at slip. I don't think anyone quite got the gist of that, but anyway. In goes Moeen again, and that's on the leg stump. Turned by de Kock into the leg side. Will they get two? Fielder chasing up. His wood is very quick, but he can't stop that second run. So South Africa hobble on to 30 for 4. Their target's 331. And they won't get those, but unless... Well, these two do something absolutely remarkable. But you feel that, that's not going to happen. De Kock over his bat again. In goes Moeen. Bowls, and de Kock is forward. Rolls out to Jennings, who's fielding in the offside, quite close, catching position there, really on the drive. There's a man at deep point behind him, protecting the grandstand there. Now predominantly in the shade, and very pleasant too, I'd imagine, as Moeen bowls, de Kock forward. And Jennings fields, and to our left it's the mound stand, squinting into that sun. It's hot. It's a fanning going on down there, keeping as cool as you possibly can. It's a lovely afternoon. Now the man comes in from deep point. It's to keep Bavuma down at this end by the look of it, to keep the new batsman on the strike for the start of the next over. There's 2 balls to go. Moeen moves in, tosses that up. Oh, de Kock there almost gave a leading edge, looking to drive out to mid-on. He closed the face of the bat. Comes up and scrapes away a little bit of detritus there that's gathered on the pitch. I think more just to gather his concentration more than anything else. As Moeen again moves in, Boldstrom is down the pitch, tucking the ball away out to mid-on. It's fielded by Root and ends the over. So it's 30 for 4. Andy Zaltzman.
England spinners have taken 8 wickets in this test match. That's the most England spinners have taken against South Africa in a home test since the 1955 Oval Test match, when Laker and Locke took 15 wickets between them. So, yeah, generally England have relied on seam against South Africa at home, but this is something of an exception.
There we go. Mind you, not that many times the 2 spinners have taken 8 wickets in a match against anybody, I suppose, for England. It doesn't happen that often, but well, it's going well for them so far.
I think you have to also, when they bowl well and they've got their wickets, but you have to give credit to the new captain who's used them slightly surprisingly in a different way perhaps to Cook, in that sometimes they've seemed to be the bowler of the last resort, but Dawson was bowling early. He brought him on again. He snagged a wicket yesterday just before the new ball. We were surprised that he opened with Dawson after tea. He's got Amler out, one of the great players of this generation, especially against spin. Dawson hasn't got a run in this match, but he has taken 3 wickets with power to add. And Moeen, he's bowling maidens as well. He seldom does that.
Yeah.
And that's partly because he's got them on very early. He's showed faith in them. And the pitch it's not turning square, but it's offering help. Just a little bit of help.
Well, let's see how these two play, because they know they're up against it. There's so much time left. Dawson round the wicket then, bowls to Bavuma, 5'4", he stretches forward and plays back up the pitch. There's a slip and a backward short leg.
It was a good ball that got Amler out, but he misjudged the length again. He was right back. It did turn a little bit, but had he been propping forward, playing forward defensive, I think he'd have hit it.
Breeze blowing through our commentary box window here is very pleasant as Dawson bowls, and that's popped up into the air just short of mid-wicket. Catch it, somebody howled. And in fact, it was bouncing comfortably short of Cook there at mid-wicket. Big wicket for England at Bristol, by the way. Meg Lanning is out for 40 to Alex Hartley. I'll give you the score in a second. 30 for 4 here. There's Dawson round the wicket, bowls, Bavuma forward. So Australia are 129 for 3 in the 32nd. They're chasing 260 to beat England. That's going to be a good game. So you can follow it online if you like. But, Meg Lanning's a fine player, and they've got her out. 30 for 4. Dawson composes himself, bowls, and Bavuma leans forward. Nothing for him there. It's picked up in the offside by James Anderson. Listen to that crowd. They're really enjoying it. You can hear the chatter, can't you? It's a really contented sound. Dawson bowls. Bavuma again stretches forward. Happy just to have a bit of a look here, see what's going on. The answer is it's not a minefield. It's just the occasional unsettling ball, really. But if you look at the way that they've got out, all really been errors.
Yeah.
All of them.
Well, that'd be the best looking delivery was Amla's, but
still a mistake.
Yeah.
Dawson bowls and they squared up Bavuma, pushing out to cover, and there's no run. So it's a maiden, 30 for 4.
Let's look at it. I mean, one sort of caught down the leg side, you often say a bit of a scramble, a strangle, but a very good catch actually from Johnny Bairstow. Moeen clung on to a very firm straight drive. Not much demons about the ball there.
Now,
hook to mid-wicket.
Yeah.
And Amla.
One of my regular Twitter correspondents has sent me a photograph that she's taken. Hello, Liz, out there in the grandstand. She says, glorious. And if you're lucky, she says, you get a photo like this. And look at that. You've got poor old Liam Dawson holding the bat one-handed. His middle stump is still flying out of the ground. That's a tremendous photograph.
Yeah.
I think the likes of Gareth Copley,
he'd be proud of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Phil Brown, they need some lessons. Here's Moeen round the wicket bowling, and de Kock plays a poor shot, groping outside the off stump, trying to force off the back foot and misses. Lucky not to get an edge to that. No, well done, Liz. That's very impressive. So I think the two lads are down there. They're sort of going to pop over there for 5 minutes into the grandstand. It's an excellent picture. 30 for 4. Moeen bowls. It's turned away by de Kock into the onside. Fielded by Amla. Poor old Dawson. He still hasn't seen that ball yet, I don't think.
He's cheered up a bit, though.
Well, he has.
Get Amla out.
Yes, he has.
He's got 3 noughts in a row now for England.
That's true. Moeen again. Oh, he's down the pitch. Got to be careful. Moeen saw him coming, speared it in, and de Kock uses pad there. Almost kick the ball away to Jennings on the drive at cover. Dangerous business coming down the pitch. The ball spinning away. 30 for 4. Moeen again. Trots up and bowls it again. He's down, but that was more leg side, really. And worked away for a single. One more. 31 for 4. De Kock. 6 not out. Now, Bavuma will have his first look at Moeen in this innings. Just retweeted that photo. Jonathan says, come on, let's have a look at it. Well, there you go. I've retweeted it. So if you follow me on Twitter, Agos Cricket, you'll have a look. It's a fine picture. It's very professional. I'm not sure if Liam Dawson will have it stuck on his bedroom wall or where he might stick it when he gets home.
I think he'll have Amla LBW somewhere.
I think he might. 31 for 4. Amla over the wicket. Bavuma's on the back foot. And Bairstow wanders out from behind the stumps to pick it up. Moeen walks slowly back to his mark again, swings his arm. Bavuma's ready right across on that off stump by the look of it. Moeen bowls too many sweeps, and that's gone straight over the stumps. And there's a chase there for the fielder down towards the boundary at very fine leg. He should get there. It's a diving, sliding save. And they're going to come back for 3. 3 byes? Yes, 3 byes.
Well,
went over the leg stump.
Oh, yeah, see how straight that ball was. He went a long way over to the offside, almost premeditating that sweep shot. And Bairstow probably thought he was going to hit the stumps. Let's have a look if we can. Standard off break. Actually, no, it was missing leg stump. It turned quite a long way.
Well, that's proved a very popular photo. Well done, Liz. All enjoying that one. I don't think she might be semi-professional with a long lens or something down there. I don't know. Anyway, very good picture. 34 for 4.
South Africa's 4th wicket fell at 28 today. That's their 2nd worst start to a test innings in the last 10.5 years. They were 12 for 4 against India in November in 2015.
10.4 or 10.5 years? Sorry, I didn't...
10 years and 7 months.
OK. Dawson on, bowls, a little sweep there from Bavuma. He's played that nicely, tucking it away very fine. Chase for Stokes, down here to find Leg and Wood, who might just get there first, actually. He does. And then he scoops the ball on, rather like the Lions, spinning the ball down the line. And Stokes throws it back. So 3 taken. It's made Bavuma puff a little bit by the look of it up there at the non-striker's end. Mind you, he's very short, so almost double the length, I suppose, of the pitch for him, as opposed to, I don't know, Morne Morkel or something. He probably takes double the number of strides. 37 for 4. Now, is De Kock going to be tempted by this leg side boundary?
Well, there are 2 men on the leg side boundary. I mean, that should be a deterrent at this stage of the game. To try and clear them. It wouldn't make any sense, but he might try and hit it somewhere else.
37 for 4. De Kock on strike. In comes Dawson, bowls to him. He simply pats that away, and Dawson can pick it up in his follow through. So still 33 overs to go. There's a possible 8. You can add on to that for England to win the match tonight if it comes down to that sort of situation. But that's the time that's left anyway. We're only in the 19th over, and it's 37 for 4. Joe Root's moving. Who's he moving? He's moving Moeen.
A bit squarer.
Yeah.
It's a deep backward square leg.
Dawson striding up bowls, and he drives there, clipping it away. I think probably with the spin there, looking to start as if he was driving towards mid-off, but I think he might just have made a late adjustment. Picked up at mid-wicket, 37 for 4. 3 balls to go. De Kock over his bat. Nothing adventurous from him yet. There are 2 men out there in the deep. Broad is up at mid-on, though. That's a tempter for him. As Dawson comes in, bowls. That's clipped away to the leg side again. Can't beat Anderson, though. A white sweatband over his wrist. How long can De Kock restrain himself here? 6 not out. Dawson strides in, bowls outside the off stump, a little turn there, and De Kock dabbed the bat at it. Collected by Bairstow. A bit of uncertainty there as to what the ball's going to do, I think, outside the off stump.
Well, there are some footmarks there. Dawson's happy to bowl the ball. Came back in, but he was just quick enough to get onto it.
Here's the last ball of the over. 37 for 4. And Dawson bowls, he's down the pitch, but again, no, nothing untoward there. Really just played it back to the bowler. Nice little contest building up there. See how long De Kock can hold his patience. 37 for 4, Bavuma 3. He has 6. Victor, some more thoughts from you, and then it'll be the brightly coloured Henry Blofeld.
Well, the beauty for Joe Root is that he's got his spinners operating together and they're imposing pressure. Picked up a wicket since tea. But if that doesn't work, he's got stacks of other options. He's got Mark Wood, who's bowled 1 over and taken 1 wicket, but he's been deprived of the ball post-tea. He's got Ben Stokes, who hasn't bowled a ball, and then Broad has only bowled 3 overs. So he's got so many options.
Wouldn't you be a bit surprised if he left spin at this moment?
He might leave it for a bit, but he can...
Anyway, it's Moeen in now. He bowls Bavuma. Comes forward, big appeal for LBW.
Not from Moeen.
No, not at all from Moeen, but Bairstow. Bairstow's nothing if not expansive, is he? Yeah. And Bavuma over his bat again, and here comes Moeen, running away from us at the nursery end. He bowls. Oh, and Bavuma tried to make a bit of room for that. He sensed it was a fraction short. He's going to whack it through the offside. It not only turned on him, it lifted and left him really nowhere, but it didn't turn. It lifted enough to go over the stumps, but it didn't actually quite turn enough to hit them. So anyway, here is Bavuma again, facing Moeen. Moeen bowls Bavuma's forward, just pushing that gently there to Alistair Cook at short mid-wicket, and there is no chance. Anderson who picks that up, and there is no run. And Moeen again, past umpire Ravi, in, bowls, and it's a test sweep, and he hits it well, Bavuma. And it's a tumbling stop out there by Broad at deep backward square leg. And no, it's not Broad out there. It's Jennings. They're both tall men. And Broad is with his sun hat on down here at mid-on. And they run a cup, just the single there. So it is 38 now for 4, and Bavouma's got 4. And de Kock is he's scratching his mark there, looking a little bit rabbit-like as he does so. He's quite small, both these batsmen are small. And round the wicket, Moeen now bowls the left-hander, that one goes past him. And Bairstow doesn't take it either. Drops down over the stumps, he picks it up. And these batsmen are under tremendous pressure. One feels that a wicket is going to fall at any moment. It's just got that sort of feeling about it. Here is Moeen again, round the wicket bowls, and de Kock comes forward, plays that to bounce a short leg rounds, whips it back. And in fact, de Kock had to react like a piece of electricity to get back in his ground then. He did so, and in fact, the throw from balance didn't hit the stumps, but it was just a moment. 38 for 4 at the end of the over. De Kock has 6, and Bavuma has 4.
Yeah, well, he was quite a long way down by the time he hit it, and Balance was quick to spot the opportunity, but he didn't hit the stumps, and I think even if he had, de Kock had got back nice and quickly. But these two spinners are bowling well. Remember, we sort of look at them as semi-professionals. I mean, it's a bit harsh on Moeen, who's got 100 test wickets, I can say, but they're looking like a wily old pair of fully professionals.
It's amazing what confidence does for you, isn't it?
And that's partly, I think, it is partly because Root has shown so much faith in them and got them on so early. And, of course, they're both bowling with confidence now. And if he wants to, Root can whip them off and they'll still be confident. He's got lots of places to go. So I keep the pressure on with the spinners, but the moment the batsmen start to settle, well, have a go with Broad, or certainly Mark Wood will want to have a bowl.
Liam Dawson now, left arm round the wicket to the right-handed Bavuma. He's in, he bowls Bavuma, makes a bit of room and hammers this away square through the offside 4 runs. And that was a gimme ball, and he hit it very well indeed. Bavuma doesn't waste chances like that. No. That takes him to 8. It's 42 now for 4. Not a good ball. The first loose ball either spinner has bowled for a while. And Dawson, quite stocky, thick set, medium height. Rubs the ball hands together, they break free, bowls again. Oh, that one turned away from Bavuma. He followed it, it got the edge, was picked up in the end by Moeen, going to his left from a rather fine backward point. He went to short third man and fielded it. There was no chance of a run. Moeen's very quick across the ground, and Dawson licks his fingers, rubs the ball together in both hands, and here he is again, up to the wicket, overcomes his arm, and Bavuma plays forward, and the ball just trickles a beguiling 4 feet to Balance there, who picks it up at forward short leg. We've got a step backward point, short extra cover mid-off, and then on the leg side, mid-on, short mid-wicket, forward short leg, short fine leg, and a deep backward square. And here is Dawson again, and again, that's just push this time. It reaches Balance. He doesn't have to come forward to pick it up. Although he's very close in there for the bat pad catch. Under the grill, under the helmet. And Spider Cam is hovering threateningly over the top. And here comes Dawson again, in and forward there goes Bavuma. It just slides off the edge of the bat past a diving Stokes at slip and trickles out there to short third man, where Moeen is ever present to do the honours. So the score says on 42 for 4. South Africa needing 331 to win. A long way away. And it's Dawson again in. Bavuma hit on, and there's a sort of stifled appeal. That pitched outside the leg stump, I think, undoubtedly. Dawson's hands went up to his head, and there was a sort of stifled appeal by Bairstow. Well bowled indeed. The first ball of that over was a rotten one, otherwise a good over. 42 for 4. Bavuma 8, and de Kock has got, what's he got there, 6?
No, Henry, we've got an email from Terry Mahoney.
No,
what greater honour can there be?
Right.
He wants to name something after Henry Blofeld, and he's seeking permission. He says he's got a photo accompanied here. But do you think Henry Blofeld would mind if we named the pheasant, who is a frequent visitor to
No, well,
our
hang
garden.
on, because Moen's about to bowl. He's coming in now, round the wicket, bowls to De Kock. De Kock goes back and cracks that one square on the offside. He's going away for 4 runs. That again was rather like the first ball in Dawson's over. It was short and a bit wide, turning away from the left-hander, and De Kock fastened onto it pretty well. So he goes along now to 10 and 46-5. He's the first South African. Is he the first? No, he's not. Amla got 11, didn't he? I was going to say the first to reach double figures. And so, not a good ball, that from Moeen Ali. And here now is Moeen again in. De Kock is forward, pushing that down to short extra cover. Anderson fields. And there is no run. Lord's looking lovely. Bright sunshine, few grey clouds in the west, but not really threatening. And a little bit of a breeze to keep us cool. Moeen, it is round the wicket, bowls, and this time De Kock makes more room, cuts away through the offside. It's going away, I think, for 4. Is it going over the yes? I think fielders and everything have gone over the boundary. It is for 4. It was another shortish one. He made a bit of room for himself and hit it very well indeed with those wrists of his. He's a very wristy, almost West Indian player, De Kock, isn't he? 50's up, 50 for 4.
Terrific placement too,
wasn't it? Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't raise a ripple of applause, but 50 for 4 is 4 wickets make it a not particularly attractive score. 14 to De Kock. And here is Moeen again in a good length, and De Kock is forward, running that out to short extra. Anderson is there, and there is no run. Another aeroplane beating its path into Heathrow in the far distance. As Moeen is in again, he's up to the wicket, he bowls, and De Kock comes forward and works that away off his pads to wide mid-on and gets a single. So he goes to 15. De Kock looking all the time to score runs if he possibly can, which is, from South Africa's point of view, very good to see. It's 51 for 4 now, and he's got 15. And it's the right-handed Bavuma in strike, but umpire Rifle is staying on the offside because of the short leg, which would be blocking his view if he changed over. Moeen bowls, Bavuma goes back and gets a run past the umpire. Let's get out of the way. It's being chased down to the... It's going forward. No, it's just been flicked back by Root there, and we come back forward. Did they get 3? I think they got 3 then. And so 54 for 4, and Bavuma's in double figures. He's 11, and De Kock at the other end has 15, and his Moeen's length slightly
just dragged it down. 11 runs in that over, having been so economical. We've got to get quickly back to this pheasant. They want to name a pheasant after you, and the reason is, I think, the colour coding. Look at that. Isn't that just he's just emulating your gear today, or did you base it on the pheasant?
No,
there's pinks and there's dark reds.
My subtle taste, you think, is pheasant-like to you. Well, isn't it? It's beautiful, isn't it?
Of course, Henry.
Yes, blurs the pheasant. I don't see that. Anyway, it's Dawson now, starting in a new over, round the wicket, bowls out of Bavuma. Bavuma's squared up a bit by that. Plays it away past balance, out to Cook at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Short mid-wicket he is. Cook picks the ball up, looks at it, rubs it in both hands, and gives it back to the bowler. And it is Dawson again. Coming in, he's not actually, he's standing where he is. He's coming in now up to the wicket, he bowls, and Bavuma tries to turn that away on the leg side, gets into a bit of a tangle there. It goes off, his pad, maybe a bit of inside edge, goes out on the leg side, and just unbalanced short leg fields. And it's hello to Varney. My dear old thing, you crept in against the wind.
I did.
Never felt
I was just looking at that picture they were saying that looked like you.
Cheeky, isn't he, Victor?
I think
very cheeky.
Out of order.
Just because I got a purple shirt on. And here is Liam Dawson again, round the wicket, in bowls to Bavuma, down the leg side. Bavuma just tickles it. I mean, he probably came off pad there. And it's picked up at short, fine leg.
And very nice shirt, may I add.
Anderson there.
Very nice. I think your outfit today is one. I think it's the best of the week.
Came across this in Madras, actually, last winter in Chennai. And
a Ribena colour.
Rather a strong Ribena. Here is Dawson round the wicket, bowls, and Bavuma back, plays that past Cook at short mid-wicket, out to Root there at mid-on, and there is no run. It's 54 for 4, India needing 331 to win. And this stand, of course, all stands important for South Africa, but Can these two right the ship at any rate to an extent and make sure the match goes to tomorrow? That's the first objective. And Dawson is in, bowls, Bavuma is forward, and that beats him. It turns past the outside edge, taken by Basto, whips off the bails, and the back foot was anchored. Bavuma's not a lifter of the back foot.
Well, I have to say, Blows, you were an ex-keeper. I think Johnny Bairstow's had a tremendous game behind the stumps. It's not been easy for the keepers. The odd balls bounce before them. It's been tough standing up to the spinners.
Here is Dawson again, in, bowls to Bavuma. Bavuma in crab-like manner then plays it from the crease, pushing out on the offside, and it's picked up by Jennings, short extra cover. It's the end of a pretty good over that, and the score at the end of it is 55 for 4. We have 15 to the cock and 11 to Bavuma.
Well, I've seen a bit of spin twin action.
Yes, you don't often see it these days, do you, except
nice.
for a couple of overs.
I've really enjoyed the pitch. You know, it's been a lively one. There's been a bit of action there for the seamers. There's been spin since day 2, really. Day 2 afternoon it started to spin, but it's been really interesting.
Did he make the toss a bit too important?
Well, no, because I think if you look back to that first day, South Africa missed so many opportunities. They should have bowled England out for 250, 225, 250.
Moeen round the wicket, bowls to the cock. De Kock's forward and pushing that to Anderson at short extra cover. And there's no run.
If they'd have done that, they'd have been batting on with the first evening and had the best of it on day 2 when the pitch probably played at its best throughout that Friday. So
fair enough. And Moeen again in. De Kock comes forward. That one turned and left him. Basto takes. And the odd one is going to do a bit, and you just feel that one is going to do something that even De Kock, who's playing very skillfully, is not going to be able to negotiate. Anyway, he settles over his bat, looking very pugnacious, isn't he? And here is Moeen giving that one a bit of air. De Kock comes forward and just pushes it out on the offside. We've got a man deep on the cover boundary now. And so it's Dawson out there. Comes loping in, throws nicely back to Basto. One more run, 16 to the cock, 55 for 4, the score. And here's Moeen over the wicket to the right-hander. He's in, Bavuma's there, sweeps, and hits that one well and gets 4 runs. Well played, it was a good shot. And he picked the gap very well. He hit it squarer than the man out there at deep backward square, Dawson. And it was a good stroke indeed. And that takes him along now. We've got 6, he's 15, it's 59 now for 4. The scoreboard, the tallywag-like scoreboard, is a hand-operated one, and the numbers flip over. And you have to wait and see when they stop flipping, when they start, when there's a 4. And a flipping scoreboard. As Moeen bowls again, and forward there comes Bavuma. I'm not saying he didn't take that on the pad. It trickled out a yard or 2 on the offside, pursued by Basto.
I think it's worth Moeen Ali trying round the wicket. Bavuma is going for that sweep on a regular basis. He's getting his pads outside the line of the stumps.
He's in again now, over the wicket, bowls, and there's a sweep again. He's hit it again quite well, and it's stopped out there at deep square leg, and Jennings is the fielder. And throws it back, and they've got just the single. So 16 all now. No, they got 2 then. There's 17 to Bavuma, and it's 61 for 4 at the end of the over, with De Kock on 16. I'm sorry, I'm very rude of me.
Just 4 runs off Moeen's first 7 overs and 19 off the next 2.
Well, I think it's one of those kind of wickets that you've got to give yourself half a chance when you first get out there, just to have a look and hope that you survive a decent ball or 2. But then you've got to try and just force a bit of pressure onto the bowler by scoring some runs, which is what's happened in the last couple of good sweep shots, punch shot, a couple of good cut shots for De Kock. Now this is interesting to Dawson, that the cover point on the boundary. I don't get that position with so many runs to play with England. I just think that's a wasted position.
Well, it's Dawson, left arm over the wicket, bowling there to De Kock, who goes back and beats him, goodness me. And ball just, that was a good run. It turned past the bat. De Kock rehearsing the stroke. Basto went out on the pad. Basto went out and picked up at short, well, still a mid-off, really, silly point almost. And here is Dawson again in bowls. Oh, my goodness me. And Dawson's hands go up behind his head as de Kock sort of shuffles into that across the crease. Inside edge, down to short, fine leg. Well bowled.
Yeah, beautiful bowling. He's just trapping him on the crease here. Cox favouring the back foot. You can see what he's eyeing up. He's eyeing up a little punch through extra cover. Liam Dawson's bowling at good length, which is catching him in two minds.
He's in again, Dawson, up to the wicket he bowls, and he comes forward. De Kock pushing that back on the onside of the wicket. Dawson fields, rubs his hand, the palm of his left hand in the crease, dust of the crease to remove any sweat. Walks quite briskly back to his mark, turns, and here he comes. It's a comfortable figure and a comfortable run, but he's bowling extremely well. Here he is in bowls again, and that's a reverse sweep there by de Kock, and he just hit him on the pad and bounced out a yard or two on the leg side, and Bairstow went to find to pick it up. He plays that rather curiously, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does, but Ben Stokes at slip, he was running. He saw the shot coming and he run just to his left and back 3 or 4 yards, just in case he hit it in the air. It was good thinking from Ben Stokes.
And here is Dawson again in, and de Kock is forward playing that to balance the short leg straight into his hands with no great power. Balance fields and returns the ball via Cook at short mid-wicket to the bowler. The crowd absolutely spellbound, and it has been a gripping test match. This from the first ball right up until now, and it's going to be gripping from now until the end. You may be sure of that. And here comes Dawson once more in. Now he bowls. That's a reverse sweep again. Again, Stokes was on the move, but this time he hit it quite well, and he's got a couple of runs out to deep mid-wicket, or hit it, I should say, rather than quite well, into a different direction, and it was Wood from deep square who had to run to deep mid-wicket to field.
So that came off the toe end of the bat.
Toe end, was it?
I think it was a toe ender. He's tried to hit it behind square on the offside, and he's got it off the toe end of the bat. It's gone through.
He's got a very robust
extra cover, wasn't it?
Very robust toe end, because they don't normally go that distance, do they?
It must be a good piece of willow. So I have to say, I think Quinton de Kock is a lovely player to watch play.
Isn't he?
Yeah, he's always thinking of scoring. He's always looking at where can I get the gaps, where can I force the issue onto the bowler, where can I put pressure on the bowlers, where can I get the next boundaries from. He's a wonderful player to watch.
He's such a lovely mover too, isn't he? He's so good on his feet. He's got 18, by the way, that couple talking to 18. It's 63 for 4 at the end of the over, and it's 17 to Bavuma. And while there's a decision going on, Root and Marion talking, I'm going to be off, and it's Ed who's going to come in.
Marvellous. Yes, it's a little chat here between Moeen Ali and Joe Root. No doubt just starting to just worry about that Bavuma sweep that we've seen play a couple of times. So what's going to happen here? Now the deep square leg's gone behind square. Square legs come into position rather than mid-wicket. There's a short mid-wicket, Jimmy Anderson. It's like Liam Dawson's been put just in front of square, a couple of yards in front of square. Try and stop him playing that sweep shot.
Afternoon, Michael. Afternoon, everyone. Moeen Ali in now, bowls, and left alone by Bavuma, padded, and it loops to Stokes at slip. For the first time in a decent while now, you feel it's more game on. De Kock and Bavuma at the crease, two excellent players, some attacking weapons at their disposal. Moeen in, and Bavuma gets one that keeps it a little bit low, goes back, and hits the toe of the bat. Wood bounds in. Energetic as always. Very quiet, attentive crowd watching. Great concentration. It's been a terrific test match. Totally agree with Michael's view on the pitch. Moeen is in. Hard sweep from Bavuma, played very well. Almost too well as it spins into line with the tall, gangly Keaton Jennings at deep backward square leg. Just a single for Bavuma. Pitch has been outstanding. I think it's had a bit for everyone. Philander up top, bowled with real skill with a new ball, and there were runs there for Joe Root, people that played well, played sensibly with the bat, and then a little bit up and down, has kept seamers interested later, and spins come into it. I think it's been pretty much perfect.
Yeah, you're looking at the perfect game for South Africa, and they haven't had that, have they? They've been ill-disciplined, they've made some mistakes, particularly in the field.
Moeen again, de Kock defends, ball slides off the bat to backward point.
Someone's tweeted in here. So that we should start a campaign to name a bush route past Lords after blowers.
Bavuma's dropped his bat. Moeen aborts the delivery and we'll start again.
I'm all for that.
What would it be called, I wonder? Henry's bus route. Ironically, I don't think Henry's probably ever taken a bus. Moeen in now, and de Kock plays on. Yes, he's gone. Key wicket for England. The one counter-attacking threat has to leave. De Kock can't believe it. Under edge of the bat, playing a cross-batted shot to the onside, somewhere between a back drive and a pull. He's under-edged it onto his stumps. He's furious with himself. South Africa subside to 64 for 5. And it's just a matter of time for England now.
Well, he's unlucky here because he plays the shot onto his right foot. So he hits the ball onto his right leg foot and it's bounced back onto the stumps. I would say that's probably the first time that has happened to Quinton de Kock, and I would say probably the last time it'll happen to him in his career. It's a very, very strange way of getting out. Picks up length quickly, there to play the stroke, and he whacks it straight into his right leg and it bounces through the other leg, or through the leg should I say, back onto the stumps. It's a strange old game, isn't it? Don't think Moeen Ali will be complaining. No. Quinton de Kock on the way. It's not going to be long. You wouldn't have thought. I know there's 5 wickets to go for England to go 1-0 up in the Test series, but so difficult for anyone to come and start their innings on this surface.
Yeah. The only sort of counter-argument, I agree with you, I think could well be all over this evening. Andy, could you dig out the England v South Africa Test match here in 2012 that ended with South Africa taking over as the #1 ranked team in the world, and England were in all sorts of trouble. I think lost 4 or 5 wickets early, and then there's a counter-attack. I think Taylor started it and then Pryor got runs, I think. So maybe just dig that one up for me.
Bairstow made a 50 in both innings of that game. Yeah. Very quick one in the second innings. I'll just get that out for you. Now 9 wickets for England spinners in this game. That ties the most by England spinners against South Africa in a test since South Africa's readmission to Test cricket in 1992. They also took 9 in Durban in the 2009-10 series, all of them by Graham Swan.
Okay. One of the interesting little subplots here, Michael, is selection for Trent Bridge. Been a long time since England played 2 spinners at Trent Bridge. It might have been 93 or something like that. Just wondering whether England will stick with Dawson. Traditionally, the pitches that conducive to swing at Trent Bridge. Anyway,
I would think they'll go with the same team.
Yeah, and that's what you would expect.
Yeah, the wickets at Trent Bridge, they have been quite dry as well. I mean, all the options for the captain.
Moeen in, De Bruyne leaves outside the off stump. There's a strangled appeal in hope rather than expectation. Well wide of the off stump. De Bruyne survives. Moeen finishes another successful over. 64 for 5. And the target of 331 looking increasingly academic.
Yeah, De Bruyne, he played quite nicely in the first innings, didn't he? He starting to get him. And Jimmy Anderson produced a decent ball to get rid of him on that second evening. Late. No, he'll be affected by the move in the order. It'll affect a younger player.
Would it have affected you?
I think you've got to have a little bit of a confidence knock of it. If you're trying to get the knock on the shoulder and say, we're going to change the order that we started with because we want Quinton up a bit higher. Why didn't they do that at the start of the Test match? I think it was the right decision.
It was the right decision. Dawson round the wicket, and oh my goodness me, that's an ambitious shot. How would you describe that, Michael? It was like a pull sweep, and the ball's ended up by Johnny Bairstow's right shoulder, high up above the off stump. So it's fair to say, wasn't very close to it, Bavuma.
Well,
not really on that shot.
Yeah, it bounced a little bit more than Bavuma expected.
Dawson in again, and Bavuma, that's a better shot, straight back, whipping it to mid-wicket. Cook fields, and there's no run. Andy?
In that classic 2012 Test match, England were chasing 346 to win. They sunk to 45 for 4.
Yeah.
Then Trott and Bairstow had a partnership. I'll pick this up after this ball.
Pryor?
Yeah, you got some. Dawson in again, Bavuma nicely played, full face of the bat.
And then Bairstow and Trotter out in quite quick succession. England 146 for 6, still needing 200. Then Pryor and Broad added 60, and Pryor and Swan added 74. And England were getting pretty close when Swan was run out.
That's right. Tahir was involved in the run out, maybe. Dawson in now, and Bavuma is forward.
If I remember rightly, a lot of the England players were out playing the pull shot. I remember Field with 3 or 4 on the back, on the boundary down at the down the mound stand, and I think Joe Root was out playing the hook shot. I think Pryor was out playing the hook shot in the end.
I think that was the India.
That was
2014.
2014. Dawson in now, and Bavuma fiddles it down to fine leg. Not least because I don't think Joe Root was playing in 12.
No, that's probably right, yeah, so I don't know what I'm talking about.
You should know much more about his career than I do. A latecomer like me to the Joe Root story. Yeah, you were testing me.
Yes,
yeah,
absolutely was.
Thank
Who
you.
got the wickets for South Africa in the second innings?
Philander had 5 for 30.
Strauss's last game, was
That's
it?
right. Yes. LBW no shot. Dawson in now, and Bavuma whips it behind square for a single, nicely accumulated.
And that's the game that Kevin Peterson didn't play.
That's right.
He was on the naughty step, wasn't he?
Yeah, that was the game I was thinking of in terms of shape to the 4th innings. Although, to be fair, hasn't happened yet. Still to happen, that comeback.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if a similar scenario took place here. The pitch, if I remember, I haven't remembered very well so far. It was a good pitch. It was a bit better than this one. It was flat. There wasn't as much spin. There certainly wasn't any low bounce. If I remember,
no, that was 2015.
Yeah, that was 2008, wasn't it? I don't remember seeing a pitch spin as much as this here.
I was just wondering.
It's exciting. I've enjoyed watching it. I really have enjoyed the contest. It's been a fascinating one.
Moeen in now. Pull shot from Bavuma. Gets it through. That couldn't go for 4, could it? No. Keaton Jennings will long strides will catch up with it. And it will just be 2. England have a wicket in the Women's World Cup at Bristol. Villaney out for 14 to Anya Shrubsole. Australia 174 for 4 in the 42nd over. Elise Perry has a half-century. Very good player. And Australia need 87 from 51.
It's getting a bit breezy. The wind's starting to
It's coming
pick up out.
straight.
Yeah, it is straight through the window.
Yeah. Which is like pretty welcome, actually. It's been a hot test match. Bavuma's just struggling. It shows you how dry the pitch is. He's struggling to make a guard with his stud. He might have to use the Graham Thorpe and just hammer the bail in.
The Chanderpaul.
Yeah. Moeen Ali in full ball, nearly caught and bowled. Trouble with that, landed about 2 yards short. Trouble with that particular technique is I was always very uneasy about breaking my own wicket, even if to make my guard. I just thought, not getting involved with that. That's what the bowlers want. Short ball, Bavuma is out. Bowled. Pull shot from Bavuma. He's taken on too many cross-batted shots for me in the last 20 minutes with the ball keeping down. He's played extravagant cross-batted shots, and they're just percentages are not with the batsman. And that's just trimmed the off bail. I'm afraid it's a very, very poor shot.
Yeah, he's just threw the shot too soon. Maybe Moeen Ali just bowled it slightly slower. It's not a very pretty end to a promising inning from him. I thought he played well in the first innings. Yeah, he's a really good player. And on this instant, on the first innings, he lost his way on his way off. He was going towards the new Warner stand. Well, he's gone in the right direction this time. It's not going to be long. 24 overs left in the day's play. 4 wickets for England to pick up. I would say there's a very good odds that the game will be finished today, and a very good chance that Moeen Ali will get a 5 for. What's he got? 3 for?
3 for 26.
3 for 26 and 87 and 4 for in the first innings. Having a, I know the captain will be probably on the agenda for man of the match, but Moeen Ali's certainly putting himself in the equation.
Well, he narrowly missed the honours board with both bat and ball in the first innings, scoring 87, taking 4 wickets. Only one player's ever scored between 80 and 100 and taken 4 wickets in the first innings of a Lord's Test before, and that was a Morkel for South Africa in 1929, Dennis Morkel.
I thought you were going to say it was Dennis.
I thought you.
in that same.
I thought you were going to say that 2012 game.
It's a bogey game for Michael.
You remember them equally well, I believe.
Yes, I do. Yes.
But you're on holiday for that game, and I must just say, not least to just get away from that unfortunate 2012 Test match, that it takes a lot for us to praise Jonathan Agnew. We don't normally like to do it, but the sage old owl that is JP Agnew said a long time ago today, there's a chance, more than a chance, this could be all over today. And as I say, it's with great reluctance, but it's looking very prescient, those words from the cricket correspondent. Just seeing that Bavuma shot again, and Michael Vaughan as well. 240, Michael suggested it would be all over today. I can see photographic evidence on Twitter. Now, Moeen Ali gets a shot at Philander, who's forward and gets the ball spitting, bouncing, turning. Very hard for the new batsman, particularly if you're a bowling all-rounder.
We're at 15 wickets today. What's the score? It's 15 for what?
181.
Moeen again. Oh, same result as hit Philander. Doesn't look like he's enjoying himself much.
It's a
Big Vern at the moment.
For 181 in 64 overs.
Something like that. That sounds near enough, Michael. I'll take that.
Pitch doctor.
Wide of the off stump and put away by Vernon Philander. It was a bit greedy, that delivery, looking for the magic ball. Philander rocked onto the back foot, punched it for 4, just in front of square. He's off the mark. South Africa moved to 71 for 6.
It was a county game last week. I think it was Gloucestershire versus... Let me just try and find it. Gloucestershire versus someone. I think there was 25 wickets. That's it. Gloucester versus Glamorgan. Gloucester 141, Glamorgan 117. No, I'd say Glamorgan 117, Gloucester 141. And then there were 5 down at close on day 1. 25 wickets on the opening day. Pitch obviously flattened out because Gloucester ended up winning by 10 wickets, chasing 137. Sounds like a decent toss to have won.
Dawson has 1 for 13 from 7 overs, couple of maidens. He's been a good accomplice for Moeen Ali. 11 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 30. 3 men around the bat. De Bruyne is on naught. Dawson is at the top of his mark. In, bowls. And De Bruyne is forward. You'd have to say, with a dispassionate eye looking down the South African scorecard, that it's one of the weaker South African batting orders I've seen. Dawson again, and De Bruyne gets a single wide of Anderson at mid-wicket. I think that top 7, I can't remember since readmission a weaker South African batting order.
Well, they'll be strengthened at Trent Bridge with
yeah.
Du Plessis, who's here, so that'll be good, and to get his leadership back as well. I'm sure Dean Elgar will be quite happy to pass on the baton so he can just concentrate on his batting and catching at slip. Which one will miss out, do you think? Duminy?
Well, on merit, it would be Duminy.
You would think that Heino Kuna running the side at the top of the order, wouldn't you?
Dumini's had a strange career, really, for someone of whom so much was expected. He's never really settled in a position. Dawson in, and Philander gets another one. He's got hit on the right hand again. That was the hand that got wrapped in the first innings by a lifter. And now it's spin, which is spitting up and causing him so much discomfort. Anderson swaps with Cook. Anderson comes to second slip. Dawson in bowls. And Philander goes back. I don't think he's enjoying this that much, Vernon Philander. comes into catching mid-wicket. Dawson in, and Philander plays it pretty well, actually. Bad out in front. One of the features of this match has been that some balls have turned and some haven't, and that's what makes it hard. We saw that in the winter, magnified in the England-Bangladesh series, Michael, didn't we, with the new ball, when some turned a lot, some didn't, and that's the hardest time to bat. Dawson in, and Philander squared up, but survives. End of Dawson's over, stays 72 for 6.
Well, it's going to be a perfect start to Joe Root's captaincy reign. Had the perfect start on day one, strolling off, not out. Ended up with 190. You know, it's not the kind of game, because it's not been, doesn't look like it's going to be close at all. It's not the kind of game where you really assess a captain too much, because you don't have to do too much when
Gone too well.
Yeah, when your team are kind of dictating terms so easily, and they have done pretty much from the end of day one. That last session was the driving force behind it when they scored at 5 runs over. That partnership of Root and Moeen Ali was a tremendous one.
Moeen in, edge caught, easiest catch you'll get in Test cricket at slip. De Bruyne has gone, loop to Stokes, who's an outstanding fielder, never going to drop that one. Back of a length, it was the one that didn't turn so sharply. South African dressing room looks despondent, and we're into the death rites now.
Yeah, that's just that extra bit of bounce. Simple catch, as you mentioned, Ed. Perfect bowling. He's having a tremendous game, Moeen Ali. I'm going to state now, he should be man of the match.
Well, Michael's conferred his winner.
I've gone with Moeen. The way that he's bowled, the way that he batted. You know, I know he's got a pitch that's handy for any spinner to have a bowl on, but you know, I think the all-round qualities of Moeen Ali, he's going to get my vote. England captain's had a good start. He's done everything required, but it's not often when someone gets 190 you don't get the man of the match award, but I just think Moeen Ali has just contributed so much.
I think there's one feature of his career, I don't think he's quite got the credit he deserves in English cricket. If you go back to probably, I think that standout bowling performance down at the Ageas Bowl in 2014 against India, quite a few times in turning conditions in England, he's done a really good job. I think where he's struggled is against great players of spin abroad, but he wouldn't be the only English spinner to have experienced that. Just ask John Embry about bowling at Sidhu.
He's a hit, John. I've seen him earlier.
Yeah. I mean, there have been a lot of good bowlers that have found trips to India hard work. Shane Warne, as people often point out, averaged over 40 in India, but in helpful conditions in England, he is a very, very good bowler.
Absolutely. I mean, sometimes the footholds here in England are spicier and nicer to bowl and spin into than any of the parts of the world. And as I mentioned earlier, the ball that you get here, the Duke ball, is such a nice ball to grip hold of, the seam. You know, like I always say about any new players in Test cricket, I thought Malan the other week looked like an England player playing in T20 cricket, the way that he came about his game. And you know, the one thing I'll say about Joe Root this week, he very much looked like a captain. You know, he looks like he's out there controlling the ship. Yeah, there'll be more difficult weeks, and there'll be closer games, and there'll be decisions analysed a little bit closer when the games are tighter. But for me, he has looked very much like the England captain. Looks like the team are clearly all with him. He's very well respected, such a wonderful player. But
Maharaj, first ball, gets a good one from Moeen. He just chops down with the bat at the crucial moment. He was bang in front.
And I think, Ed, the three senior pros in particular, Broad, Anderson and Cook, they've just gone about their business. I think that's a real nice...
Moeen again, right on the spot once more. Maharaj back and across.
Yeah, and I think if you can get that culture right, where you've got three senior pros with so much know-how, so much experience of all conditions, if you can, it's not keeping them happy, it's just keeping them focused of their roles in the team at this moment in time. You know, this England Test team should move forward quickly.
Fourth catcher comes in, it's Jennings. Moeen in, full ball. Biffed away to mid-off with a strong bottom hand by Maharaj.
Like that, biffed.
It was a bit of a biff, wasn't it? He just sort of
give it a lot.
Whooshed it with his bottom hand, didn't get it through though. He stays on 0. 72 for 7. 2 balls left in the over. Moeen hunting for his 5 for shorter. Pull shot, not very convincing. He's off the mark, but loops behind square. Dive is a good one. Is that Jennings down there? I think it is. He's got the longest legs in the team. They were at full stretch then. Moving away to his right-hand side, Keaton Jennings, and restricted Maharaj to a couple. Clawed it in with his right hand. Jeffrey's writing his notes. Michael's disappeared. Must be a pretty happy story you've got to tell, I think, in your podcast later, Jeffrey.
No, I'm letting Michael do that now. I'm on Facebook Live. Tea time.
Pushed away on the offside.
Bigger.
Sorry, I forgot you've been promoted to
Bigger.
tea. Quite right. Jeffrey,
I was told youngsters go on Facebook. I listened.
It was worth making that mistake just to realise that you'd been promoted. Jeffrey, tell us more about that and I'll make way for Simon.
I just think England have bowled very well and South Africa not great. They come under pressure against a turning ball and I think they've been poor. I certainly expected England to win. I certainly think it's not an easy pitch to play with some low balls, and the turning ball never is when it turns. But I think 74 for 7, they've made a pretty poor fist of it. I think they could have done better than that and should have done better than that. Having said that, definitely England to win. I said that first morning. I never changed my mind all along, whatever was happening. Because I think England are a better team. I think winning the toss was important.
Now here's Dawson to bowl, 74 for 7. And it's Philander on 4. There are 3 close catches and a short mid-wicket. And Dawson bowling in his sunglasses to Philander. He slides one past the outside edge. Now the ball turns again. Much closer in Bristol. 5 overs left. Australia 202 for 4. They need 54 from 30 balls. Elise Perry is 67 not out.
Does that mean England to win?
Well, they got a good chance, haven't they?
2 England's win today.
Could be. Looks like it. Here is Dawson bowling. And Philander there tries to clip that away into the onside. Hits it hard into his pad and it rolls away into the offside. And there is no run. Well, this feels like a game moving rapidly towards its conclusion. 74 for 7. Philander and Maharaj together. Rabada and Morkel to come. Dawson's taking 1 for 14. He's in his 9th over. And he goes in and bowls to Philander, who stretches forward, inside edge. The ball goes away on the onside. He nearly got through onto his pad there. Not quite. Hence the oohs and ahs you might have been able to detect on our effects microphone.
Well, he's got a pair and he's got 1 wicket, but that 1 wicket was very important.
Yeah, you got Amla. LBW. Good ball as well. Pitching leg and hitting off.
Oh, Fred Truman's favourite.
Here is Dawson bowling to Philander, who's forward. Locating somewhere near the middle of the bat that time, back down the pitch. And Cook steps forward from mid-wicket to pick up. Cook making 69. England's leading scorer in their second innings. The value of that innings emphasised by what we've seen today. With the bat from both sides. Lots of wickets falling. Here's Dawson bowling to Philander. That was on leg stump, looking for that ball that turns across him. Didn't quite. It's clipped away by Philander towards mid-wicket. Picked up by Cook again. And there is no run. 74 for 7. All spin attack. You don't see that very often at Lord's, not in a threatening sense anyway. But plenty out there for the slow bowlers. There are 2 slips in. Dawson bowls, and it's defended by Philander back up the pitch, and it's picked up by the bowler, and that's the end of the over. 4 overs left in Bristol. 45 to win Australia from the last 4 overs. Perry on 68. Apparently has been dropped by Nat Siver. It's live online and via the BBC Sport app.
You only have to win by 1 run.
Yep.
That's all that matters. Doesn't matter how many, just 1.
Yeah, Derbyshire found that out against Yorkshire yesterday, didn't they?
That's all that matters. Yeah. I'm a big believer. If the pitch is good, you bat first. You bat the other side out of the game. And it doesn't matter if they get close to you and they nearly win. Nearlies don't count. That's what I think in the Champions Trophy. India made a mess. I think South Africa made a mess. Winning tosses, putting people into bat on good surfaces, thinking that England pitchers, our pitchers in England and Wales, were like they were 20 years ago, where they seemed and they did things. They're not. They're as flat as anything in the world now for one-day cricket. They're so flat you could start the matches 10 o'clock easily. Where before, when he played the old one-day competitions, he would nip 3 out in first hour.
Here's Moen looking for a 5-foot. Down the pitch comes Maharaj and bashes him back over his head for 4. 1 bounce for the long off boundary. Well, might be the best way to play a few shots.
If you're selective, yeah, there's nothing wrong with playing. So I never tell anybody to just defend, but be selective. You can't just hit the same shots or as many shots as you can on a flat pitch that's doing nothing. Because the ball is turning.
78 for 7, Maharaj to 6. Moen gets the ball back. What does he want? Does he want a change in the field after that shot from Maharaj? Yeah, he's putting a deep mid-wicket out. And he's taking one of the slips out.
No matter where he puts them, he's going to get him out. Don't make any difference.
Well, it feels that way. He's taken 4 for 36. He's looking for a 5 for the first time on the honours board here at Lord's. Moen goes in, bowls to Maharaj, who slogs that into the onside. He wasn't looking to slog it. He just didn't get where he wanted to as he attempted the big shot. He dragged it to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Looks as if he's going to play some shots here. Moen goes in and bowls to him, and that's hit over mid-on broad, and this is coming up the long-on boundary. 1 bounce 4. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. That was well played. And Maharaj goes to 10, and South Africa to 82 for 7. Their target, well, 331.
He could put Broad back at long on and keep an in and out field. Keep your fielders there for the turning ball and that and the catch. But you know he's going to slog deep mid-wicket or long on, isn't he? Put him back on the boundary.
Moen jogs in and bowls to Maharaj. He's bowled him, and that's Moen's 5-foot, chopped on. 9 wickets in the match, and he's hugged by his colleagues. Well done to Moeen Ali. On the turning pitch, his job was to bowl out the opposition in the final innings, and that's essentially what he's done. 5 for 40, and he holds the ball aloft. Great moment for him at the home of cricket, and runs as well. 87 and 9 wickets in the match. And power to add.
And well bowled. Yeah, he's played well. And you know, we've said before, when he's bowled on what are good pitches for batting, you know, his ball picked up the odd wicket and so forth, but it's a different skill when the ball is turning. I've always said, and you're expected to bowl the side out. Well, he's done it. Terrific, well done. He's a very, very good cricketer. In fact, he's getting near, but might not quite make it for man of the match with his 70-odd runs and 5 wickets, but Joe Root's made 190 in his first test as captain, so you think he'll probably get it, but getting close. 5 wickets and 70 when it mattered.
Well, 87 he made in the first innings.
Yeah. Good.
So in the game, he's made 94 runs and taken 9 wickets.
And if he gets a chance to bowl at these others, he'll finish up with 7. Because they don't look too clever. They don't... You know, once you get to this position where the batsmen have got out and play, the tail enders sort of play a few shots and get out. They're just going to play a few shots and get out and get off home, and a day off tomorrow for everybody. They're giving up. They've had blows in the solar plexus where the batsmen can't do it. You're not expecting tail enders to do much better.
Well, Rabada is on his way out there at 82 for 8. There are still... after this over, 19 overs left of the day's play, and the prospect of the extra half an hour, which I'm sure England would claim even if they didn't get another wicket for the next hour or so, or the next 19 overs. So we're on the verge of finishing today. We had an email from Andrew Sampson from his sick bed in Rickmansworth.
Don't bother coming tomorrow, Andrew.
Well, there's a message from Jeffrey. It would have been lovely to see you tomorrow, Andrew. He says if South Africa lose today, it will mean that Dean Elgar will become the 8th of 12 South African captains since readmission to lose his first test as captain. Only Smith and Amla won their first test as captain, while Kirsten and Du Plessis both drew their first. That's the sort of stat you don't get from Andy Zoltzman.
No, I can tell you. We're getting to stat tennis here. That's 12 wickets for England spinners in this match. That's the most wickets England spinners have taken in a home test match since 1977, the Old Trafford test against Australia, and the most by England spinners in a Lord's test since 1974, when Underwood and Gregg between them took 17. So I guess that depends how much Gregg was bowling spin and how much he was bowling pace in that game.
Yeah, who's that against Pakistan? Was it 74?
Pakistan.
Yeah, well, I remember that game. It was a pitch affected by uncovered pitch, and it rained, and Underwood and Craig
No,
bowled them out,
uncovered
yeah.
pitches. Well, there you are, Simon. You said it, not me. Huh?
Uncovered
They
pitch.
think I was making it up. Jonathan keeps thinking I made it up.
Deadly was deadly in that match.
Oh, you don't want to play him on a wet one. Not a good. Can you imagine him and Bob Appleyard bowling? Phew.
Well, I didn't see Bob Appleyard, but I saw Derek Underwood.
Got 200 wickets in his first season with Yorkshire and uncovered pitches.
Now here's Moeen Ali bowling to Rabada. Rabada's first ball, and he comes poking forward and plays that towards wide mid-on. There's no run. It's close to the short leg fielder. It's rolled away into the onside, so no chance for single there for Rabada. 82 for 8. South Africa's cause is hopeless. England need 2 wickets to win on this 4th evening. Moeen bowls. Rabada edges that short of Stokes at slip.
No, he didn't carry it, did he? No, the crowd's going, oh, but you got it right, Simon. He didn't carry that. No.
Now you can understand the excitement in the crowd from certain angles, but it didn't go through to Stokes and then on the bounce.
Well, you've got to enjoy Rabada, this knock, because you're not going to see him for a week.
No.
He's going on holiday.
We'll see him at the Oval. 82 for 8. I've got about 5 minutes left of my commentary spell.
Well, make it quick, because it might be all out.
Exactly. So I'm just going to say something very quickly now. This is my last Test match with Blowers.
Oh.
I'm not doing the 2 other games that he's doing. Well, he was there at my first Test match in Bulawayo in 1996. It's been a privilege to work with you, Blowers, over the years. Here is Dawson bowling, and that's pushed away by Philander towards extra cover. That amazing voice, wonderful clarity and language, the great phrases. 82 for 8. Philander on 4. Faces Dawson, and Philander plays that away towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. We'll miss the buses and the pigeons and my dear old thing and kicking horse and the cranes and all those sorts of things, and the flamboyance and the dress in the box. Here is Dawson bowling to Philander, tossed up, and he hoiks that away out towards the tavern stand. And has this gone for 6? I think it might have done, you know. No, one banks for 4. Just watching umpire rifle. Go well, Blows, in your retirement.
Well, in the old days, you'd have had to play an exhibition match tomorrow. The players, wouldn't they? In the 50s.
Indeed.
I'd really thrilled the players to turn up for that.
86 for 8. Here is Dawson, slightly chastened by that blow from Philander. And Dawson bowls. That's clipped away by
2.
Philander through square leg. They're off for 1. They can easily get 2, and they jog back for the 2nd. Meanwhile, in Bristol, 2 wickets for England's women. Perry's out for 70, Blackwell for 21. So they need 38 from the last 3 overs. Australia. 88 for 8 here.
13 and over is a lot.
Dawson goes over towards mid-on, has a chat with Joe Root. And they're in a change in the field. Cook's coming over from the onside. To short extra cover, and they're taking out the short fine leg and putting him to mid-wicket. Philander on 10. We saw in the first innings he was able to play a few strokes and capable of it. I wonder if he'll do something similar here. Dawson bowls to him, he goes back and chops this away. Gets a single, or possibly more than a single. It's going out towards the cover boundary, square cover. Jennings sends in the return to Bairstow. 2 more to the total, 90 for 8. And Philander to 12.
Johnny Bairstow kept wicket well for you.
Took a very good catch.
Yeah, turning pitch as well. Not easy.
You haven't seen that many of these sort of pitches in Test cricket. Here's Dawson bowling. Oh, slides on past the outside edge of Philander's bat. A perfectly pitched left arm spinner. The only thing that didn't happen, it wasn't perfect, he didn't just shave the outside edge. 90 for 8. Philander on 12 and Rabada yet to score. England closing in. 18 overs left in the day's play, but the possibility of the 26 overs.
I don't think there were too many people forecast this at the start of the day. A lot of people talking about when will Joe Root, declare. Will he be a bit more, positive than Alistair Cook tended to be, and this and that. Nobody forecast that England would get bowled out, and so would South Africa.
Moeen bowling to Rabada, who drives that into the offside. It goes towards cover. There's no run.
Well, I didn't hear anybody, did you?
No,
I
no.
mean, if they did, they were well blessed with foresight.
This is Moeen bowling to Rabada. He stretches forward and defends. How many wickets have we had in the day? Is it 17 wickets in the day?
17 wickets for 204 runs.
And in what we've still got an hour's play left yet. It really has gone quickly today. Moeen to Rabada. Rabada hits it back over Moeen's outstretched right hand. It's gone for 4. It technically wasn't a chance. It's possible that he got the brush of his fingertips on it. It was hit very firmly. He was leaping in the air. Probably the best way to go here is play a few shots. It's an impossible situation South Africa find themselves in. Got 2 slips in, short leg, short extra cover, and then a ring of 5, saving the single on either side. Here goes Moeen bowling. Forward goes Rabada, plays that to short leg where it's picked up by balance. And there is no run. Moeen's taken 5, Wood 1, Dawson 1, and Anderson 1. 4 for Maharaj earlier. Moeen trots in and bowls. Short extra the offside. He's caught behind, going for the cut shot. It's 9 down. Moeen's done it again. And England are nearly there. South Africa 94 for 9. That one was pushed through, inviting the cut. Rabada went after it and thin-edged it through to Bairstow. He's taken another catch. Standing up, just a fine edge, that one. The finest of edge is, but everyone knew it was out. Moeen, wicket-keeper, and Rabada walks off. It's nearly done. 9 down, 94 for 9.
Well, and his chance to get another wicket, to get 7 for. 87 runs and 7 for. Whew, that's just pushing Joe Root a bit, isn't it? There's no reason for that one. That was just short of a length. He offered a little bit of turn. That didn't bounce to do anything silly. It's just, well, we've played well. We've had the benefit of batting first. And we've outplayed South Africa, who haven't batted that well today, to be honest. But all credit to England. We have played better than them, miles better. But they should have made 170, 180, maybe even made 200. But it was always going to be too many. It was 350. But I think 94 for 9. I don't know how they've gone in the era of the 50s, the Lock and Laker at the Oval. Oh, and even Yorkshire couldn't better Lock and Laker for Surrey when we had 2 greats in Johnny Wardle, left-arm spin, and Bob Appleyard. And they were great players. They played for England. Appleyard went to Australia with Hutton when we won the Ashes instead of Jim Laker. So, yeah, I don't know how they've gone then with Laker and Lock, or Appleyard and Wardle.
I suppose one thing you say, they might have had a bit more practice in those days. They were used to,
that is true.
Pitches like they're used to uncovered pitches as well. Another wicket at Bristol, Australia 2, 37 for 7. They need 23 from 13 balls.
You've had it.
Well, not impossible, but
don't quite have the strength of the men, though. They hit sixes, do they? This time.
Well,
I mean that in no disrespect, but that's what happened to Ben Stokes in the final. You know, the big lad came in. What was his name? And walloped it out the ground. Braithwaite, yes. So you would odds on 2 England wins today, shortly.
Yeah, well, keep an eye on that game. We could be 1 ball away here at Lord's. Morkel has come out at number 11.
No, he's not very good at batting.
He's also a left-hander as well. You've got Moeen bowling, his off breaks. They're just sorting out the field. They just sense that Morkel might play a big shot, so they're putting a man out towards deepish mid-wicket.
That was Moeen's 10th wicket in the match, his first 10-wicket haul in tests.
Here he goes, looking to finish it off. Bowls to Morkel, and Morkel's forward, playing that back down the pitch, and it's picked up by Moeen. More applause for him. 14 overs, 6 for 44. England on the verge of going 1 up in the series.
And that's the first 10-wicket haul by an England spinner at Lord's since that game with Pakistan in 1974, when Derek Underwood took 13 for 71.
Is it? Good performance. I know the pitch turned, but you've got to do your job, and some people the pressure gets to them. They're all right bowling what we call a sort of defensive spin. You know, 1 or 2 wickets in an innings, bowl it tight. Then when you got to win the match, it turns. It's a different mentality.
It's funny what you remember from games. I remember that game very clearly, and I remember an amazing catch by Tony Gregg to dismiss Wasim Raja
on the boundary.
On the boundary,
One hand,
yeah, incredible
onto
catch.
the side screen.
Yeah, brilliant, absolutely stunning. Here's Liam Dawson going into bowl to Philander. Philander goes back and tries to force into the offside, hits it hard into the surface, and it rolls out to Cook. That extra cover, and there is no run.
Tony Gregg was a very good cricketer for England. It's easy to get sucked in, people who didn't like Packer cricket, because he went.
Dawson sets himself. Chance of finishing the match here. Goes into bowl to Philander, and Philander's playing that defensively towards short leg, where it's picked up by Balance, and there's no run. Well, we established early in the game, didn't we? Mowin 2,000 runs and 100 wickets.
Yeah.
And Tony Gregg got there before him. Yeah. 2 slips, short leg, short extra cover. Dawson bowls to Philander, and Philander plays that quietly away on the offside towards Cook at extra cover, and there is no run. 94 for 9. Dawson's played his part, but Mowin has upstaged him. There's 6 wickets. Dawson with 1. Dawson bowls. Philander lunges forward, goes past the outside edge. Well, I've not seen a pitch like this at Lord's. 4th day, that really turned. 94 for 9. Philander waits. What's he going to do? Is he going to play a big shot here? Dawson bowls him. No, he's not. He's not giving it away. Plays that defensively into the onside, and Balance goes away to his left-hand side to pick up. Well, a big crowd who turned up on this Sunday really had a lot to talk about, a lot to watch today. Dawson walks to the crease and bowls to Philander. Goes back and forces that away, but straight to backward point, where it's picked up by Mowin, and there's no run. 18 to win, 8 balls at Bristol, 3 wickets left. That's the end of Dawson's over. 94 for 9. And I wonder whether Mowin is the more likely to finish this game off. The wickets column will tell you he's been more threatening. He's got the experience as well. Dawson's been steady, but it's Mowin who's won the game today.
He spins it, doesn't he? And therefore, it only takes 1 ball each batsman. Doesn't matter about the odd run or 2 or the odd ball they get. You've got to spin it and get wicket-taking balls.
Now Morkel, and Mowin to bowl to him. He's in now, and Morkel's back, playing that carefully into the onside. They're off for a quick single. It's straight to the field. There could be a run out.
Why did they allow that?
Well, the throw came in at the non-strike. He said Morkel was home. Well, he's quite deep at mid-wicket. I think he's back there for the slog shot. You mean, why did they run, or why did they allow the single?
Why is he back there allowing the single? He's got the left-hander to bowl at.
Well, I think it's for the slog shot, wasn't it?
Well, he was in. Why didn't he go further back then? He was like just 10 yards too deep. That's nothing.
Tempting to play it? I don't know. Anyway, he was there the previous over. Philander faces Mowin, and Philander gets one that turns back into him and deceives Bairstow as well. It balloons in the air, taking it leg slip.
See, when you bowl it wide of off stump with some loop, then it hits the footholes and more, doesn't it? And then it jumps.
16 needed from the last over in Bristol. 3 wickets left. England haven't beaten Australia in a Women's World Cup match since 1993. Mowin bowls to Philander. Well, it goes down fine, possibly off the pad, possibly buys. Again, turn and backs. 2 England fielders are after it, and the crowd are cheering the race between the 2 of them up towards the pavilion. It's gone away for, was it runs or buys?
Buys is given.
Buys, was it? I was just watching the ball. See umpire.
It's given buys. Buys. His hand up.
Right, well, that shows you how much that turned and bounced. It pitched outside the off stump.
Whoa.
And jumped over his shoulder.
Play that. Get forward to that. You get that up your nose.
Well, it's so tricky out there. Here's Mowin. Into Philander. Tossed up, and Philander drives. Clumps it up to deepish mid-on. Broad is there. Happy to allow the single. And it gets Morkel back on strike, and applause around the ground because South Africa have reached the dizzy heights of 100. 100 for 9. Needing 331 to win. Never nice to hear that in the visitors' dressing room, the applause for that. Mowin bowls, and forward comes Morkel and gets it off a thickish inside edge. Again out towards that man at
I don't know what he's
Two-thirds of the
doing.
way back, and they're through for a single. It's Wood out there.
He's not out for the slog. He's not in to save the single.
Well, they've obviously got some sort of plan. They're trying to put some doubt in Morkel's
I
mind.
haven't worked it out.
Last ball of Moen's over. 6 for 47 to him. 101 for 9. And Philander waits. Moen to Philander, who goes for a big heave down the ground. And this is coming up towards the long-on boundary. And I think he's got it over it. Yes, he has. Signalled by umpire Rifle. That brings up Moen's 50. But he won't mind. 6 for 53. 107 for 9.
Tossed it up, that, didn't he? He gave it a little, tossed it up, just got it a bit too full. I mean, it was so full, couldn't really miss it. You want to toss it up and tease him, but you don't want it quite as full.
2 balls left in that match at Bristol. 10 to win for Australia. 2 wickets left. It's on 5 live now, if you want to switch over briefly.
Need a 4 and a 6.
Yeah.
Not a good time to bowl a
no ball or a wide.
Yeah.
What you don't want is one of those wides that go down the leg side and beat the keeper and go for a 5.
And then they get another ball, do they?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
There was a 2020 match, wasn't there? I think where a team needed 10 to win off the last ball or 12 to win off the last ball, and they got it.
You're kidding.
Yeah, I think it was a above waist height full toss. It was hit for 6. It's hard to conceive that, isn't it? Someone can allow that to happen.
He has to really be a muppet to ever bowl that, hasn't he? I mean, you just say to the guy, just don't bowl a no ball.
6 needed from the last balls. They've hit the 4.
Too many crickets.
6 to win.
Bowl full, 1 foot and a bit outside of stump, full offside Yorker. You can't hit it for 6. You might get 4, but you cannot hit it for 6.
107 for 9, meanwhile. Here's taking a while England sort out their field.
That's what Ben Stokes should have bowled.
England have won. England's women have won by... We don't know, but they've won. That's all that matters, as Jeffrey said. As long as you win by 1 run.
That's all that matters.
3 runs is the final margin there. Looked like Derbyshire beating Yorkshire the other day. 107 for 9.
That's all it is, 1 run.
Now Morkel is down at the striker's end to face Liam Dawson. It's the first time Morkel has faced Dawson in this innings.
A wicketless over for Moen. He'd taken a wicket in each of his previous 5 overs.
Yeah. He's taken 6 for 53. Dawson now to bowl to Morkel, and Morkel hoiks it away on the leg side. There's a fielder out there, it's going over his head, and it's gone away for 4. 1 bounce to the grandstand. Well, he is right back this time, or not quite, I say not right back.
Pretty well back, though. Yeah.
Just went over his head. So he is out there for the tempter.
Well, at least that's on the or near the boundary.
Yeah.
I mean, the other was Mark Wood was in no man's land, as if he was walking the dog there.
Has he signalled 6, is he? 6, so it's gone for 6. Just over the rope. 113 for 9. Dawson bowls to Morkel, and Morkel struck on the pads. A shout for LBW from Dawson, not from anyone else. No one else is interested.
Outside off stump playing a shot.
Bairstow behind the stumps judged that well. Stokes went after the ball to field it away to his left-hand side. Morkel is on 8. Is it Jennings out there on the boundary in the firing line? Potentially. Just takes a step or 2 back towards the grandstand boundary now. He's right on it. Dawson bowls to Morkel, who lost this away over long on. This is a few members standing up, and that's 6 more. Well, they were standing up in the front of the pavilion there, in front of the visitors' dressing rooms. The members woken up by that one. Well, this is entertaining stuff at the end from South Africa. It was full and launched.
It's comfortably the second highest partnership of the innings now. 25.
119 for 9. Dawson goes in and bowls, and that's hit away into the onside. This could well be caught, and it is. Caught at deep mid-wicket. Jennings with the catch, and England have won. Dawson picks up his 2nd wicket. A crushing victory by England. Difficult for South Africa on this 4th day pitch, and England's spinners have won the match for them. They've won by 211 runs. South Africa 119 all out, and England are 1 up in the series.
Well played, England. That's what you had to do, win the match. And hopefully go on from there and win again and again, because quite frankly, even with the South African captain coming back for the next test, I think England are better than South Africa. I don't think there's any doubt. Rabada's going to be out as well. They are better. They've been better this match. OK, they've won the toss. That was a big plus. But they played better. They're better on paper. And really no recriminations at all. I mean, they just outplayed South Africa. I expect South Africa to really look at their performance batting second. They should have done better than they've done. Now, I know it's not an easy pitch, but they could and should have done better than that. If you look at the dismissals, they were, not good.
I mean, ultimately, though, Jeffrey, I wonder where the game was decided, won and lost. Lost for South Africa in that first innings when we had the no wickets off no balls, the drop
They dropped Root at gully. Never mind the hook when he was in a bit and he just couldn't get it, went over his head. OK, forget that, but the gully catch was not too difficult, head high.
Moeen has got a stump and he's leading England off. He's got the ball as well, I think. Is he? Certainly raising his cap, that's an old-fashioned way, raising his cap to the spectators, standing up all around Lords. Well, he deserved it as well. Victory for Root in his first test as captain as well.
That's a good omen.
Moeen leading the England team up the steps of the pavilion. A job very well done by him. He's picked up 9 wickets, scored over 90 runs in the match. Nice for Dawson as well to pick up a wicket at the end. He's got a pair confirmed today. And a second ball dismissal. A very good dismissal to get rid of Hashim Amla. But not much resistance from South Africa today, but a remarkable day's cricket, really, when you consider that England started it at 119 for 1, so we've had 19 wickets in the day. An amazing day here at Lords, and the pitch was very different from the sort of pitches that we've seen at Lords in Test matches in recent years. Very different indeed, very dry, and ultimately England able to exploit that with their slow bowlers on the final day. And South Africa as well. Maharaj picked up 4 wickets. Morkel was excellent. The game has galloped to a finish here.
Well, they batted better as well first innings, England. You can talk about good fortune, winning the tosses. Well, look at the draw, isn't it? You call and whatever. But they've made the most of that. South Africa dropped a catch or two. Root made a splendid 190. They took their chances. And they made quite a telling contribution in that first innings, which comes back to what I'm always saying, is bowlers win matches by taking 20 wickets. But batsmen have to put you in a position to win by making enough runs. And it was quite a good total on a pitch that always did a little bit, turned a little bit. It was very dry, was going to get drier and so turn a bit more. There were going to be more low balls. You didn't have to be an experienced test player or a rocket scientist to work out when the pitch starts quite dry, very dry, that it's going to get drier in this heat and it's going to turn a bit more and you're going to get low balls. That's what happens. There's nothing special about my knowledge on that or anybody else's. We've all seen it. So it was a plus factor, but England grabbed it with both hands and they were better than South Africa. It's as simple as that.
Jonathan Agnew is heading over to the far side of the ground to bring you all the post-match reaction. It's probably worth just nipping through the scorecards of the day to bring people up to date with what's happening. Sunday people go out for the day, probably getting in their cars and wondering what on earth's happened. They're probably at the moment thinking about, well, are England about to declare? We've been away for all day, but no, the game is over. 19 wickets have gone in the day. South Africa was set 331 to win after England were bowled out for 233. Bairstow made 51, Wood 28, Cook 69, Balance 34. And the rest, not many at all. Dawson's out for 0, Broad was out for 0, Moeen for 7 and Stokes for 1. So 331 to win. And then South Africa have fallen in a heap, a rather predictable heap, actually, once they lost a couple of early wickets. You just sense that something like this could happen today. Kun out for 9, Elgar for 2, Amla for 11, Duminy for 2, de Kock for 18, Bavuma for 21, De Bruyn for 1, Maharaj for 10, Rabada for 4, and Morkel last man out for 14, left Philander 19 not out. The bowling figures: Anderson 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 16. Broad 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 5. Moeen 15 overs, 4 maidens, 6 for 53. Wood 1 over, 1 for 3. Dawson 11.4 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 34. So Moeen 6 wickets in the second innings, 10 wickets in the match. What were his match figures? Andy.
10 for 112, also took 2 catches. Only the 7th player in Test history to have a 10-wicket match haul and an innings of 80 or more in the same Test. Most recently, Shakib Al Hasan, also Michael Bevan, Imran Khan, Ian Botham, Kapil Dev and Alan Davidson.
Well, he's had some high-quality players there.
Well, he's had a brilliant game. And as far as Moeen's concerned, I mean, he did what you expect or you hope your spinner is going to do in the final innings, which is bowl the opposition
people out.
Yeah.
You know, we talk about him picking up an odd wicket or here and there and bowling on flat pitches and doing a steady job. But it's a different mentality when you're expected on a turning pitch to bowl people out. I've seen spinners years ago in county cricket who bottled it. We just haven't had the mental capacity to, when it's the expectation and the pressure on them to do it, he'd bowl people out. He's bowled very well. He spins the ball. And one thing I like about match-winning spinners is you're going to get scored off now and again, but spin the damn thing. Because if it jumps or turns a great deal, it gets people out. And that's what you want.
Andy?
119 all out is South Africa's second lowest total against England since 1960. England bowled them out for 83 in Johannesburg at the start of last year. That's the lowest in a Test in this country against England that South Africa have scored since the Trent Bridge Test of 1960 when they were 88 all out.
Yeah, that 83 was Broad Saturday in Johannesburg, and also James Taylor Saturday in Johannesburg as well. I mean, took his brilliant short leg catches. Broad running through the South Africans on a memorable day that confirmed England's series victory.
But the runs set it up. I mean, we could have fell. We had a bit of good fortune when Joe Root was dropped, but you have to say, on the other hand, we all get a bit of good fortune now and again. He was good enough to grab it and make it work and not get dropped on early on and then make 40, 50. He made 190. And so that takes the game away from the opposition. And even when we stuttered a little bit, Moeen came in, destroyed them with 87, you say he made, didn't he? Played beautifully.
Right, let's go to the far side of the ground. Jonathan Agnew is there.
Yeah, and lovely late afternoon sunshine too, and still a lot of people will be lingering around for the presentations. It's always, I don't know if it's disappointing for people who might have come down on Monday to watch the Test match, but always a bit special for a Sunday crowd, a full house, and to see England win, and so handsomely too. I don't know quite what South Africa make of their performance there in the second innings. 119 all out is woeful, really. But well done to Moeen. 10 for 112 in the match, bowling them out to win by 211 runs. For the presentations here, we don't know who's going to come down. The captains, man of the match, and that sort of thing. Possibly the coach as well, Trevor Bayliss. We shall see over the next 20 minutes or so. But we shall be here. Michael Vaughan's alongside me. Let's start with the good, shall we, Michael? I mean, you know, that's fair play to Moeen. He's had a tremendous game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it started on day one, that evening session that, you know, the Moeen Ali Joe Root partnership. Mid-afternoon on day one, you look back to the body language of South Africa, some of the tactics and the allowance just to let Joe Root play the way they did. He was in fine form and he was playing in a real good sense. But, you know, I look at South Africa in this Test match and I'm really disappointed in them. You know, I think England have been very, very good. I think they've got a pitch that certainly helped them by getting that big score in the first inning. They shouldn't have got anywhere near that big score. They should have possibly been bowled out for 225, 250 if the chance had been taken, if they'd have kept their feet behind the line on a couple of occasions. And, you know, and then South Africa batted okay in the first innings, but by allowing England to get that huge score in the first innings on a pitch like this, which was always going to deteriorate and get harder and harder, you know, that's where the game has been lost for South Africa. And today, very similar to that, you know, that last session on day one where I looked at a South African team and thought, wait a minute, this isn't like the old South African teams that I've played against and seen over the last few years. You know, they look spineless today, you know, and that's not something that you want to say about against any team, particularly a strong side like South Africa. They've got a lot of soul searching to do to get their minds and game ready for Friday's start at Trent Bridge. But what a start to the skipper. He's just walking out now through the gates of the long room. He's got a little cheeky smile on his face. I don't think you can ever get a better start. And Moeen Ali looks like he'll be man of the match, which I completely agree with. He's had a tremendous game, and his off spin on a wicket, yeah, it was spinning, but I thought he got the pace perfect in the first innings, and again today started to fire him into those footholes.
I think there's clear sorting out the batting order here with who we're going to talk to, and I think it might get Joe Root first, which would be nice. I'll wander over and see if we can do. Here he comes, and well, Joe, my word, a 4-day win to wrap up your first Test in charge. That's not bad, is it?
Yeah, it's a nice start, definitely. I think we've we've been very good throughout the 4 days. Thought the way Johnny and Woody took them on towards the back end of our innings was exceptional, but I think a lot of credit has to go to the top three for the way that they played last night. They made that wicket look a lot easier than it actually was, and that proved with how the spinners came into the game today.
Yeah. Well, I assume, like most of us, you assume today, well, we're back until around about tea time. I'll have a bit of a decision about declaration, and we'll have a session at them and try and win on the 5th day. I guess that was the plan, was it?
Yeah, I think at the start of the morning it was, but as I said, the way those guys applied themselves last night, and the way that then Johnny was very proactive in the way he played along with Woody, that counter-active cricket down the back end of the innings is a big reason why we could put them under pressure with all those runs on the board.
To what your innings in a minute, but man of the match obviously is behind you, stroking his beard, looking very pleased with himself. I mean, that's a fabulous performance, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a fabulous performance. He's had a great game. His innings in the first innings was fabulous, and he got us into a really good position of strength where we could then put them under pressure at times in that first innings and obviously gain a valuable first innings lead.
Yeah. What do you think it'll do for him to have bowled a team out last on a wearing pitch when you kind of have to do it, don't you? The ball's chucked to you and you've got to do it. That'll do his confidence, I've thought, a lot of good.
Absolutely, and with very aggressive fields as well. He put the ball in consistently good areas. He hit the rough when he needed to, and I think as well it helped when you've got another spinner at the other end. To work in a partnership with, and between them I thought they did a very good job, especially in the second innings.
And how do you feel, Joe, having scored such a big score in your first test as captain? You played really well, etc., but just to kind of get monkeys off your back and that sort of thing, are you just pleased and relieved that you've done it?
Yeah, it's most importantly to start the series well and get a win early on against a good side like South Africa is vitally important. So we know they're going to come back hard at Trent Bridge, and we're going to have to play really well, but to be 1-0 up, and I think it's the first time we beat them here for a very long time, and everything I've asked of the lads this week they've dived straight into. They've gone about in a very just a brilliant way, really, and made my life a lot easier.
Yeah, but again, go back to the point that you must be pleased personally that you've got those runs in the bank now. There's no questions of will the captaincy affect Root's batting, any of that sort of stuff. I mean, that's neatly parked, isn't it?
I'm sure it might come up at some point if I don't score any runs, but yeah, I'm happy with the way it started. It was very, very nice to get us in a position of strength at the end of day one, where at lunchtime it wasn't looking too great, especially having won the toss. So I was personally very pleased with the way I played, but as a side we were brilliant, and we now move on to Trent Bridge.
You do. And what memory are you taking with you? You've had to pick one memory out of these last 4 days, Joe. Your first leading England at Lords. Fond of?
I think that last wicket there, to be honest, to get across the line and get the win.
Good man. See you at Trent Bridge. Thank you, Joe. Well done. Congratulations. There's Joe Root. Well, there you go. I had to force him a bit to get the stuff about him being pleased, and as they like to do, they like to deflect it away and talk about the team. But it must be a big relief for him, Michael, isn't it? Because that's inevitably what people have been talking about. Oh, well, it's due to Root's batting. He's got 190.
Yeah, I mean, the advice I'd always give to any young captain, one thing that I didn't get right at the start of my reign was, what you have to do, you have to separate the captains into different stages. When you're out in the middle, you're making your bowling changes, you're setting your field, you're the captain of the cricket team. As soon as you get back in that dressing room and it's batting time, you've got to be the batsman. I think that's what he did really well on day one. From the minute that he walked out, he played a few iffy shots, but that's always going to be happening. He played like Joe Root, the batsman of the last 3 or 4 years, and that's the most important thing for him as the captain. He's just got to continue to bat in his sense.
Here's the man of the match. Moeen, wow, what a match you've had. I guess it's the bowling England to victory in the last innings that'll be your hot spot, as it were.
Yeah, 100%. Nice to get some wickets. It was a good day. Everything went my way today, and it was always nice.
What's it like as a spinner? Because as a quick bowler, we've talked about this a bit before. As a fast bowler on a green pitch, there's probably 4 of you. You've got to get out there, but it's it's easier. When you're a spinner, there's only 1 or 2 of you, and your ball's chucked you to come and do it. It's a different sort of pressure, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously you're there to try and bowl the team out on a wicket like that, especially. But it was a nice wicket. I mean, I didn't feel like I bowled as well as I did first innings, as I did today, but it was nice. Dorsa, I thought, bowled very well. I think the wicket of Hashim was a big turning point. That was an absolute Jaffer of a ball, and it was nice.
Yeah. In terms of confidence, what does that do to spin a side like South Africa out in the fourth innings? That lifts you?
A little bit. I mean, sack lane's helping me with my mindset a lot to try and attack, and Ruti's given me the sort of license to come on and just take wickets, which I probably, when I first came to international cricket, that was my mindset, to try and just attack in and take wickets, don't worry about the runs, and that gave me a lot of confidence. I didn't try and bowl safe once or look after my figures or anything like that. It was about coming on and just looking to get wickets all the time.
Yeah. And runs again in the first innings, Mo. And I mean, you're up and down the order all over the place. It doesn't seem to bother you.
No, I mean, I feel wherever I play or bowl or whatever I do on the field, I try and contribute as much as I can for the team. And like I said, today, everything went my way, apart from the dismissal today. But
I wasn't going to mention it.
No, but no, I'm happy with the way I've performed this game, definitely.
A little of insight into how Joe's been. Is he normal, chirpy self in the dressing room, or is he just eased back a little bit?
No, he's the same. He's exactly the same, and I think he'll stay the same. And you'll see that reflect on the field a lot with Fields, and he's always encouraged me a lot this game with my bowling and things like that. So it's a great start for him, and I'm really pleased that he got that big 190, which was crucial at the time.
Enjoy this evening, Moeen, pursuit at Trent Bridge. Thank you very much for talking to us. There we go. There's Moeen, man of the match. I mean, bowled South Africa out here for only 119, so win by 211. Again, he's always a very laid-back, quiet sort of a fellow, but he must be so pleased to have performed like that, Michael.
Yeah, and he said straight away he thought he bowled better in the first innings, and it's probably harder in the first innings. He wasn't doing quite as much, but it's always been a little bit there for the spinners this week. I think when you've got a player like Moeen Ali, he's such a flair player in the side. I'd love to. Runs must help him, with the ball. And when he came out and batted in the first inning, he made batting look very simple. And I've spoken to some of the guys in the team. When Moeen's at the other end, they really enjoy batting with him, because the scoreboard's ticking. You're not under as much pressure to score, because that Moeen's always. I very rarely watch Moeen Ali and think, well, the scoreboard's not ticking over. There's going to be boundaries. He makes it look very simple. You've spoken about the cover drive being like David Gow.
Love it, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's beautiful to watch. And, as an ex-captain, I kind of sit and watch Moeen and go, you have to go short at him. You have to attack him with the short stuff. But the problem with that is that you set a field for the short ball. So you have a field that's set that's very square at the wicket. And then as soon as you pitch it up, he's got such a gift to be able to play with the hands and drive the ball that it's very difficult to stop him scoring. So I think South Africa will have to look at the plans to Moeen in terms of the way that they're going to operate and the way that they're going to bowl to him, because if you're going to keep going short at him, well, there's going to be huge gaps in front of the wicket. So, starting the series, as Joe said, it's so important whether you're captain, whether you play. You just want to get off to a good start so you've got numbers in your kind of box to go on for the rest of the series, particularly against quality teams. You don't want to be chasing the game against quality sides. And South Africa, they haven't looked great this week, but I think they'll get better and better. Faf du Plessis as the captain back for Trent Bridge, which will be a huge bonus to the side. They've missed his leadership, his guidance throughout the whole Test match. I just think that having him back will be a lot better for South Africa. But clearly the South Africans have got to be down and have a few questions to ask themselves, because for whatever reason this week there were stages in the Test match where they did look rudderless, and the captain wasn't here, but I'd never expect to say that about a South African team. So there's a lot of questions that they have to answer, but England, I guess, will go the same team. I don't see why they'd change the side going to Trent Bridge. 6 bowling options, so it covers all the different conditions, and this should just boost them again. I mean, I'm looking at the Test match side under a new captain, and they're a side that have had the potential to play consistently well, and that'll be the one thing that Joe Root says, let's add a bit of consistency to our play.
Thanks, Michael. We got, very kind of Dean Elgar here. Only a couple of minutes to a go off air. Dean, I guess you're pretty disappointed by that.
Very much so. It's a little bit of a bitter one to swallow at the moment, considering how we pulled it back this morning. Our bowlers were brilliant. We knew it was going to be tough, and anything over 300 would have been a massive to ask for us. But saying that, it's only one game, and we've got another 3 left, and we can change it from here.
Yeah, I mean, but not much time. That's the thing. How are you going to manage that between now and Friday?
It's going to be a good 5 days. That's all I'm saying. It's going to be interesting from a selection point of view. Obviously, I don't know what's going to happen with regards to that. KG's not available to play the test, which is extremely disappointing for the game. So yeah, it's going to be interesting 5 days.
Yeah, it will. Do you kind of get rid of it and just try and start afresh?
You have to. I mean, you can't lick your wounds too long in international cricket. You got to bounce back, and you got to be on the ball again. There's a lot of areas within the game that within this test that I definitely thought we did very well, and there were small moments that we did very poorly. And ultimately, that's why I'm speaking to you as the losing captain.
Well, thanks for joining us, Dean. Disappointing for your first test, but we'll see you at Trent Bridge. Thank you very much indeed for coming over and speaking to us. There we go. That's Dean Elgar shaking hands, and yep, they have got some things to talk about. But that's what we're going to say goodbye to you here from Lords. What a thumping victory that was by England. Then they're 1-0 up. It's a 4-match series, of course, so who knows? South Africa, if they can, will come fighting back. Well, they've lost here. Thumping defeat that. 211 runs with Moeen Ali, man of the match, taking 10 wickets in the game. Lots and lots of cricket to come. Well done to England's women. They won by 3 runs against Australia to keep their World Cup hopes alive. Lots of cricket between now and Friday, when we'll join you from Trent Bridge. Till then, from all of us here at Lords in the Sunshine, we'll say goodbye.
Is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
that is job done.
Basketball. Rugby union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby league.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby league.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby league.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby league.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby league.
It's game over.
Basketball. Rugby union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby league.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby league.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby league.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby league.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby league.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby league.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby league.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby league.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby league.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby league.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby league.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby league.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby league.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby league.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby league.
It's game over. That is job
jump. Basketball. Rugby union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby league.
It's game over. That is job jump.
Basketball. Rugby union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby league.
It's game over. That is job jump.
Basketball. Rugby union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd